Chapter 298, A Chaotic Battle. Chapter 301 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hoshino Ryoichi looked at the ninjas approaching them and commanded, "Stay together and guard Noriyuki. I'll cut down their numbers one by one." His words calmed them down. They immediately prepared for the battle, thinking, as long as we have Ryoichi, we can get our revenge. Ryoichi weaved a hand sign. Lightning could be seen on his palms. He placed his palms in the river and said with utter confidence, "Face the consequences of your actions." Lightning release, lightning eels jutsu. The lightning on his palms transformed into small lightning eels and moved towards the rogue nines. However, one of the ninjas weaved hand signs in response. Wind release, great breakthrough jutsu. He exhaled a strong wind current into the river. The attack hit the lightning eels head-on and dispersed them. Though the river absorbed the wind current, the winds caused a wave of water to form and move at the Kusa ninjas. The rogue ninjas used the cover provided by the wave to quickly close in the distance. Ryoichi was surprised. He thought, he countered me so easily. This isn't a random attack. Someone wants us all dead. He wanted to use another jutsu, but the ninja who used the Great Breakthrough jutsu suddenly appeared in front of him and attacked with his kunai. Ryoichi raised his kunai and blocked the attack. The rogue ninja smiled and said, "Sorry, I can't let you run amok, Ryoichi." At the same time, the other rogue ninjas attacked the ninjas protecting Kagawa Noriyuki with earth jutsus. Ryoichi realized it and asked, "So the ID family has allied with Iwagakure?" The Iwa ninja smiled but didn't say anything and continued attacking. He was evenly matched with Ryoichi. Ryoichi's expression became grim. He didn't have the same confidence as before. He shouted, "We may be weak, but do you think that you can walk over Kusagakure without any consequences?" The Iwa Junin just smirked. However, he suddenly became very serious and dived into the river. Fractions of a second later, an air bullet passed from where he was standing. He quickly looked at where the attack had come from, and his eyes widened. Fujin observed the fight for a minute and jumped in at the right opportunity. He flickered next to an Iwa ninja and shot a couple of dozen air bullets at the rogue ninjas. 4 Iwa ninjas that were closest to him died, while a few others were injured. Just like the Iwa ninjas, the Kusa ninjas were also surprised. Only Noriyuki was expecting such assistance. He shouted, "They are our allies. Cooperate with them and eliminate these rogue ninjas." The Kusa ninjas were relieved. In just a minute of fighting, they realized that they were completely outmatched. With Ryoichi being held back, their hopes were dying very quickly. The Iwa ninjas had solemn expressions. A few seconds ago, they were having a complete advantage, but the situation reversed instantly. Taking advantage of the slight distraction, Yugao and Fumito snuck behind 2 of the weakest Iwa ninjas. Since their attention was on Fujin and the Kusa ninjas, they didn't notice them until it was too late. In one quick stab, both killed their targets. The Iwa Junin fighting against Ryoichi was alarmed by the situation. He shouted, "Fall back to the bank and stay together." At the same time, he began withdrawing to the opposite bank, but Ryoichi immediately attacked him and didn't allow him to leave. Fujin saw the Iwa ninjas retreating and activated his chakra field. His eyes widened momentarily as he looked at a location on the opposite bank. He muttered, "This will be a tough fight." As the Iwa ninjas were retreating, they approached Bunjiro, who was hiding under the water. He immediately took advantage. Water release, water shuriken jutsu. Dozens of water shurikens formed underwater and launched at the Iwa nins. One of Iwa's Junins immediately noticed it and made a hand seal. Water release, water wall jutsu. A layer of water appeared in front and under the Iwa ninjas in the nick of time. Unfortunately, Bunjiro wasn't their only opponent. Fujin flickered next to them and a sword appeared in his hand. One of the Iwa ninjas noticed him and immediately attacked him with his kunai. Fujin swung his sword at the kunai. The remaining Iwa ninjas focused on Yugao, Fumito, and the Kusa ninjas. But they turned their attention to Fujin once again. They watched in shock as the headless corpse of their comrade fell into the river. One of the Iwa ninjas muttered, "How can that be? He killed a Junin in the blink of an eye?" Fujin continued his attack and swung his sword at the nearest Iwa ninja. However, he stopped and moved backwards. An earth spear passed by from the space he was at a moment ago. Fujin turned his head to the left to see hundreds of earth spikes extending from the opposite bank to their location. Fujin thought, they couldn't hold back anymore. I guess that is to be expected considering the losses they were taking. The hundreds of earth spears forced the Konoha and Kusa ninjas back. Even Bunjiro was attacked underwater and forced to retreat. The Iwa ninjas immediately took the opportunity to retreat to the opposite bank. Apart from Fujin, everyone's expressions became solemn. The attack was just too large in scale. The chaotic battle finally stopped as the three sides reassessed the situation. On the bank where Mizukoshi Town was, Ida Tomoki stopped his ninjas and instructed, "There is another group there. It looks like the Kagawa family was expecting this attack. We will wait and observe the situation for now." His ninjas immediately agreed. In a short while, they had seen 7 capable ninjas fall. In addition, they could see the fearsome earth spears extending from the opposite bank to the center of the river. None of them wanted to risk their lives needlessly. Meanwhile, Tomoki frowned and thought, as I guessed, Noriyuki came prepared. These should be Konoha Anbu. Fortunately, I contacted Iwagakure. Otherwise, I'd be dead. Fujin observed the situation. On one side of the river were ninjas of the Ida family. On the other side were 21 Iwa ninjas. While on the river, there were 15 ninjas from the Kagawa family and Fujin's team. Fujin observed the ninja who launched the earth spears and thought, an elite Junin. I have been running into way too many of them in recent times. Oh well, now that everyone is out of hiding, I can kill them in one single fight. If Fujin wanted to, he could have killed another 3 to 4 Iwa ninjas, but he refrained from doing so as he wanted to use them to draw them out. Due to this, any traps that they might have set up would be useless. The ninja, at whom Fujin was staring, looked at the Iwa ninjas who retreated and asked, "Chiharu, are you fine?" Chiharu nodded and said, "Yes, but 7 of our ninjas died. The Kusa ninjas have Ryoichi among their ranks. But Jin, be careful of that Konoha Anbu with the sword. For some reason, he is giving me a very bad feeling." Jin looked at Fujin and said, "It doesn't matter. They will all die today." There wasn't a single shred of doubt in his voice. While Jin was checking on the Iwa ninjas, Noriyuki analyzed, "Even though Tomoki wants us out of the way, he can't attack us openly. So we have 2 options. We can withdraw into Mizukoshi and force them to fight with us. Then these ninjas will withdraw. But this option is very risky. The second option is to fight the Iwa ninjas and break through into the interior parts of the country. They won't chase me too deep into the land of the grass." While he was debating internally, Fujin flickered next to Ryoichi and Noriyuki and said, "Ryoichi, your lightning nature will give you an advantage against that guy. Hold him back. I'll eliminate the others." Ryoichi frowned and said, "That is very risky. With his ability, sneak attacking Noriyuki will be very easy." The scale of earth spears that was launched was just too big. Despite being far from the land, they were still threatened by that attack. However, Noriyuki said, "No, that is the only way. Going back to Mizukoshi will be very risky, and we all may be wiped out. You hold him back. Konoha ninjas can focus on eliminating the rest. And when the fighting is intense, I'll escape with 4 ninjas protecting me so that I won't hold you back anymore." Ryoichi asked, "What if there are more Iwagakure ninjas hiding?" Noriyuki let out a sigh and said, "It's unlikely that Iwagakure will send so many ninjas here just for me. But if they have, then it is only a matter of time before they kill me. After all, that group is already stronger than us. Just escape and ensure that you stay alive. If possible, please see that no harm befalls my family." Ryoichi didn't want to agree. Unfortunately, he couldn't see any other option. Meanwhile, Fujin was surprised. He looked at Noriyuki and thought, "That's a surprise. Most of those in power, even if they are just, won't risk their own lives to help others escape. I guess this is why Hiruzen and Shikaku valued him highly." Fujin said, "Don't worry. I don't sense anyone else, but be careful regardless." Noriyuki nodded. They stopped talking at the same time as Gin. Gin rapidly weaved hand signs and slammed his palms on the ground. Earth Release, Earth Spike Hell Jutsu. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, SHD, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 299, The Battle on the Riverbank. Chapter 302 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Kendrick. You can thank him for the double release. Earth release, Earth Spike Hell Jutsu. The Kusa ninjas were surprised by the massive chakra emanating from Jin. On the riverbed, thousands of small, sharp spikes began forming. Fujin sensed the change and shouted, "Leave the river immediately!" Fujin flickered right away. So did his team. The Kusa ninjas were slightly slower to react, as Fujin wasn't their superior, and they didn't feel the change happening under their feet. However, when Noriyuki and Ryoichi began moving, they immediately followed. In a second, the spikes were launched. They tore through the strong river current and propelled skyward. 3 Kusa Chunins were a bit slow to move. The spikes pierced into their feet and drilled through their bodies, shattering their bones and puncturing their internal organs. They emerged from heads and shoulders and soared into the sky, tracing a vivid arc of red blood. The 3 Chunins died, without even understanding how they were hit from below the river. The ninjas from the ID family saw in horror as blood spouted from their bodies as they fell into the river and dyed it red color momentarily. The scene was hellish. They thanked their lucky stars that their leader asked them to stay away. As soon as Fujin stepped on the river bank, he felt the ground under his feet transforming into small spikes. He immediately flickered while thinking, "This is annoying. Even my team might not stay safe for long from such a barrage." Fujin flickered continuously while building his chakra up. Gin tried attacking him and the places he might appear in, but Fujin was too fast and unpredictable for him and maintained a sufficient distance from the remaining Iwa ninjas. Wind release infinite breakthrough jutsu. Gin was surprised. He thought, he is good. A sealess, supercharged jutsu. However, he didn't react. Instead, a ninja next to him slammed his palms on the ground. Earth release, Earth Wall Jutsu. A gigantic earth wall appeared instantly and protected the Iwa ninjas. At the same time, Gin changed his target from Fujin to the Kusa ninjas, thinking, the Konoha Anbu are quite strong. It should be an elite unit. I'll whittle down the Kusa numbers first and then use the numerical advantage to crush them. The Kusa ninjas had seen Fujin dodging at a fast pace. They began imitating his movements and didn't stand in the same spot for long. Jin sensed their movements and smirked while thinking, I couldn't hit him due to his speed. Do you think that you can replicate the same speed? Jin predicted where they would dodge and preemptively began creating spikes on those spots. This immediately created more pressure on the Kusa ninjas as the number of times they had to dodge increased by 2 to 3 times. Meanwhile, Fujin looked at the wall and decided, time to cut down their numbers. Wind release. Acume Serial Wave Jutsu. Fujin exhaled blades of wind at several angles. Behind the giant wall, the Iwa ninjas were feeling quite safe when the blades cut through the wall like a hot knife through butter, catching them completely off guard. Jin, who had already neutralized another Kusa ninja and injured a couple more, and managed to keep the Kusa ninjas and Fujin's team at bay, was shocked. He immediately jumped up to dodge the wind blade heading towards him. Jin's eyes widened as he realized the power behind the wind blades. He wondered, Wind Acume Technique? Who is this guy? Wait, if he knows Wind Acume Technique, then shit! Gin immediately created an Earth clone. The experienced Iwa ninjas also reacted instinctively. However, 8 Iwa ninjas couldn't react in time. They were cut into 2 and died on the spot. Jin watched as his eyes turned red. He had lost 15 ninjas on such a simple mission. The losses had now exceeded the acceptable limit. However, before he could even think of retaliating, Fujin fired Acume bullets at the ninjas who had jumped in the air to dodge. 2 bullets were heading at Jin. Jin looked at the incoming attack and thought, as I had expected. The Earth clone he created seconds ago pushed him away as the vacuum bullets pierced it and dispelled it. Jin barely managed to dodge the attack. However, not everyone could do the same. Another 2 Iwa ninjas were killed. Fujin observed the situation and analyzed, these ninjas are all elites. I had targeted 6, but only 2 died. They are much stronger than the Suna bunch that tried to hunt me. Looks like Onoki greatly values this mission. Is Iwa that desperate to make inroads into grass or waterfall? Ide Tomoki saw Fujin's counterattack and gulped in fear. He was no longer confident in Iwa's victory. He decided, if Iwa fails to kill Noriyuki, I will distance myself from them and claim that this attack had nothing to do with me. After all, I doubt Iwa would claim these ninjas as their own, and hence won't antagonize the only noble in the land of grass that supports them. Fujin's consecutive attacks finally gave his allies time to catch their breath. He also changed the numerical advantage in their favor. Yugao, Fumito, and Bunjiro immediately went on the attack. Ryoichi remembered Fujin's words and immediately rushed towards Gin. He realized, Konoha Anbu captain is right. If I don't restrict him, it's only a matter of time before the remaining Kusa ninjas are killed. Only I and the Konoha Anbu might be able to escape. The remaining Kusa ninjas split into 2. 4 stayed next to Noriyuki while the rest followed Ryoichi. Ryoichi weaved hand signs while running and supercharged his jutsu. Lightning Release False Darkness Jutsu. He extended his arms towards Gin as bolts of lightning crackled on his arms. He discharged all the lightning bolts at Gin. Jin saw the lightning bolts with a frown on his face as he thought, lightning is the biggest weakness of Earth Jutsus. Back in the Third Great Ninja War, he gained fame against us because his unit encountered a division that was exclusively made of Earth Affinity ninjas and didn't have any strong Junin. Despite the frown, Gin wasn't worried about Ryoichi. Instead, his attention was on Fujin. The threat of wind Acume Jutsus far exceeded lightning in his eyes. Chiharu appeared in front of Jin. After knowing that Ryoichi was with the Kagawa family entourage, Gin had specifically requested Chiharu to join this mission to counter his lightning jutsus. Even though Gin could still deal with Ryoichi, it would be very annoying and would allow Fujin to run amok. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Chiharu confronted Ryoichi with a supercharged jutsu as well. Both jutsu clashed. Ryoichi frowned and stopped. Despite the power of the jutsus being the same, he was at a disadvantage. The winds neutralized his lightning bolts one after another. However, Fujin flickered next to Ryoichi. Fire Release, Searing Migraine Jutsu. Taking advantage of the winds, Fujin exhaled a massive fire at Chiharu. Chiharu's eyes widened as he cursed, "Shit, he also knows fire jutsus!" Gin also became serious. He was waiting to find an opportunity against Fujin. Instead, it was Fujin who seized the opportunity. He gathered chakra and slammed his hands on the ground. Another gigantic wall appeared out of the ground. It was tall and wide enough to keep the massive firestorm on the other side temporarily. However, Gin shouted, "Move away from the walls." Every Iwa ninja followed his instruction without any hesitation. A second later, blades of wind cut through the gigantic wall with ease. Fortunately, the Iwa ninjas were far enough to have the time to dodge them. Jin observed the blades with an annoyed expression. He thought, fortunately, my sensei had informed me about Shimura Danzo's skills. Otherwise, the death toll would keep piling. Still, wind Acume technique and such ruthlessness. Is he Danzo's successor? If so, he can't be allowed to live any longer. Who knows how many of our sufferings had that bastard's hand in the shadows. If another Shinobi of Darkness appears in Konoha, then we will suffer for a few more decades. Kagawa Noriyuki noticed the destruction and thought, I owe Lord Hokage one. He instructed, let's escape. AN, you can sponsor chapters through Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 300. Breaking Through Iwa's Obstruction. Chapter 303 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. And 300th chapter. Taking opportunity of the situation, Noriyuki, along with 4 Junins, began escaping. Gin sensed it and muttered, "Do you think it'd be this easy to escape from me?" He weaved hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground once again. Despite the large distance between them, the ground under the feet of Noriyuki's group turned into a swamp. They immediately jumped backwards. However, several mud balls were launched at them from the swamp. One of the Kusa ninjas weaved hand signs. Water Release, Water Wall Jutsu. A water wall appeared in front of them and stopped the mud balls. However, Soon the land to the right of them began moving. A second later, a large, bronze dragon head popped out of the ground. It opened its mouth and shot multiple cannonballs made of mud at the group. The Kusa ninjas hurriedly dodged while the dragon head dived underground once again. One of the Kusa ninjas shouted, "Be careful! It will attack us from below and blow itself up." His words alarmed Noriyuki and the rest. They stayed on their toes and tried attacking the dragon underground in order to make it explode deep underground. However, several spikes and needles were launched at them, forcing them to keep evading and cutting off their escape routes. Fujin sensed the attack and thought, such a large range. But why hasn't he ordered a retreat? Their losses are already too high, and this situation is very disadvantageous and dangerous for him. Though he and Ryoichi tried to stop him, they were outnumbered. When Fujin used any Akum attack, Gin would move away and then place his palms on the ground once again. Finally, the remaining Kusa and Konoha ninjas made their way across the fire and debris and joined the battle. Ryoichi instructed, "Keep their weaker ninjas busy. We will eliminate their leaders." The Kusa ninjas immediately obeyed his command. As for Fujin's team, they had already attacked. With their aid, the number advantage was evened out. Fujin flickered towards Chiharu while Ryoichi confronted Jin. Jin confronted Ryoichi while observing the battlefield. He analyzed, despite the enemy reinforcements, we still had one more ninja. 5 ninjas are equally matched while we have the advantage in 3 fights. But, though it looked like they had the overall advantage, Gin was worried. Chiharu couldn't match up to Fujin at all. He barely hung on. Gin sighed, "I can't afford to take any more pointless losses. If I knew that someone as ferocious as he would be protecting Noriyuki, then I would have redone our entire strategy. I didn't want to resort to this. But we don't have any other option now. I can only use my final card. Though this could put my village in some trouble, it's better than just retreating with nothing but losses." Within half a minute of confrontation, Fujin had gained the absolute advantage. He was about to deal the final blow when he suddenly jumped away. Numerous earth spikes assaulted his previous position. He looked at Jin. Jin gritted his teeth and cursed. "Fine, I'll let Kagawa Noriyuki go, but you all will stay here." He stopped attacking Noriyuki's group and focused entirely on the existing battlefield. Immediately, Fujin and a few other ninjas were assaulted by spikes, needles, spears, and other weapon-shaped projectiles from the ground. Apart from Fujin, everyone fell at a disadvantage. Ryoichi tried his best to stop him, but had no success. A frown appeared on Fujin's face as he analyzed. Something is off. Though the move is tactical, he should have done this long ago. And even now, he isn't retreating. It's as if he is assured of his victory. Fujin had a bad feeling. Immediately, a massive amount of chakra was released by Fujin. Jin was alarmed as winds began flowing around Fujin. Suddenly, vast amounts of wind were blasted behind Fujin. An Iwa ninja, who was confronting Fumito, was hit by this blast wave and lost his balance and fell towards Fumito. Fumito immediately took advantage of the opening and jabbed his tanto into his throat. Meanwhile, Fujin disappeared from his spot and appeared behind the ninja fighting with Yugao. Before the Iwa ninja could even react, he was beheaded. Yugao watched with shock in her eyes. She thought, I couldn't see him at all. However, the one who was the most shocked was Gin. He was maintaining control over the entire battlefield. But 2 more of his subordinates died. He immediately concentrated on Fujin and launched multiple jutsus. However, Fujin once again disappeared and appeared behind the ninja fighting Bunjiro and killed him as well. Before Gin could react, Fujin disappeared once again and appeared behind Chiharu. Chiharu immediately turned around and swung his kunai at Fujin. Though he wasn't very skilled at it, chakra could be seen flowing through his kunai. However, instead of attacking with his sword, Fujin just shot a Akum bullet at point-blank range. Chiharu had no chance of dodging it. The bullet pierced through his forehead, leaving a huge hole in his head. He dropped dead as well. Gin was enraged at that sight. He shouted, "Bastard! Stop running and fight me!" He launched more spikes at Ryoichi and forced him back while he rushed at Fujin. Winds blasted behind Fujin once again as he appeared in front of Gin in the blink of an eye. Gin saw Fujin swinging his sword at him. He only had one thought, "Shit!" Gin's body turned black as he tried to grab Fujin's sword with his right hand. His right hand was even blacker than the rest of his body. Fujin's sword hit his right hand, though the iron skin jutsu was strong. It was no match for a sword enhanced by wind nature chakra flow. In addition, Fujin was also assisted by his massive momentum. The sword cut his right palm open. It cut through his right forearm. Jin gritted his teeth and endured the pain and managed to just get his body out of the way of Fujin's sword. However, he had to pay an extremely high price. Jin's right hand was cut off. Half of his right forearm was cut off vertically. What remained just bled and hurt like hell. Jin looked at Fujin with hatred in his eyes. Though Jin and Fujin were quite evenly matched, their strengths lay in different areas. Fujin excelled at close-range fighting and had numerous jutsus to make him lethal at mid-range and long-range. Meanwhile, Gin was better than Fujin at controlling the battlefield and fighting while keeping his enemies at bay. Though his close-range skills were nothing to scoff at, he wasn't comparable to Fujin. Under normal circumstances, he would maintain his distance and keep Fujin away. Such a battle would only result in a draw. That is why both Fujin and Jin tried to target the weaker enemies to gain a numerical advantage while distracting the other. Fujin gained an advantage in that aspect. He didn't care about the losses Kusa suffered, and he had killed far more Iwa ninjas than the damage Jin managed to inflict on Kusa ninjas. This caused Gin to make a mistake and end up confronting Fujin head-on. Since Gin had stopped targeting them, Noriyuki and the 4 Junins with him left the banks and began running towards the interior. Noriyuki said, "We will run full time till we reach back to our town. Once we reach there, Iwagakure won't dare to attack us. We will lodge a complaint with Lord Daimyo and make Iwa pay dearly." The Junins nodded. They ran a couple 100 meters without any obstruction. Since none of the Iwa ninjas chased them, one Junin said, "Looks like your plan has worked. The Iwa ninjas can't spare anyone to chase after us." They were relieved. Noriyuki nodded and said, "Yes, but stay on guard. We can't afford any more loss." Noriyuki's words were stuck in his mouth as he felt extremely high heat on his right side. He and the Junins turned around to see. A look of shock and terror appeared on their faces. A massive rock covered in lava was heading straight at them. They wanted to get out of the way. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before their feet could move, the massive lava-covered rock hit them. It crushed the 5 ninjas under its immense weight while burning them and exploded almost immediately. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Schick, Luckyfoot, Stefan, Piranha, and Z2567 for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 301, Attacking Indiscriminately. Chapter 304 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bonus chapter for crossing 2K Power Stones in the last week. Seeing Fujin attacking him again, Gin retreated. Fujin was about to give chase when the loud explosion sound was heard, attracting everyone's attention. Seconds later, dust and smoke covered the entire area. Some debris also fell. The Iwa ninjas took the chance to retreat and regroup as the sensors on Fujin's side were shocked. Fujin looked towards the spot of the explosion and thought, the chakra of all 5 of them disappeared. And what's with that massive chakra? Even Hiruzen's chakra wasn't as high as this. Though Fujin's first mission as the Anbu captain had failed, he had no time to think about it. He was more concerned about the chakra that the ambusher was emitting. Jin looked at the destruction and sighed. We had to resort to this. Now everyone will know that it was Iwagakure who did the attack. This will be a diplomatic disaster. He turned his attention towards his bleeding arm. His expression became determined as he thought, but that's fine. Though we will lose our influence in the land of grass, we found out about this fearsome Anbu from Konoha. I don't recall any powerhouse in Konoha having such skills. So he should be someone who they raised after the last Great War ended. Killing him will be far more beneficial. Suddenly, Gin's eyes widened, and he looked in front only to see a sword heading straight at him. He instinctively moved backwards, but knew that he had no chance of avoiding the attack. Having sensed a formidable foe, Fujin didn't want to leave any other trouble behind him. Fujin's blade was just a few inches away from Jin's neck when he sensed molten rocks headed towards him. Fujin flickered backwards and fired a few Acum bullets at Gin. Jin barely managed to dodge them. They created a few cuts on his body, causing him to lose even more blood, but none were fatal. However, Fujin had no time to look at him. A figure rushed towards him at rapid speed. Fujin shot a few Acum bullets, but he dodged them all. His fist began glowing red as he punched Fujin. Chakra began flowing along Fujin's sword as he slashed at the incoming punch. The sword and the fist clashed, creating a slight shockwave. Fujin's expression behind his mask became serious as his sword couldn't cut into the fist. The punch sent him flying backwards. He flipped in the air and landed back on the ground, but was still dragged behind for a few minutes. His eyes landed on the ninja who attacked him. He had red hair, mustache, and beard. Unlike the other Iwa ninjas, he didn't bother hiding his identity. He wore a large headpiece that proudly displayed the symbol of Iwagakure. On seeing his face, Ryoichi and the other Kusa ninjas were horrified. Even Fujin's team raised their guard to the max. Ryoichi asked in disbelief and horror, "Roshi, why did Iwagakure send someone like you?" Roshi ignored his question and looked at Fujin. He said, "Youngsters these days are getting even more ferocious. You forced me to take action." Fujin cursed in his mind. Shit! If I knew someone like him was hiding here, I wouldn't have wasted time dealing with the rest. Though if I did that, he might have jumped in sooner. But why the hell is Onoki sending his Jinchuriki on a mission? It's an absolute taboo during peacetime. Even their own citizens don't trust them, let alone citizens of other countries. Fujin roared, "Iwagakure, you dare send your Jinchuriki to the land of grass? Do you intend to start a war?" Fujin used his chakra to amplify his voice. It was so loud that everyone in Mizukoshi heard it clearly. Though most didn't know what a Jinchuriki was, knowing that the ambushers weren't rogue ninjas and instead were from Iwagakure terrified them. As for the ones who knew what a Jinchuriki was, their fear knew no bounds. Panic spread through the city. Some hid in underground safe houses in the city. A few began escaping from the city. Some officials sent messenger birds to Kusagakure without consulting or even informing Ide Tomoki. Roshi realized Fujin's intention and said, "I'm surprised that you are still thinking about diplomacy at this point." Fujin ignored him and instructed, "Slaughter the rest. I'll deal with Roshi." His earlier rampage had killed 4 more Iwa ninjas, including Chiharu, who was the second most powerful in that group, and could restrict Ryoichi. More importantly, he had gravely injured Gin. Iwagakure only had 6 ninjas along with an injured Gin, so the Anbu and Kusa ninjas shouldn't have any issue in dealing with them. Roshi asked, "You think you can D?" His words were cut short as Fujin flickered next to him and shot air bullets from a close range. Roshi immediately dodged and counterattacked. Lava release, Scorching Rocks Jutsu, Roshi expelled a large amount of lava that solidified into molten rocks. They traveled towards Fujin with tremendous force. Fujin ran straight towards the incoming molten rocks. Displaying blinding speed, he avoided all molten rocks. The molten rocks hit his after images and exploded on contacting the ground. Roshi's eyes widened. He muttered, "So fast." He slammed his hand on the ground. Lava release, Volcanic Swamp Jutsu. The ground around him began turning into a swamp that had lava mixed within it. He severely restricted Fujin's movements if he wanted to close the distance. However, instead of approaching him, Fujin jumped a long distance in the sky while building a large amount of chakra and inhaling a large amount of air. Wind release, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. Roshi began preparing a fire jutsu to take advantage of the wind jutsu, but stopped midway as his eyes widened in surprise. He thought, what is he doing? Ryoichi had just begun fighting Jin when they both stopped and looked above. Ryoichi's eyes widened. Even Yugao, Fumito, and Bunjiro were surprised and scared. A second later, a strong wind current engulfed the entire battlefield. Enemies and allies both felt the tremendous wind flow. Even the ID family ninjas on the opposite bank felt the massive wind current. The winds caused the river water to flood the opposite bank. They immediately retreated back into Mizukoshi and activated their protective seals. Layers of lava walls formed around Roshi, protecting him from the winds. Several wind blades hit it every second, causing it to crumble, but it reformed itself at an even faster pace. He thought, though my fire nature should have an advantage, the winds are so strong that everything will be reflected back to me. But what is he planning? Does he want to kill his own allies as well? Since when did Konoha become so ruthless? At the same time, Gin was horrified. He thought, this bastard is definitely Danzo's successor. He'd kill his allies as well, rather than letting any of us escape. A similar fear ran through the minds of the Kusa ninjas. After all, they had no idea who Fujin was and what his intentions were. Even Yugao, Fumito, and Bunjiro had solemn expressions. Even though they were his subordinates, none of them had worked with him earlier or knew what missions he undertook. Suddenly, the Iwa ninjas in front of them were attacked by wind blades. Long cuts appeared on their bodies. The Iwa ninjas dodged while the Kusa and Konoha ninjas were afraid that they too would suffer the same fate. But they soon noticed something odd. They realized, the wind blades are only attacking the Iwa ninjas. Though we are facing the extreme winds as well, they don't pose much threat to us. Roshi noticed it as well. His eyes widened and pupils dilated. He realized this level of control, his control over yin-yang, should be excellent. This isn't a blind attack. He can perfectly control his jutsu. He wants to kill all Iwa ninjas so that they won't interfere with our fight. Realizing that they were safe, the Kusa and Konoha ninjas began attacking Iwa ninjas. The Iwa ninjas immediately fell into peril. A red coating of chakra appeared around Roshi as he rapidly weaved hand signs. Chakra and lava gathered on his right fist as he punched the ground with full force. Immediately, the lava and chakra were released into the swamps he created earlier. The ground around him raised 10 meters in height, forming a miniature volcano. The lava began gathering towards its mouth. Lava release Flower Fruit Mountain Jutsu. The miniature volcano exploded with a loud sound. It sent a shockwave in the surrounding area, nullifying the winds Fujin had created. Following the shockwave, a large amount of molten rocks was launched into the air. However, since the Iwa ninjas were also in the vicinity, Roshi controlled it to fall far away from the battlefield. One of the molten rocks fell on Mizukoshi town. It hit the protective barrier and broke it with ease. Fortunately, it hit the wall and didn't fall in the town. The wall crumbled in an instant. The people who still hadn't hidden underground were horrified by the sight. And bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Atreon. Link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Sweaty Gamer, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 302, Contemplating the Situation. Chapter 305 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Zero1995. You can thank him for the double release. Roshi gathered chakra once again and shouted, "Retreat! Lava release, fiery rock bullet jutsu." He spat a single rock made of molten lava at Fujin, who was falling down from the sky. Fujin gathered chakra as well. Wind release, Acum Cannon Jutsu. The Acum Cannon hit the lava rock and broke through it and traveled towards Roshi. Roshi didn't dare test his defenses against the wind Acum attacks. He immediately dodged. The Acum Cannon hit the miniature volcano Roshi built earlier and crumbled it down. Fujin wasn't sure whether Roshi could use the same jutsu through it. He didn't want to see whether he could or not. He landed on the ground and instructed, "Chase and kill them off." The Iwa ninjas had already begun escaping. Fujin's allies were wondering whether they should aid him or chase the Iwa ninjas. Hearing his command, most of them began chasing the Iwa ninjas. Seeing what Roshi could do, none of them wanted to face him. Only Ryoichi and Yugao stayed behind. Yugao looked at Fujin and recalled the words Hiruzen had said to her before she joined Fujin's team. She analyzed, if he kills Iwa's Jinchuriki, then it could cause a war between Konoha and Iwa. The best solution is to disengage now and let them retreat. But how do I tell him that? And what would be the optimal route if that Jinchuriki decides to keep chasing after us? Ryoichi had similar thoughts. Konoha could afford to offend Iwa, but they couldn't. He said, "Kagawa Noriyuki is already dead. Let's stop here and leave." Fujin and Roshi were about to begin their battle, but halted on hearing that. A frown appeared behind Fujin's mask. He pointed at Roshi and said, "Tell him that." Roshi thought for a few seconds and replied, "Sure, Kusa ninjas can leave, but Konoha will have to pay for killing so many of our ninjas." Ryoichi was stunned by his words. He immediately fell into a dilemma. If he escaped, then the remaining Kusa ninjas would live. If he stayed and Fujin lost, then they could all be wiped out. A frown formed on Yugao's face as she stared at Ryoichi. Fujin didn't say anything. He decided that if Ryoichi withdrew, he would run away as well. And after he gets away from Roshi, he would hunt them down and pin the blame on Iwa. After all, an entire town had seen them fighting Iwa ninjas. Ryoichi let out a sigh and said, "Then I have no choice but to continue fighting." He immediately left and began chasing the escaping Iwa ninjas while thinking, though we can't afford to offend Iwa, they are the ones who attacked us in our country. If I escape, then we will offend Konoha, while Iwa would think that they can bully us whenever they want to. In that scenario, our country will be doomed. Roshi frowned and was about to flicker towards Ryoichi when Fujin suddenly appeared in front of him and swung his sword at him. Roshi dodged and attacked back. Both began fighting. Though Yugao wanted to retreat, seeing Roshi's unyielding attitude, she understood that there was no other option. She shouted, "Captain, don't forget our mission," and left to chase the Iwa ninjas. Fujin wondered, "What mission? The one we are supposed to protect is already dead." Meanwhile, Roshi also wondered, did they come here using Kagawa as a front to do a secret mission? But what mission could have a higher importance than guarding Kagawa Noriyuki? They entered into an intense conflict. However, both had thoughts running through their minds. The longer they fought, the more depressed Roshi became. He thought, though I have stopped paying attention to the internal situation in Iwa, I still know that the old man hasn't found any successor for him. For decades, no one who can replace Onoki has appeared in Iwa. Only me and Han came close, but we were asked to take control of the tailed beasts. But Konoha... They had White Fang, who dominated the Second Great Ninja War. He was followed by the Sanins, who gained fame in the Second War and dominated the Third War. And while they were still at their peak, Namikaze Minato rose to fame and took command of their forces. Even though they suffered numerous losses after the Third Great Ninja War, their next generation is already stepping up. First Copy Ninja, and now this guy. Though he isn't as strong as me, his speed exceeds mine. And his attacks are all very deadly. Even if I get hit by just one, I'll be gravely injured or dead. At the same time, Fujin was seriously introspecting. Should I kill him or just stall? He analyzed. If I kill him now, the Four Tails will die as well, and will need a few years to resurrect. If I can capture and seal it inside me and become a perfect Jinchuriki, then my prowess will increase many folds, but... Fujin flickered to his right to dodge the wave of lava heading at him. Roshi launched another round of molten rocks at Fujin, which he dodged as well while counterattacking. He further analyzed. But by the time the Four Tails is resurrected, Akatsuki would have begun capturing tailed beasts. The place of resurrection will be random, and there is no way I could compete with Akatsuki in intel gathering. Unless I can build the organization in time. But that's still incredibly tough. Not to mention there is no way anyone can compete with Zetsu in terms of gathering information. Besides, even if I have great luck and manage to become a Jinchuriki, I will have very little time to become a perfect one. After all, creating friendship and a deep enough bond will be very difficult after I beat him up and seal him inside me. Fujin let out a sigh and thought, leave it, I'm not ready yet. Killing him now could result in a conflict with Iwa. It could change the course of future events. Not to mention, I doubt I could kill him unless he becomes very careless for some reason. If he transforms, then the only way I can confront him is by summoning Ryu. But that will exhaust all my chakra, and I doubt Ryu can win against Son Goku. Still, this is a good opportunity to test my skills. Fujin's expression suddenly became very serious. Though his face was hidden by the turtle mask, Roshi felt the change in his attitude. Fujin suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Roshi and swung his sword vertically. Roshi immediately moved to his left. A sword slash passed by, leaving a deep scar on the ground. Suddenly, several cuts appeared on his arm despite dodging the attack. Roshi's eyes widened as he flickered away. He realized, in addition to the main slash, there were hundreds of smaller slashes surrounding it. Fujin followed Roshi and swung his sword 6 times in quick succession. 6 razor-sharp sword slashes streaked towards Roshi with blinding speed. Roshi's eyes widened as he thought, if these also have the additional slashes, then... He moved his body such that he would narrowly dodge all the sword slashes. At the same time, one tail appeared behind him and red chakra appeared on his body. Before the sword slashes reached him, a coating of lava enveloped his entire body. The sword slashes narrowly missed his body, while the accompanying winds hit his lava armor. Numerous cuts appeared on his armor, but none reached his flesh. Fujin thought, a lava armor? That's interesting. He immediately shot a vacuum bullet at his heart. Roshi immediately dodged. Though the armor could stop weaker attacks, it wouldn't stand any chance against attacks with high penetrating power. Fujin observed, I see, its defense shouldn't be very high. At least he isn't confident of blocking my Akyumjutsus. Lava release, fiery rock bullet jutsu. Roshi shot 3 lava boulders at Fujin. Fujin dodged them, but Roshi used the distraction to reduce the distance between them. He appeared at Fujin's right, jumped above, and sent a punch towards his head. Knowing that his sword won't be cut through Roshi's fist from the previous exchange, Fujin moved backwards. Roshi's punch hit the ground, causing cracks to appear in the ground. One such crack extended towards Fujin, while emitting red light and a lot of heat. Fujin immediately got out of the way. Lava erupted out of that crack. At the same time, Fujin's clothes caught on fire. Fujin was shocked. Roshi used this distraction to once again appear in front of Fujin. Fujin looked at Roshi's grin and wondered, when did he burn my clothes? Roshi sent a punch at Fujin once again. Fujin slashed at his lava-covered fist with his sword again as he realized, I see. The heat from his armor is so intense that my clothes caught on fire despite not being touched by him. Just when the fist and sword were about to clash, Roshi opened his fist and caught the sword. The sword cut a couple of inches into his palm, but couldn't cut anymore due to the highly concentrated chakra flowing through his arm. Roshi held the sword tightly as he raised his left fist to pummel Fujin to death. However, before he could punch Fujin, a punch landed on his abdomen and sent him flying backwards. AN. You can sponsor chapters through Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 303, Changing the Terrain. Chapter 306 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Apologies for the delay. Had a busy day and couldn't make much time to write. Bonus chapter for reaching 3,470 Power Stones last week. We were ranked 21st at the end of week. Keep it up, guys. Roshi flipped in the air and landed back on his feet, but was still dragged backwards for another dozen meters. He looked at Fujin, who was standing in the same spot. However, his left hand was lit on fire. Roshi chuckled and said, Since you dared to punch my lava armor, you can say goodbye to your ha. His words got stuck in his throat as he saw Fujin wave his left arm in the air, and the fire dissipated. He noticed that Fujin's left arm was completely black in color. A frown appeared on Roshi's face as he realized Iron Skin Jutsu. He can use rank B Earth Jutsus as well? Though it isn't enough to resist my armor for a longer period, but should enable him to be able to punch or kick me. The cut on Roshi's right hand stopped bleeding and began healing slowly. Suddenly, Fujin's entire body became covered in the same color. The fire on his clothes was extinguished as Fujin flickered and appeared behind Roshi. He slashed his sword at his back. Roshi immediately escaped. A sword slash was released from Fujin's sword. It hit the river and left a deep scar across it. Fujin chased after Roshi thinking, I can't maintain Iron Skin Jutsu for too long. I need to deal some critical blows quickly. Just when Fujin was about to reach him, Roshi turned around and spat out a large amount of lava. Fujin's eyes widened as he flickered away in an instant and landed on top of the river. The lava covered the entire area. Waves of lava surged towards Fujin like a tsunami. Fujin frowned and wondered, does he want to massacre the entire town behind me? Even if it silences the ones who heard my roar, there is no way Iwa can get out of this mess without suffering any major diplomatic consequences. Fujin swung his sword at the river. This time, he didn't focus on the penetrating power. Instead, he created a 100-meter-long wind slash. The wind slash hit the river vertically along the length of the river. It caused the river water to gush out towards the lava wave. The water and lava waves clashed, covering the entire area in mist. The lava wave broke through the water wave, but lost a lot of its momentum. It still continued forward and entered the river. Knowing that it won't be able to harm Fujin, Roshi appeared on the river bank and ran across the river to fight Fujin. Fujin was about to attack when he sensed a chakra buildup behind him. Water release, Raging Waves Jutsu. Water release, Raging Waves Jutsu. Lightning release, False Darkness Jutsu. Bunjiro and Yugao spat a large amount of water. The water in the river mixed with their attack and it rushed towards Roshi like a waterfall. At the same time, Fumito released a strong lightning current in the waterfall. A frown formed on Roshi's face. He spat out a large amount of lava once again while he retreated back to the riverbank. Fujin swung his sword at the lava wave and flickered next to Yugao on the riverbank behind him. The wind slash hit the lava wave. It slowed down the momentum of the wave by more than 70%. A moment later, the combination jutsu of water and lightning hit the lava wave. It forced the lava wave back to the other bank. Roshi slammed his hands on the ground. 3 layers of walls formed by molten rocks appeared in front of him. The combination attack broke through the first wall, but was stopped by the second wall. The third wall broke down by itself, and molten rocks were fired at the Konoha and Kusa ninjas on the other bank. Fujin swung his sword at the incoming rocks and asked, "What's the status?" The slashes hit the molten rocks. The smaller rocks were split into 2, while the larger ones had a deep scar in them. They lost their momentum and dropped into the river. Yugao replied, "We tried chasing them, but they retreated below the ground. Chasing became very risky due to their constant and unpredictable attacks from underground." Fujin was surprised. He thought, "I see. I guess taking off one arm wasn't sufficient. Sigh, I should not underestimate anyone who managed to gain the elite Junin rank. Though I guess that others might have helped him." He said, "All right, you guys retreat. I'll retreat soon as well. We will meet up in the same town." His subordinates nodded while the Kusa ninjas sighed in relief. They had seen the terrible devastation caused by Fujin and Roshi's fight. The entire landscape on the other side of the river had changed. There was no longer any grass on the land. Instead, the entire land had turned into volcanic terrain covered in long scars. Even the river wasn't spared. They could see a slash cutting across the river. In addition, though most of the lava was washed along by the river, some of it was still left behind and solidified. It had decreased the width of the river by 20 to 35% in some places. Yugao wondered, why do these cuts on the land look like sword attacks? The Konoha and Kusa ninjas began running along the river to get away from them. Roshi didn't pay any attention to them as he analyzed. Jin should have kept them safe. Even without Jin, they would have a very difficult time chasing them successfully. No other village can compare with us when it comes to making an orderly retreat. Though I could try to kill them, I'm afraid that this guy will allow me to kill them so that he can get an opportunity to sneak attack me. He said in a loud voice, "You must be the rumored spectral swordsman who gained fame recently. As expected, you are from Konoha." The retreating ninjas heard him and were surprised. Yugao looked back at Fujin and thought, "He is the spectral swordsman? No wonder his swordplay is so good." Bunjiro wondered, "Spectral swordsman? What's that?" Meanwhile, the Kusa ninjas had a grim expression. After all, the number of Kusa ninjas that fell to the spectral swordsman's blade wasn't small. Ryoichi looked at Yugao and asked, "Is he the spectral swordsman?" Yugao shook her head and replied, "I'm not aware of him having any such title." A frown formed on Ryoichi's face. Though Yugao was wearing a mask, he could sense from her words that she wasn't lying. He looked back at Roshi and wondered, is he lying? Or is that Konoha Anbu the spectral swordsman, but his subordinates are unaware? Suddenly, his eyes widened. So did the ones of other ninjas who were watching them. For the first time since they began fighting, Fujin grabbed his sword with both hands and pulled it to his right side. An immense amount of wind chakra flowed through the sword. In an instant, he swung his sword, forming a proper arc. A gigantic wind slash was released from his sword. Alongside it, extremely sharp and strong winds were released. The winds under the slash hit the river water. Several cuts appeared in the river, and all the river water for around 100 meters was sent rolling to the other side of the bank. The Kusa ninjas were horrified by the attack. Bunjiro was starstruck, while Yugao and Fumito had serious expressions. Though they had realized that Fujin was stronger than them, they never imagined that the difference between them would be so high. Despite their emotions, they, like the Kusa ninjas, doubled their speed and escaped. Of course, the one who was the most serious was Roshi. The lava armor on his body began burning brightly as he jumped up immediately and dodged the main wind slash. At the same time, he spat out molten lava and swiftly shaped it into a half-spherical shield. In an instant, it solidified. Hundreds of small cuts appeared on the shield, but it held on as Roshi kept pouring more chakra and lava into it. A second later, it was hit by the water wave. Roshi wasn't concerned about the water. After all, Fujin couldn't control it. But he was on high alert. Though his shield stood strong, he abandoned it and moved to his left. A moment later, a AQM bullet streaked through the water and hit the shield, piercing it with ease. The river water traveled a long distance along the banks. Due to the heated ground, which was mixed with lava, a lot of it was turned into steam. In a few seconds, the entire terrain was covered in steam, and it became very difficult to see. Roshi's frown deepened. A second later, he gathered a lot of chakra in his right fist and punched towards his left. His fist hit Fujin's sword and stopped it. He noticed that Fujin's body was covered with the iron skin jutsu once again. Instead of attacking again, Fujin took a step back and disappeared from Roshi's eyesight. AN bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Miguel, Templar, JCZP, Savage Esmilly, M4095, Ignesh, Alex, Seku, and Slayer for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 304. Where the fuck did you summon me? Chapter 307 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Roshi cursed. This is annoying. He has completely hidden his chakra just like in Kiri's assassination technique. Before he could do anything, Fujin appeared in front of him and slashed at his chest. Roshi punched the sword once again and managed to push Fujin away. Fujin disappeared, and a second later appeared behind him. Roshi turned around and stopped Fujin once again, forcing Fujin to disappear once again. Roshi was expecting another attack from Fujin, but none came. Regardless, he stayed on guard. Seconds kept passing, but no attack came. After 30 seconds, Roshi had enough. Continuously maintaining full awareness while waiting for an attack was very taxing and increased the stress. He gathered a massive amount of chakra in his right hand once again and punched towards the ground. He intended to use the Flower Fruit Mountain Jutsu to clear up all the steam. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he stopped his punch. A vacuum bullet passed through the space where his fist would have been had he continued his attack. Quickly, he bent below before moving backwards. 2 more vacuum bullets passed through the space he would have been in had he not moved. Roshi gathered chakra and shot a fiery rock bullet from the direction the vacuum bullets were launched. Unfortunately, he didn't sense it hitting anything. Fujin stopped attacking once again. Roshi thought, "Shit, this is getting annoying. Though I'm confident I can keep dodging successfully, one mistake could cost me my life." But, since when did Konoha get the courage to kill a Jinchuriki in peacetime? Has their strength recovered to such an extent that they don't mind getting attacked by both Kumo and us at the same time? Though Roshi was stronger, Fujin had complete control of the battlefield. Unlike Roshi, whose attacks caused large-scale devastation, Fujin's attacks were always on point. They were all deadly, and gave Roshi very little time to react, and were quickly followed up by more attacks. For the next minute, Roshi maintained full guard, but wasn't attacked by Fujin even once. Finally, Roshi began building his chakra once again. However, he stopped midway and ducked down. A Acum wave passed above him. He immediately began rolling to his right and dodged 3 Acum bullets and 1 Acum wave. Soon after, he got off the ground and continued moving to his right as a Acum wave landed on the ground. His eyes widened as another vacuum wave grazed past his left leg. He quickly jumped backwards, but a deep cut is left in his left leg, almost exposing his bone. Before he could gather himself, he sensed movement behind him. He ignored the wound and turned around and threw a punch at the incoming sword. The fist and sword clashed once again. Roshi was surprised as Fujin didn't retreat. He was about to punch with his other fist, but his eyes widened and he quickly took a couple of steps behind. He saw 2 Acum bullets passing a few inches in front of him. His expression became grim as he realized, "Shadow clones!" The Fujin in front of him moved forward and attacked him with his sword. At the same time, another Fujin appeared behind him and attacked his back. In addition, a few more Acum bullets were fired at Roshi. Realizing the grave risk he was in, Roshi dodged and shouted, "Enough!" Suddenly, a massive amount of red chakra was released from his body. It covered his entire body. At the same time, it released several waves of pure chakra around him. Fujin's clones were very close to him. Their eyes widened, but they didn't have enough time to move. They immediately used the iron skin jutsu to protect themselves. The chakra wave hit them and sent them flying away in opposite directions. The red waves also reached the real Fujin, who was maintaining distance and attacking with Acum bullets. He immediately flickered away while thinking, what the hell? He can use Son Goku's chakra to this extent without losing control? Or does he not care about losing control? The red chakra waves traveled for about 40 meters around Roshi. The steam covering the area was blown away and even more damage was done to the ground. Without the steam cover, Roshi could see Fujin clearly. He looked at him and thought, that was close. With his shadow clones, the danger was amplified exponentially. If I keep dodging, it would only be a matter of time before I mess up. Anyways, now that he has forced me, it's time to end this. At the same time, Fujin also looked at Roshi. Shock could be seen in his eyes. He saw that the chakra covering Roshi had taken the shape of a red-furred and green-skinned monkey, looking exactly like the Four Tails, Son Goku. What shocked Fujin the most was that Roshi looked to be in complete control of himself. He stood calmly in the head of the chakra construct. Fujin was dumbfounded. He thought, impossible! I thought only B and the 4th Mizukage were perfect Jinchurikis. Why would I have fought him for so long otherwise? The sight scared Fujin. He immediately became very serious. He was about to make a move when he sensed some movements under his feet. He gathered chakra under his feet and jumped high in the sky. The ground transformed into small spikes which were launched at Fujin. Noticing the opportunity, Roshi shot a ball of lava at Fujin. Fujin immediately slashed his sword towards the incoming spikes while looking at the ball of lava and analyzing, such a gigantic ball of lava. My vacuum cannon might not stop it. One seal on his left bracer began glowing. 100 explosive tags appeared in front of Fujin in a flash. Fujin controlled the winds and caused the explosive tags to fly towards the lava ball in 3 layers. Roshi was surprised. Just before the lava ball was about to crash into the first layer of explosive tags, all 100 explosive tags blew up. The shockwaves from the explosions decreased the momentum of the lava ball until it came to a halt and began losing its shape. The lava fell down to the ground. Immediately, Fujin focused his chakra field under the ground. He realized someone is hiding his chakra underground. Should be that Iwa Elite Junin. Sai, what a mess. I need to retreat. Fujin dispelled the 2 shadow clones on the ground to gain their chakra. Roshi looked at Fujin, who was around 100 meters in the air, and muttered, to jump airborne against a Jinchuriki who has displayed some control over his tailed beast. What a stupid move. He began gathering chakra to end the fight, but his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Multiple seals on each of Fujin's bracers lit up. Roshi watched in shock as he noticed more than 2,000 explosive tags appearing in the sky. The number was utterly ridiculous. Roshi was speechless. He wondered, was his real mission to destroy a city or something? In an instant, the wind began blowing. All the explosive tags moved towards the ground at a rapid speed. Roshi didn't bother creating any defenses. He was confident that despite their high numbers, the tags won't cause any harm to him. The chakra body of Son Goku opened its massive maw wide open. Concentrated chakra began gathering in a swirling vortex and pulsated with an overwhelming intensity. Behind his mask, Fujin's expression became very grim. He controlled the explosive tags while weaving hand signs. As the explosive tags moved down, they spread over the entire battlefield and split into multiple waves. The first wave had 400 explosive tags, the second had 600, and the third had 1,200 tags. The explosive tags in the first wave landed on the ground. At the same time, the explosive tags in the second wave maneuvered in the air and surrounded the chakra body of Son Goku. Meanwhile, the third layer appeared on top of the tailed beast bomb. At the same time, it also blocked Fujin from Roshi's view. While the explosive tags were moving, Fujin completed his hand signs, summoning jutsu. A cloud of smoke appeared under him. A figure appeared in it and arrogantly said, "The great winged saber-toothed Lord Goro is her." However, his words were cut short. All the explosive tags exploded at the same moment. In an instant, the entire area was covered by a loud explosion sound. The intensity of the explosion made Goro look down in horror. At the same time, he sensed Son Goku's chakra and the fluctuations from the tailed beast bomb. Every single hair on his body stood up. He muttered in shock, "Where the fuck did you summon me, Fujin?" I wasn't planning on having Roshi use the tailed beast bomb initially, as I wasn't sure if he could use it. But thanks to Sunny for sharing the link to the Minato one-shot manga, which was released recently, I decided to do this. Check it out if you haven't. Bonus chapter on next Sunday, if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday, if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, No One and David, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 305, Killing Tsuchikage with one hand tied behind the back. Chapter 308 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin landed on Goro's back and shouted, "Goro, there is no time. Return and reverse summon me." For the first time, Fujin saw Goro nod obediently. Fujin used Goro's body to jump even higher in the sky, immediately after Goro disappeared into a cloud of smoke. Gin, who was underground, had sensed Son Goku's chakra. Instead of running away, he decided to move deeper into the ground. The massive explosion rocked the land. Despite being over 50 meters underground, he felt the ground around him vibrating. He quickly escaped deeper while thinking, "Don't tell me Roshi used tailed beast bomb. Shit! We are in another country." At the same time, the people in Mizukoshi town were all hidden in underground bunkers. Though the Aidi family wasn't as generous as the Kagawa family, they had spent a lot of effort on building good bunkers, as their town was very close to the border, so the people were feeling safe. However, they suddenly heard an extremely loud explosion sound. The people were confused and scared. A few seconds later, they began feeling a vibration under their feet. Soon after, the entire bunker began shaking. The people were horrified by the sound of the explosions and didn't want to move out. However, they were worried that they might be buried in the bunkers, so they quickly began leaving the bunkers. Fortunately, none of the bunkers crumbled, due to which no deaths happened. Unlike Jin and the people in Mizukoshi, Roshi was directly attacked by the tags. The explosions covered him in dust and smoke. However, soon, a massive amount of chakra began surging into the dust cover. As the tailed beast bomb was being formed, winds began moving rapidly. The dust was blown apart and revealed his figure. Fujin's face became solemn as he noticed the explosions didn't harm him even a bit. I was hoping that the explosion from the first two waves destabilizes him, and the explosion from the 1200 tags pushes the incomplete tailed beast bomb onto him. I guess it was too much to expect. In a few seconds, the tailed beast bomb reached its full potential and stopped growing any further. The noise generated due to the formation of the bomb disappeared. Fujin concentrated on the tailed beast bomb completely. The momentum due to jumping from Goro's body was completely lost, and his body had begun falling down slowly. Roshi looked at Fujin and muttered, "Rest in peace." He launched the massive tailed beast bomb at Fujin. As soon as the tailed bomb was launched, Fujin's bracer began glowing again. 100 explosive tags appeared and moved towards the bomb. These were the last tags stored in his bracer. At the same time, he twisted his body in the air to face east. A large amount of wind was blasted from his back, making him fly out of the path of the tailed beast bomb. Roshi noticed Fujin's efforts, but wasn't bothered by them. He shook his head and thought, "Looks like he is still too young. Against a tailed beast bomb, such efforts are pointless." In a moment, the tailed beast bomb hit the explosive tags. Though the tags all exploded, they couldn't even slow down the bomb. The tailed beast bomb reached the same altitude as Fujin and exploded. Fujin turned his head and looked behind him. Fear coursed through his veins, causing his pupils to constrict in terror as he noticed the massive explosion behind him. He thought, "So fast! Hurry up, Goro, or I'll be dead!" The tailed beast bomb didn't even need a second to reach his previous location. He focused all his chakra on his back, causing more intense winds to be blasted behind him. At the same time, his body was covered in the Iron Skin Jutsu. A powerful blast wave rippled through the air. It reached Fujin in the blink of an eye. It broke through the intense winds behind Fujin as if they were non-existent and hit him. Fujin gritted his teeth as he felt an intense pain in his back. Fortunately, he suddenly disappeared from his position. The blast wave continued expanding for kilometers in the air. The sound of the explosion was heard for several miles. The people in Mizukoshi hadn't even reached the doors of the bunkers and were still feeling the effects of the previous explosion when they heard the loud sound. They covered their ears in pain and were horrified. However, they had no other option but to leave the bunkers. No one wanted to be buried alive. A frown formed on Roshi's face. He looked above and thought, "That's weird. His chakra just disappeared in an instant instead of decreasing progressively. Considering his strength and that he wasn't hit directly, he shouldn't die in a moment." Did Konoha gain a successor for the Flying Thunder God technique? But why did he take so much effort to dodge in that case? Due to the explosion tags and the chakra disturbance by the tailed beast bomb, Roshi hadn't sensed Goro, so he wasn't aware of Fujin's plan to reverse summon himself. Mount Muteki. Fujin disappeared from the battlefield and appeared on Mount Muteki. A look of relief appeared on Goro's face as Fujin appeared in front of him. He was about to boast when his eyes widened. Fujin's hardened body slammed into his face with tremendous force. Both of them slammed into the mountain, creating a small cave inside the cave they were in. The sound immediately attracted the attention of other winged saber-tooths. Ryu frowned and began flying towards the cave. Land of Grass, Roshi observed the skies properly to see whether he had missed anything. He maintained his form. While he was paying attention to the sky, a slight movement was happening under the ground. Around 10 seconds later, a head popped out of the ground and observed the situation. He looked above with fear in his eyes and thought, "So scary." I was worried for my main body. But since I am fine, my main body should have retreated safely. He was a shadow clone Fujin created and hidden underground when he was sneak attacking Roshi under the cover of steam. However, the battlefield changed very rapidly, forcing the clone to hide deeper into the ground, leaving him without any means to provide aid to Fujin. He thought, since my main body didn't dispel me, he should have a reason to keep me here. It's either to kill that elite Junin hiding underground, or to test Roshi. If I try to sense the elite Junin, Roshi will sense me and defeat me. After all, I'm no match for him, and I doubt that elite Junin will die easily. Not to mention, he is hiding deep underground. Though my Acume Jutsus have good piercing power, they can't pierce through tens of meters of ground, so there is just one option. Against a ninja who could use the Wind Acume technique, hiding underground was very risky. It would severely restrict mobility, and the attacks could easily pierce into the ground. But by moving so deep, Jin had unknowingly got into the best defensive position. so Fujin's clone decided to completely ignore him. He focused over 80% of his chakra into his throat. The sudden chakra buildup attracted Roshi's attention. He quickly turned his head and looked at where the clone was. Wind release, vacuum cannon jutsu. In an instant, Fujin's clone shot the vacuum cannon at Roshi. Roshi's eyes widened. He instinctively moved within the chakra construct. The jutsu traveled at a very high speed and hit the head of the chakra shaped like Son Goku. The cannon easily pierced into the chakra and broke through the other side, leaving a massive hole in the head. However, Roshi had moved out of the path of the attack. He controlled the chakra to refill the hole with Son Goku's chakra in a second. Though he wasn't hurt, his expression was dark. Despite being in his strongest state, he was still in danger. Despite not doing any damage, the clone had a smile on his face as he analyzed. Though the chakra cloak of a tailed beast provides decent defense, it is much weaker than that of a Sasano. As long as I have a way to dodge the tailed beast bomb safely consistently, I can threaten even a Jinchuriki. But winning should be impossible for now. Their bodies are just too big, and their attacks are too strong. They can easily maneuver their position and dodge my attacks while counterattacking. Roshi began moving towards the clone and said, "Impressive. To deceive me and make me attack your clone while you stayed hidden safely. No wonder your chakra disappeared so suddenly. But you should have stayed hidden instead of trying to kill me." Roshi was about to attack him again when the clone raised his palm and said, "Let's stop here." Roshi was confused by Fujin's actions. He asked, "What do you mean?" The clone said, "Both our squads have already retreated and neither of us can kill each other. Let's call it a day. We will settle our battle on another battlefield. After all, Iwa and Konoha aren't at war." Roshi's expression became dark at Fujin's shamelessness. He had killed so many Iwa ninjas, and yet didn't have an ounce of shame in his voice while claiming that Iwa and Konoha weren't at war. Roshi did not doubt that if Fujin could finish him off, he would never speak such words. Though Roshi could sense it, he never managed to get a hang of Fujin's chakra reserves, as Fujin always masked it to show that it was very low, despite being able to fight for a long time. But he was sure that after using so many high-level ninjutsu in intense combat, Fujin's reserves should be very low. He said, "You killed so many of our ninjas, and you think that I will just let you go? Besides, how much chakra do you still have left after fighting for so long?" He was about to attack when the clone snorted and replied, "Chakra? I have got more than you and Han combined. If Lord Hokage didn't permit me to kill you, then do you think you would still be alive? Heck, I would have gone to Iwagakure and killed your old Suikage with one hand tied behind my back." Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Salim, Gavriel, No One, and Seth for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 306, Injuries. Chapter 309 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Roshi was left speechless. It was the first time he had heard someone claim something as ridiculous as that. Even him and Han fighting together wouldn't dare to claim that they could kill Onoki. The claim was so absurd that he didn't even get angry and instead laughed. He asked, "Kill the old man with one hand tied behind your back? Are you called Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara?" At the same time, he calmed down and thought, he is trying to rile me up by trying to make me angry. So he wants me to drop my guard or make a mistake and land a critical hit. But what means does he have to harm me when I am cloaked by the four-tailed beast's chakra? Does he still have a stronger attack than that cannon and the chakra to perform it? Fujin's clone didn't care how absurd his claim was. He wasn't sure if his main body had used reverse summon or flew away on Kaido. If it was the second case, then he needed to waste some time to ensure that they would be too far away for Roshi to even know where to chase. If it wasn't, then he could just collect more information from Roshi and transmit them back to his main body. The clone cursed angrily. What? Do you not believe me? Do you think I am bluffing? Lead me to Iwagakure. I'll defeat that old geezer with one hand tied behind my back. I will even spare his life, as my leader didn't ask for it. Roshi looked at the clone with a deadpan expression and thought, yeah, right. Bring along someone with as lethal jutsus as you. Still, this is amusing. Even that Deidara kid isn't as brazen as him. Roshi replied, sure, let me seal your chakra, and then you can travel with me. The clone retorted, seal my chakra. What if you go back on your word and attack me when I'm helpless? That won't do. I'll be traveling without any restrictions. A frown formed on Roshi's face as he thought, something is off. He is giving almost no signs of a sneak attack. Is he wasting time to regain his chakra with a soldier pill? Though Roshi had an advantage in chakra, he didn't want to let Fujin recover his chakra and keep bugging him with the wind Akyum jutsus. He opened his mouth and spat a wave of lava towards Fujin's clone. Fujin's clone sighed and began running away. He muttered to himself, I barely have any chakra left. I think I can flicker just twice at best. Roshi noticed him running and thought, as I calculated, he is low on chakra. He immediately chased the clone. Due to his larger size, his movement was much faster. He reached the clone and threw a punch at him. However, despite having a complete advantage, he was on guard against any counterattacks. The clone flickered along the riverbanks and ran in the direction opposite of what his subordinates and the Kusa ninjas had taken. Roshi chased and was led away from the town on the opposite bank. A frown formed on his face as he thought, I have to finish the battle quickly. Though I can control the beast's chakra, I don't have total control over it. I can't maintain this state for long. He opened his mouth and launched a large ball of lava. The clone sighed and used his second body flicker. However, Roshi chased and attacked once again. The clone looked at the incoming ball of lava and thought, this is as far as I can go, it's fine. The main body should be safe. The lava ball hit him and exploded, dispelling him. As he was on the opposite side of the lava ball, Roshi couldn't see him being dispelled into a cloud of smoke. A frown appeared on Roshi's face. He wasn't happy. He thought, something is wrong. This was too easy. Almost as if it was a shadow clone that had run out of chakra. As the lava spread out, Roshi noticed that there was no dead body or even bones left behind. He realized that his guess was right. He fell silent and began thinking rapidly. He calculated, if this was a clone, was the one in the air his real body? If the real body managed to escape, then it would make sense for the clone to exist and waste time. Or could it be that both were clones? After all, fighting me was foolish. So did he send another clone to distract me while he ran away? Or perhaps he is still hiding and wants me to believe that I have killed him so that I leave or put my guard down. A bunch of ideas appeared in his mind, but Roshi couldn't be sure which was right. He stopped using Son Goku's chakra and returned to his normal state. Most of the injuries on his body were already healed. Only a scar was left on his left leg and right hand. He concluded, if the one that was hit by my tailed beast bomb was the real him, then he has managed to escape. I can't track him, so no point in considering that. I'll just assume that he is hiding here and look for him. He is dangerous. It will be best if we kill him before the start of the next Great War. He suddenly turned his head to the right. The ground was moving and a person climbed out. Jin looked around and asked, is he dead? Roshi shook his head and said, unlikely. He has escaped or is hiding underground. Help me look for him, but be careful of any sneak attacks. Gim was surprised. He thought even Roshi couldn't kill him? He nodded and cooperated with Roshi to scan through the area. Mount Muteki, Goro complained, what the hell? It feels like a block of iron fell from space and hit my head. Fujin got on his feet. His body was still shivering. He coughed blood a few times and muttered while breathing heavily, sorry, just the blast waves sent me flying. Fujin was still scared. After transmigrating to the ninja world, Fujin had been very careful. Until the root was dissolved, he tried to keep his abilities as hidden as possible to avoid gaining Danzo's attention. During the missions, though he had grown to love a strong fight, he always controlled his impulse and always chose the easiest and the most efficient option. Though Roshi wasn't the strongest opponent he encountered, this was the first time he came so close to death. Against Kakazu and Kaminari, he had managed to escape very quickly. Against Darui, though his position was bad, his life hadn't been put in danger directly. Despite the risks, he always held his life and death in his own hands. This was the first time that he had completely trusted his life and death in the hands of another. Goro noticed Fujin's fear. He stopped complaining and became serious. This was the first time he had seen Fujin in such a state. He asked, "Are you all right?" Fujin nodded. He finally ended his iron skin jutsu and inspected his body. His left hand had several burns up to the elbow. There were several other burns on his body. The worst was his back. He had inscribed several seals into his clothes. Despite them, the back of his jacket and shirt was blown apart. Even his mesh upper body suit was blown. A few of the metal pieces from it were embedded in his back. In addition, the blast wave had damaged his back as well. He could feel that some of his rib bones were cracked. Realizing the damage, Fujin's expression became grim. He thought, "Fortunately, I used the iron skin jutsu. Otherwise, just the mesh itself might have killed me." Goro noticed the injuries and said, "You are injured." Fujin nodded and said, "It's fine. None of the injuries are serious." Goro sighed in relief and asked, "In what mess were you? And what was that dangerous chakra?" Fujin sighed and said, "He was a Jinchuriki, a ninja who hosts the four-tailed beast. I thought that he couldn't control it, but my information was wrong. That's why I fell into such a dangerous position." He looked at Goro and said, "Thanks, Goro. Had you been a second late, I'd have been dead." Fujin genuinely was thankful. Goro chuckled and said, "You are worrying too much. Though you aren't as good as this lord, your skin is extremely thick as well." Both suddenly looked towards the entrance of the cave. Ryu's massive body appeared in their eyes. Ryu entered the cave and observed the destruction. He asked, "What happened here?" His eyes landed on Fujin and narrowed. He asked, "Who injured you?" Goro and Fujin gulped as they felt the killing intent emitted by Ryu. AN bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Ignesh, No One, and Jacob for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 307, A Bottleneck. Chapter 310 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Ryu was indeed angry. He had placed a lot of hopes on Fujin. Though he hadn't taught him anything yet, he was preparing to guide Fujin in the future. Fujin was about to answer when he said, "Leave it. Heal yourself first, then find me. Goro, look after him in the meantime." Ryu calmed down as he noticed that though there were a lot of injuries on Fujin's body, none were life-threatening. Goro replied, "Don't worry, Dad. You can leave Fujin in this lord's care." Ryu ignored his son's antics and left. Following him, the remaining winged saber-tooths left as well. Goro looked at Fujin and said, "But this lord doesn't know how to heal humans." Fujin took out a bottle and said, "Yeah, I know." He ate a soldier pill. The battle with Roshi drained his chakra a lot. Just when Fujin was about to retreat, Roshi unleashed his full strength. Summoning Goro had taken up most of his remaining chakra, while the rest was poured into Assassin's Rush and Iron Skin Jutsus. Had Goro not reversed summoned him in time, he was prepared to dispel his clone underground to get some more chakra. Fujin withdrew a paper seal from his ninja bag and crushed the seal on it. He looked at Goro and said, "I'll need around half an hour to regenerate some chakra. Carry me to a glacial lake. It will help to soothe the wounds temporarily and aid in the healing process." Goro replied, "Sure, hop on." Fujin jumped on his back. He flew out and carried Fujin to a glacial lake that was located lower on the mountain. Land of Grass. The Kusa ninjas and Fujin's subordinates were rushing away from Mizukoshi. Ryoichi looked at the Konoha Anbu and said, "We won't be able to accompany you to the Kagawa family's town. We will be heading straight to Kusagakure." One of the Junins with him said, "But shouldn't we inform his family about the losses first? Our families are there as well. We need to me." Ryoichi cut him off and said, "No. This matter is huge. If you spread the news, chaos will spread throughout our country. We need to report to Kusagakure and form a proper plan first. This matter needs to be handled by the diplomats. He looked towards Konoha Anbu and said, I am grateful for your aid, but I hope that you won't spread the news of what happened in Mizukoshi either. Yugao replied, I'll pass the message to our captain. It will be his decision. Ryoichi nodded. The Kusa ninjas split off from the group and moved in a different direction. The Anbu continued on their path before changing their directions as well. Though Fujin had asked them to meet in the Kagawa family's town, it was just a code word for another small village they had come across while traveling. However, they suddenly heard a loud sound behind them. They stopped and looked back and noticed a smoke cloud in the air. Bunjiro asked in surprise, What was that? As they were already over 10 miles away from Mizukoshi, they didn't sense the fearsome chakra fluctuations of the tailed beast bomb. Neither Yugao nor Fumito could provide any explanation. Bunjiro asked, Should we return to check if Captain is all right? Fumito shook his head and replied, No, you are in Anbu. Following the instructions of the captain takes priority. Bunjiro nodded reluctantly. He was a bit worried for Fujin. They continued their journey. A few minutes later, they felt a vibration in their pouches. They quickly stopped and took out a paper tag. It had a seal similar to the one which Fujin crushed. In a moment, all 3 of the paper tags began burning. Bunjiro's eyes widened. He muttered, This? Fumito and Yugao also became serious. Bunjiro said, When Captain handed us this tag, he said that if this seal burns, we have to retreat back to Konoha. What happened? Yugao replied, The fight might have been very difficult. Or for some reason, he might not be able to meet us up at the rendezvous point. Let's leave quickly. Bunjiro and Fumito nodded. They changed their direction once again and moved towards Konoha. Roshi and Gin looked for Fujin for around half an hour, but didn't find him for obvious reasons. They gave up and retreated from the land of grass after meeting up with the remaining Iwa ninjas who were hiding underground. Since the outside was calm for half an hour, the ninjas in Mizukoshi finally dared to climb on the walls and observe the surroundings. The sight shocked them. On the other side of the river, the land was leveled several times for over a kilometer. Not a single strand of grass could be seen. Instead, it was covered with solidified lava. The river had changed as well. A wall of lava had solidified in its path, forming a temporary dam. It stopped the water flow, forcing excess water to move around the wall and through the banks to continue forward. They gulped in fear at that sight. Ide Tomoki had a very ugly face. He could see the political implications of the day's events. He regretted asking Iwagakure to assassinate Kagawa Noriyuki. Mount Mutiki. While all forces withdrew away from Mizukoshi, Fujin was resting in the glacial lake. He wondered, So, where did I mess up? He analyzed for a bit before concluding, My information wasn't right. I don't recall Roshi having such control over Son Goku in the series, and none of the intel about him in this world mentioned this. But Roshi has been the Jinchuriki since before the Second Great Ninja War. It's impossible that the village doesn't have this information. So the only possible answer is that for some reason, they have kept this information as top secret. A frown formed on Fujin's face. If he had known this information, then he wouldn't have fallen into such a risky situation. However, his expression became normal as he thought, Though the village has to be blamed, I am at fault as well. I was overly dependent on the intel I had, and didn't even consider Roshi using Tailed Beast Bomb while maintaining his sanity as a possibility. Even if the village had provided all details, what if my opponent gained new skills and abilities in secret? Though depending on intel gives a good advantage, I need to avoid over-dependence on it, especially when it comes to Jinchuriki and S-rank ninjas. As someone who gave the highest importance to his survival, Fujin immediately figured out his flaw and decided on what changes he should make to avoid falling into such desperate situations again. His mind immediately began thinking about the oddity. He thought, but why isn't Roshi considered a perfect Jinchuriki? Wait, now that I think about it, though he controlled a lot of chakra, he didn't transform into Son Goku like how B could with Gyuki. Could it be that even without a Tailed Beast's approval, Roshi could harness his chakra to such an extent and use Tailed Beast Bomb? Fujin thought for a bit and concluded, yes, that should be it. So though he isn't a perfect Jinchuriki, he isn't far from it. It's kinda like Naruto's first Kurama chakra mode, but instead of having just a little bit of Son Goku's chakra, he has access to at least half of it. Now that I think about it, I recall Yugito transforming into Matatabi against Akatsuki, while Gaara was able to construct Shikaku's body during the Konoha Crush. I guess it is easier to harness the chakra from Tailed Beast with lesser tails. I should be careful if I run into Yugito or Han in the future. They might be able to use Tailed Beast bombs as well. On concluding, his mind immediately began analyzing the fight. Ignoring the battle after he released that massive chakra, this fight was a bit weird. Roshi was much stronger than me, be it in chakra, experience, defense, or physical strength, but I had the advantage in speed and lethality, giving me the initiative for the majority of the fight. But no matter my advantage or initiative, I just couldn't injure him. Even the few injuries I caused began healing almost immediately due to the massive chakra. This sort of exposes a big flaw in my combat system, or rather, the imbalance in it. Right now, I am heavily dependent on my combat speed and the speed and piercing power of vacuum jutsus. These two factors make it impossible for anyone under Elite Junin to last long against me. But Elite Junins are able to dodge my vacuum attacks and stop or dodge my sword safely. It makes it impossible to win those fights if they don't get distracted. Another flaw is that this method of fighting is very exhaustive on chakra. The main reason for this is that my other skills haven't managed to keep up with these two. Only sword skills and taijutsu comes close. The other elements and genjutsu are much weaker and can only be used in certain situations. Even fuinjutsu can't be used effectively in battle yet. However, I don't see any way of improving those skills in a short time. In fact, even improving Akumjutsus is becoming very difficult. I can only create more forms that won't increase my combat strength drastically. It's almost as if I have reached some sort of bottleneck. How do I break through? Involuntarily, Fujin's gaze moved towards the peak of Mount Muteki. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the Fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the Fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. link.patreon.com/devilhex no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Albert, Damon, T5P6, and Andy for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 308, Restlessness. Chapter 311 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin's gaze landed on the peak of Mount Muteki. He thought, one easy way to break through this should be learning how to harness nature energy. With Sage Mode, I'll be able to keep up with the best of the current ninjas. The other alternative is learning Flying Thunder God. With it, I'll be able to teleport. It will make dodging my Akum Jutsus almost impossible. And I will be able to retreat at will. Unfortunately, when I learn either of them isn't in my hands. It depends on Ryu and Hiruzen. And I can't be sure whether I'd manage to learn them or not. If I end up failing to learn both, Senjutsu and Flying Thunder God, then my future prospects drop hard. Apart from these two, there are 4 other methods I can think of. The first is creating Scorch or Swift Release. Though in terms of difficulty, it might be even more difficult as I would have neither guidance nor any information and just have a book with unsuccessful attempts towards a different Kekkei Genkai to refer to. The second method is to improve my speed even further. With the aid of Assassin's Rush Jutsu and training my body even further, I could enhance my speed even further. That could allow me to crush Elite Junins. In addition to this, I need to create a few original jutsus. Though they won't be as strong as the rank A jutsus in the library, I will have to create them such that they complement my high-speed style of combat. The third method is likely the one that has the highest prospects. That is Fuinjutsu and Juinjutsu. Once I become a Grandmaster, I can make a list of seals that I can use on the battlefield. If I can use them as skillfully as Hiruzen did against Suna ninjas, it will be at the same level as my Akum jutsus. The above 2 methods will need time as well, but they are the ones I am most confident in achieving. However, if I'm not able to learn Senjutsu or Flying Thunder God, then they won't allow me to reach the top of this world. That would leave me with just one option. Learning 8 inner gates from Guy. Fujin let out a sigh and stretched. He immediately winced due to pain. He muttered to himself, "This is so taxing. All these methods will need a lot of time. The time that I just don't have. I will need to quit Anbu soon. If I waste my time on long missions, I won't have enough time to train." Fujin let out another sigh. How to inform Hiruzen and convince him to let him quit Anbu was another headache. He stopped thinking about it and muttered, "My chakra has recovered a bit." Fujin got out of the lake and sat down. A shadow clone appeared next to him and began healing him. The cold water in the lake had soothed the burns on his body. The clone healed all the burn marks with ease, and finally turned his attention towards Fujin's back. He poured chakra into his back and said, 3 ribs are cracked. Luckily the spine is not damaged. Though I can heal them, it's better to avoid training or fighting until we visit Konoha Hospital." Fujin nodded. The clone healed his back before dispelling itself. Fujin got up and stretched his back once again. A loud and satisfying cracking sound was heard. Fujin muttered, "Finally, it feels better." He looked up and said, "Goro, it's time to visit your father." Goro was flying above. He immediately landed next to Fujin and asked, "Done healing?" Fujin jumped on his back and said, "Yes." Goro replied, "You humans need such a long time and complicated procedures to heal." Fujin shrugged and replied, "Our physique isn't as strong as a winged saber-tooth, and our bodies aren't infused with nature's energy. Obviously, we can't heal as quickly as you guys." Goro chuckled and replied, "Sucks to be you." He took flight. In less than a minute, they appeared outside Ryu's cave. Goro said, "You can go alone. Summon me sometime to have some fun. But don't summon me if that dangerous beast is around." Fujin chuckled and asked, "Why? Wasn't that fun?" He jumped off him. Goro angrily replied, "Hey, I am only 41 years old. I want to live up to at least 41,000 years. Fujin chuckled and didn't reply. Goro flew away. Ryu opened his eyes and watched Fujin walking towards him. He asked, "So what did you encounter?" Fujin informed him about his encounter with Roshi and the tailed beast within him. A frown formed on Ryu's face. He muttered, "A Jinchuriki? Humans managed to subdue the tailed beasts? I didn't expect that they would advance so much over the last few decades." Fujin thought with a sigh. As I expected. Due to not having any summoner for so long, they aren't in touch with recent happenings in the ninja world. Though I suppose they don't particularly care. Fujin asked, "How would you fare against the four-tailed beast?" Ryu replied, "It's hard to say. I haven't fought any tailed beast yet. However, my grandfather did fight the one named Saiken. He said that they were quite evenly matched until Saiken used a technique that created a gigantic black ball of compressed chakra. It should be the tailed beast bomb you stated. That forced my grandfather to retreat and run away. As for the four-tailed beast, from what I heard, he could use lava. So I will likely be at an even greater disadvantage. But I will have to see him to say for sure. That said, great-grandmother has instructed that even I would have to retreat if I ever face one in battle." Fujin nodded. It was as he had expected. Though Ryu was strong, against the tailed beasts he wouldn't stand much of a chance. At max, he would be able to stall them for some time. Seeing Fujin silent, Ryu asked, "Are you planning to go back?" Fujin shook his head and replied, "No way. If he is still waiting for me, I'll be dead. Not to mention, his village has an even scarier old man." He looked into Ryu's eyes and said, "I was hoping to stay here for a while and learn senjutsu." Ryu looked back and observed Fujin for a few seconds. He replied, "You aren't ready yet." Fujin complained, "Come on. The world is so scary. I almost died today. With senjutsu, I will be able to protect myself." Ryu looked down at Fujin and said, "Stop being childish. Your body isn't strong enough to contain nature energy yet, nor is your chakra reserve high enough. More importantly," he stared at Fujin for a few seconds before continuing, "you are restless. I can feel restlessness and impatience from your mind, body, and will. In such a state, you will never manage to learn how to harness nature energy." His words surprised Fujin. Ryu waited for Fujin to digest them and continued, "Stop being so impatient. For your age, you are very strong. Your attacks can even threaten me. Instead of worrying and taking needless risks, slow down and focus on all-round development. You still have a lot of time ahead of you." Ryu's words made Fujin think. After a couple of minutes, he let out a sigh and thought, "He is right. I have been too restless lately. I am too worried about the fourth great ninja war and increasing my strength. However, my restlessness might become the biggest obstacle." He took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Ryu." Ryu nodded. In the last couple of years, he was quite impressed with Fujin's intelligence and maturity. He knew that he didn't need to say more. He said, "Rest here for as long as you want. You can fly back on Kaito." Fujin nodded. He was about to leave when he recalled something. He said, "Ryu, I have created a new seal. I was wondering if I could leave one with you. It works on the principle that if I destroy my seal, it will cause the corresponding seal with you to catch fire. I can use that in times of danger and inform you to reverse summon me immediately." Ryu replied, "That sounds handy. Unfortunately, we, winged saber-tooths, sleep for long periods, and at times engage in battles with other worthy foes. If it doesn't catch our attention, then you'll be left in danger with false hope. Stick to the traditional method with us as it doesn't take very long. That said, leave the seal with me. If you can't even summon Goro for some reason, then you can use it as a last resort and pray that you are lucky." Fujin agreed and handed him a paper tag similar to the one he had given his squad. He rested for a day on Mount Muteki. While Fujin rested, the situation in the elemental nations became turbulent once again. Ryoichi reached Kusagakure and reported all the events to Ashikaga Hiroshi, the leader of Kusagakure. AN. Ashikaga Hiroshi was shown in 169. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you MSSC and Call of Duty Mobile for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 309, The Difference Between Iwa and Suna. Chapter 312 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bonus chapter for crossing 2K Power Stones in the last week. Hiroshi's expression became grim. He muttered, "It hasn't been even a month since the Iwa and Konoha armies withdrew from our borders. I thought the situation would calm down since Suna no longer made any strange moves. Instead, they clashed inside our country. And Iwa even deployed their Jinchuriki, while Konoha sent someone who could fight a Jinchuriki." Ryoichi said Kagawa Noriyuki was probably aware of something. That's why he had issued a secret mission to Konoha, so we can't blame Konoha. Hiroshi shook his head and said, "No. The fact that their Anbu captain was the spectral swordsman shows that they had ulterior motives as well. But you are right. We can't blame them. We can't afford to offend both villages. Besides, I have already received multiple messages from Mizukoshi. The area around the town is extremely damaged. Even the town walls have suffered a lot of damage. Fortunately, there weren't many casualties. I have discussed this with Daimyo. He has already started the process of launching a protest against Iwagakure by sending an official letter to the Earth Daimyo. He also sent a message to the Fire Daimyo and Waterfall Daimyo. A diplomatic process will begin soon. It should apply a lot of pressure on Iwa and Onoki." Ryoichi nodded. He had anticipated a similar action. The only thing that he didn't expect was that Mizukoshi would send a message before he reached. He asked to see the messages to confirm that there were no falsehoods. To his surprise, all messages stated the truth, other than the fact that Ide Tomoki feigned ignorance about any collusion with Iwa. Hiroshi said, "I have asked our ninjas to begin preparing for an emergency situation. You should join them. Your participation will increase their morale a lot. Help them increase their preparedness. Though I doubt Iwa and Konoha would start a war, I want to make them unwilling to start a war on our lands." Ryoichi nodded. Before he left, he said, "We need to investigate the Ida family. Noriyuki was confident that they had invited the Iwa ninjas. In addition, they didn't help us in the fight." Hiroshi's expression became serious. He said, "I know. Don't worry. I have already made my move. They won't be let off easy." Iwagakure. The next morning, a letter from the Earth and Fire Daimyo reached Iwagakure and Konagakure respectively. Onoki had just gotten to his office while complaining about his back problems. Suddenly, the door slammed open and a ninja rushed in. "Lord Tsuchikage, we have an emergency letter from Lord Daimyo." Onoki looked at him and scolded. "Why are you creating such a ruckus? I almost pulled my back once again." The ninja was quite used to the scolding and didn't get offended. Kitsuchi took the letter and said, "Don't mind, father." He opened the letter and began reading. His eyes widened. He quickly handed the letter to Onoki and said, "This matter is serious." Onoki read the letter. His eyes widened. He muttered, "What the hell are those fools doing? Why did they create such a ruckus?" Kitsuchi asked, "Which mission were they sent on, father? And why did you deploy Roshi? I could have gone if needed." Onoki replied, "I have to keep giving him and Han missions occasionally to keep them active." As he was talking, he suddenly heard some footsteps. Roshi, Gin, and a few Iwa ninjas appeared outside his office. Onoki's eyes widened on seeing Gin's right arm. He became serious and said, "Roshi, Jin, stay here. Others leave. The ones who are injured visit the hospital." Everyone immediately obeyed. Only Onoki, Kitsuchi, Roshi, and Gin were left in the office. Onoki tossed Roshi the letter and said, "Explain." While Roshi read the letter, Onoki asked Gin, "How did you lose your arm? And why did so few ninjas come with you? Where are the rest?" Gin was an elite Junin. Though Iwa wasn't in a bad situation like Suna, every elite Junin was precious. They were an important pillar of their village. They wouldn't want to lose one pointlessly. Gin sighed and said, "I made an error, and it cost my arm. Without Roshi's help, I might have died. As for the others, they were all killed." Onoki and Kitsuchi were shocked. Losing 19 capable ninjas in one single mission was a big blow. All of them had Chunin or Junin ranks. Onoki became very serious and asked, "You mean that 19 ninjas died on the mission? Including Chiharu, whose aid you requested?" Seeing Gin stand silently, Onoki commanded, "Tell me everything that happened." Gin nodded and informed Onoki about the events from their ambush on the bridge until he retreated. A grim expression appeared on Onoki's face. Jin's plan was appropriate. But other than the first move, nothing went according to his plan. He wondered, since when did Konoha get the guts to openly kill 19 ninjas of my village in one single operation? Is Hiruzen no longer afraid that we might not help them when Kumo attacks? Why did his Anbu not retreat after seeing such a large-scale attack? Or did he deploy them specifically to target us? He muttered, "How did Konoha know that we would ambush the Kagawa family? And why did that old monkey send such a strong Anbu squad? Besides, who other than Danzo learnt Akyum Jutsus? Was it Hiruzen's younger son?" Gin shook his head and said, "His fighting style and physique were very different. He is probably much younger. Someone who didn't participate or didn't gain any fame in the Third Great Ninja War." Roshi interrupted the conversation and said, "He was the spectral swordsman who gained fame over the last year. As suspected, he was from Konoha." Onoki frowned and said, "Konoha always raises new talent. Fortunately, I sent you. Did you bring his body back?" Roshi plainly replied, "Unfortunately, I couldn't kill him." Kitsuchi was surprised. He asked, "Even you couldn't kill him?" Roshi's strength was above his own and on par with Han's. If he couldn't kill him, it meant that only one person in Iwa could kill him. His eyes moved towards Onoki, who looked visibly angry. Onoki got up and scolded, "Don't you feel any shame in admitting that so bluntly? How did he get away from you? Tell me everything that happened." "Ugh!" He immediately sat back in his chair and said in a pitiful voice, "I pulled my back again." Roshi sighed at his old Kage's antics and narrated his fight with Fujin. His words shocked Kitsuchi and Onoki. Both their expressions became grim. They recalled that in the past, Minato had managed to escape from tailed beast bombs as well. After thinking for a bit, Onoki sighed and said, "Another fearsome talent has appeared in Konoha, and he will be even more troublesome due to his wind nature. Kitsuchi, get to work and find out who this ninja is. Also, make plans to eliminate him. Considering his speed, Hiruzen might be planning on making him the next Yellow Flash. He needs to be eliminated before the start of the next war. And send some spies to check on Konoha's current strength. They are acting too brazenly. I am afraid that their strength might have already recovered sufficiently enough to start the next great war, or at least close to it." Kitsuchi nodded. Roshi waved the letter and asked, "What should we do about this?" Onoki replied, "I will just reply that the information is false. Even if Kusa provides proof, what can they do? Jin became a bit serious and asked, "But what if the daimyo gets offended and decreases our budget like what happened to Suna?" Onoki scoffed and replied, "Do you think I'm as weak and stupid as Rasa? The Earth daimyo won't dare to do something like that. If he dares to, I'll just reduce him and all the nobles to dust." Kitsuchi and Roshi weren't surprised by the claim. However, Gin's eyes widened, but he didn't say anything. After all, though Onoki often suffered from back pain and looked silly, he was still his Kage. Onoki noticed his expression and said, "You are thinking too much. Even if I kill the daimyo, we won't suffer any consequences. After all, Rasa looks like he wants to do the same. If I do it, he will kill the wind daimyo as well. The water daimyo currently holds no power. So only Konoha and Kumo can try to attack us and Suna. But there is no way they can cooperate properly with each other. It's more likely that Kumo will take the opportunity to attack Konoha. Though we may enter the Fourth Great Ninja War, our strength will not be affected." Gin understood the situation and said, "I didn't think about it so deeply." Kitsuchi added, "But our relations with the daimyo are quite good, so things won't deteriorate to that extent." Onoki nodded and said, "So you don't need to worry about this. Leave and treat your arm first." Gin nodded. The meeting ended. Onoki wrote a reply to the daimyo denying the accusations. He wrote a letter to Ide Tomoki as well. "We reached 3K Power Stones before the last day of voting. Bonus chapter on the next Saturday. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Zeke and Shubham for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 310, Consequences. Chapter 313 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bonus chapter for reaching 335 Power Stones last week, the highest so far. We were ranked 19th at the end of week. Keep it up, guys. Mount Muteki. Fujin rested the entire day and left Mount Muteki the next day on Kaido's back. While flying high in the sky, Kaido asked, "Have you ever toured outside the continent you live on?" Fujin replied, "Nope. I haven't even visited my continent entirely." Though his time in the Anbu had him make several trips, they were mostly within the Land of Fire and the weaker countries surrounding it. He hadn't visited the Land of Water, Earth, and Lightning much. And there were still some countries beyond them. Kaido replied, "Then you will be in for a hell of a ride. Enjoy the scenery. I'll explain some important locations to you." Fujin replied, "Cool. I always wondered how the world outside the elemental nations is." He thought, "I wonder how it will compare to my previous world, and whether there are other civilizations in this world." Kaido flew the entire day without needing to rest. As someone who was addicted to roaming around the world, Kaito could fly for over 3 days without rest. Fujin rested his body while watching below. Most of what he observed was just a never-ending ocean, but there were many islands that were full of life. However, Fujin didn't notice a single human living there. He asked, "Kaito, do no humans live outside the continent I live on?" Kaito replied, "I don't recall seeing any. But I have barely seen around 15 to 20% of the world, so there might be some in other places, but the chances are low." Fujin was puzzled. He asked, "Why is the chance low?" Kaido smirked and answered, "You will understand it soon." Fujin sighed. He recalled that Kaido loved showing rather than telling. The two continued their journey. It was his way of making others accompany him rather than losing interest after hearing the answer. Though Fujin was stuck with him regardless, his habit couldn't be changed so easily. Land of Grass, Mizukoshi Town, Ide Tomoki was sitting in his office. It was already late in the evening. He had 2 letters in front of him. One was from Onoki, while the other was from Hiroshi. And his expression was very ugly. He thought, "These guys. Hiroshi has left me with no choice. Though he hasn't asked me to admit that I colluded with Iwa, the price he is asking me to pay is unreasonable. My family will have no chance of rising any further for decades. Instead, we may have difficulty maintaining power here as well. But Tsuchikage's proposal is too drastic. He said that Iwa won't be able to support me any longer, so he is recommending breaking off from the Land of Grass and becoming a part of the Land of Earth. If I do that, I will be able to maintain all my current territory. In addition, I can also get more lands in the future if Iwagakure is successful in war. He fell into a thought. After a long time, his expression hardened. He muttered, "Kusagakure is leaving me with no future. But Aogakure has not only promised me a better future, but they aren't even trying to force me to make a decision. Though I don't want to betray my birthplace, the choice I have to make is obvious." He immediately called 3 of the 5 most influential nobles in the city. They were the closest to him and his family. Half an hour later, Tomoki, all his family members, and 3 nobles gathered in the meeting room. Tomoki explained to them the contents of the 2 letters and informed them about his decision to join the Land of Earth. His declaration shocked everyone in the room. No one even considered such a drastic step. But after thinking for a bit, his family members agreed with his decision. Just the nobles hadn't said anything. A couple of them were extremely opposed to the idea. Hiroshi's restrictions would restrict the ID family and not them. However, the 3rd noble got up and walked to Tomoki. He bowed and said, "Tomoki-sama, no matter what you decide, my Sato family will always support your decision." A smile appeared on Tomoki's face. He said, "I am honored to have a loyal friend like you, Sato Seiya." He looked towards the remaining 2 nobles. They immediately cursed in their mind. "This fucking bootlicker!" They were heavily outnumbered by the ID family in that small room. Both knew that they wouldn't leave alive if they didn't agree. Just when they were about to speak, their eyes widened in shock. Ide Tomoki had a look of disbelief on his face as his eyes moved and landed on Sato Seiya. Seiya had stabbed a knife in his chest when he was looking at the other 2 nobles. He asked in disbelief, "Why?" Seiya looked into his eyes and said, "Hiroshi-sama instructed me to pass a message. These are the consequences of betraying the village." Those were the last words Ide Tomoki heard before closing his eyes forever. His family finally snapped out of shock. 2 teenagers shouted in grief with tears running down their cheeks, "Father!" At the same time, more than a dozen ninjas rushed at Seiya with killing intent. However, Seiya was unmoved. 6 ninjas appeared next to him. They were elites from Kusagakure that were sent by Hiroshi. Within minutes, every member of the ID family, no matter if they were old or young, male or female, guilty or innocent, were all killed. Sato Seiya watched the slaughter without a trace of pity in his eyes. He looked at the 2 nobles and said, "By the command of Kusagakure and Daimyo, the Sato family will be in charge of Mizukoshi from now. Do you have any objections?" Both immediately shook their heads. They were still in shock at how swiftly and brutally the ID family was eliminated. Seiya said, "Good. Spread the word around the town. The ID family betrayed Kusagakure by colluding with Iwagakure and killing Kagawa Noriyuki. As a result, they were eliminated. I will be the new lord of the city." Both nodded and immediately left the slaughterhouse. After leaving, one said, "I never thought that Seiya would betray Tomoki for power." The other shook his head and replied, "From the performance, it might be more appropriate to say that he was a pawn Kusagakure planted next to Tomoki long ago. It's scary to think about. I'm glad that neither of us decided to betray our country. We need to check the backgrounds of our subordinates once again. I don't want to die as miserably as the ID family." The news of Tomoki's betrayal spread like wildfire in Mizukoshi, and then throughout the Land of Grass. His death directly crushed Onoki's plans. The citizens of the Land of Grass also began hating Iwagakure for pulling such a stunt in their country. However, Onoki wasn't bothered much. After all, Iwagakure's reputation in the Land of Grass was already very bad. It didn't have any effect on him if it worsened any further. After all, why would it matter if an ant hated you a little or a lot? Both situations were the same in Onoki's eyes. Around the time Tomoki was killed, Yugao, Fumito, and Bunjiro finally reached Konoha. They reported to Hiruzen and informed him about how the mission went. Hiruzen had already received a letter from Daimyo, so he had some ideas, but their report cleared the picture for him. His expression became grim as he analyzed, why did Onoki send Roshi on such a simple mission? Was he aiming for something else? And where is Fujin? He looked at the trio and asked, "Which seal did Turtle give you?" Yugao replied, "Captain said that it was a simple seal he created himself. If he crushed the seal that was with him, it would cause our tags to vibrate and burn." Hiruzen asked, "What if it was destroyed?" Yugao replied, "In that case, our tags wouldn't activate." Hiruzen eased a bit and thought, "This means that he shouldn't have died. I was worried. Roshi is very strong. He can pose a danger to me as well. As for those seals, I recall a couple of simpler seals. I guess he combined two to create this effect. It is very convenient to pass simple instructions." He said, "All right, you can leave. Until Turtle returns, take a break." The group nodded and left. They returned to their Anbu room and changed into their usual attire. Bunjiro asked, "Is there anything we should do?" He was worried. It was the first time that he returned from a mission with one person short. Fumito shook his head and asked, "What can we do in this situation?" Yugao added, "We can't help Captain. The only thing we can do is train harder so that the next time we can help the Captain instead of just escaping." Fumito nodded. Bunjiro decided, "I thought that I already trained hard. I will need to train harder. Otherwise, I might never be able to catch up to him." Determined, all three dispersed. Unknowingly, Fujin added fuel to the fire burning in the hearts of his three subordinates. If Hiruzen knew it, he would be extremely pleased with his decision to assign them under Fujin. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the Fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the Fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you TS and Salim for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 311. The Dangerous World. Chapter 314 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. While the ID family was eliminated and his subordinates returned to the village, Fujin was enjoying flying under the starry sky. This journey expanded his horizons a lot. Kaido had shown him various sights and numerous wild beasts, including some species he had never seen before. He even informed Fujin about locations and information of stronger wild beasts from whom he stayed away. Fujin saw a couple of mountain ranges that were on par with Mount Muteki in height. Finally, around midnight, they reached a location from where they could see nothing but water. There wasn't a single island in sight. Kaito suddenly flew very high in the sky. He said, "This is the sea surrounding the elemental nation continent. For thousands of kilometers, there is nothing but water. I haven't seen a single island in this area. This is one of the reasons why I said that the chances of finding humans elsewhere are low. After all, who would continue sailing for thousands of kilometers despite finding nothing but water?" Fujin fell into thought. He analyzed. Though this world doesn't have aircraft, the ships are quite well developed. Though they are poor technologically as compared to my previous world, especially in maps and radars, it should be better than what was in the medieval era in my world. In addition, they are much stronger in terms of defense, due to ninjas. Surely there would have been some adventurous folks who made it all the way through. He asked, "What are the other reasons?" Kaido chuckled and replied in an evil tone, "These oceans have terrifying beasts living within them. I have seen at least 13 who are as strong as my father. Some are even stronger. Even if someone as strong as you sailed these oceans, the chances of making it through alive would be very low. And I am not even considering the natural calamities that suddenly happen in the ocean. Numerous times I have seen a giant whirlpool forming out of nowhere. At times, a giant tide arises without any prior signs. Even if a ninja strong enough to defeat the stronger beasts and overcome any calamity sailed, they would have to suffer countless attacks from smaller beings in the ocean. They will definitely damage the ship and leave you stranded in the middle of the ocean. Eventually, all of them will die." Fujin was surprised by the answer. He hadn't expected the calm ocean to be so dangerous. However, instead of being afraid, he let out a chuckle and said, "Perhaps after the wars are over, I should build a good ship, gather a few friends, wear a straw hat, and sail these waters. Ha ha ha." Kaido asked, "Why a straw hat?" Fujin replied, "You won't understand." Kaito was confused, but he replied, "All right, call me if you do so. That sounds like an interesting adventure." Fujin replied, "Sure." Kaito said in a mocking tone, Though I won't join you, I would love to see you struggle from the sky. If you die, I'll be sure to weep for you and inform everyone back home about your heroic demise." Fujin had a deadpan expression. He thought that Kaito was genuinely interested in that adventure. He replied, "Don't worry, if I am in such deep trouble, I will be sure to summon you down. I'm sure those gigantic beasts would prefer eating someone big instead of someone tiny like me." The two continued their banter all night. After all, Fujin couldn't sleep due to the soldier pill, and there was nothing interesting to see other than the stars in the sky. The night slowly faded away as the first glimmers of dawn lit up the horizon, painting the vast ocean below in hues of gold and pink. The first rays of sunlight kissed the water, setting it ablaze with 1,000 shimmering lights. A sense of serenity washed over Fujin as the vast expanse filled with awe-inspiring solitude. A smile appeared on Kaito's face. He said, "No matter how many times I see this, it always feels as serene and refreshing as the first time. It's one of the reasons why I fly so much." Fujin nodded. The sight reminded Fujin of the first time he rode on Ryu. Noticing how engrossed Fujin was, Kaito let out a chuckle and said, "Look towards the right." Fujin saw to his right but couldn't see anything. Kaito said, "It's very far. Use your chakra." Fujin's eyes began glowing as he focused chakra into his eyes. As there were no obstacles, he was able to see for extremely long distances. At the same time, Kaito began flying higher into the sky. At first, Fujin enjoyed the sight of sunlight grazing the ocean surface. However, as Kaito kept going higher, he noticed a strange wave. Despite traveling for so long, he hadn't seen any waves in the ocean. It was extremely still. As Kaito kept flying higher, Fujin finally understood what the strange wave was. His eyes widened in surprise. It was a whirlpool. He muttered, "What a fucking gigantic whirlpool!" Kaito agreed. He said, "That whirlpool always changes in size. At the smallest, it has a radius of 25 kilometers, and at its highest size, it exceeds 100 kilometers in radius. Underneath it lives a fearsome beast. It is a 9-headed hydra. The entire whirlpool is caused by it." Fujin was stunned. He asked, "That freaking thing is caused by an animal?" Kaito nodded and said, "Around 200 years ago, my grandfather and 3 of his siblings were attacked by it when they were flying over. Father said that all 4 of them were as strong as he is now, and still they were defeated. They barely managed to make it out alive and were severely injured. From that moment, flying over that whirlpool is forbidden for us." Fujin replied, "I am surprised that flying over this ocean isn't forbidden for you, considering that it was that strong 200 years ago. If it is that strong, then it is almost as strong as the tailed beasts. Without the tailed beast bomb, it might even have an advantage." Kaito said, "I don't know what that attack is, but our sage did say that the tailed beasts are stronger, but I haven't seen either of them in action, so I can't give my opinion." Fujin thought, "It will be interesting to see what would happen if I drop Isobu in this whirlpool. Will it kill the beast or force it to withdraw? Or will it be forced to retreat? And how much damage will it take?" Suddenly he had an idea. "Now that I think about it, this might be a very easy way to subdue Isobu. Just have to move him here and make these 2 fight. Zetsu shouldn't be able to keep an eye on this place. It is the perfect plan. Or would have been if I had any means of transporting Isobu so far. Even the flying thunder god shouldn't allow me to do that, unless my chakra is at a ridiculous level." He looked at the whirlpool and wondered, were those whales I saw while using the summoning jutsu from this ocean as well? Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that I appeared there and not next to this monster. That water flow alone is insane. No ship will be able to survive that, let alone face that beast inside. Kaito continued flying forward. En route, he shared the location of another strong beast. This one wasn't as strong as the Hydra, but still very strong. By afternoon, they finally saw land. Fujin observed the land but couldn't identify where it was. He asked, "Which country is this?" Kaito replied, "This should be an island in the land of water." Fujin replied, "I see. So Mount Muteki is to the east of this continent." Kaito nodded and said, "Yes, though more like it is on the other side of this world. You'll reach it even if you fly west, but the journey is around twice as long." Fujin replied, "All right." At the same time, he thought, "Now that I think about it, I haven't ever been to the land of water. A shame that I can't start my organization yet. This would have been the best place to recruit from. I might have even found a few kids with Kekkei Genkai with some luck. That said, I wonder how Shigeki is doing. Unknown to Fujin, his former sensei was doing the very same thing in the Land of Water, except for the fact that it was a mission from the village rather than some personal ambition. Fujin decided against stopping in the Land of Water. After all, he had already created conflicts in the remaining 3 major villages. Against Kumo, his squad had killed over a dozen ninjas, which was followed by Jiraiya killing more than 250. Against Suna, he had created a giant mess. And not long ago, his team killed 19 Iwa ninjas and injured an elite Junin. He didn't want to create a mess in Kiri as well. By evening, Kaido flew over the vast Land of Water and landed inside the Land of Fire. The two bade farewell. Fujin stretched his body and thought, "This is the first time I flew for almost 36 hours straight." Luckily, his back is quite comfortable to lay on. He moved towards Konoha. The spot Kaido dropped him at was very close to it. So he reached within an hour and directly went to see Hiruzen. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, William, Michael, Fahad, and Christian for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 312, Konoha Under Attack. Chapter 315 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hiruzen was surprised to see Fujin return so quickly. He emptied his office and asked, "So, how was the fight with the Jinchuriki?" Fujin sighed and said, "Very difficult. I almost died. Why isn't there any information about Roshi being able to use the tailed beast bomb?" He caught me off guard. Hiruzen let out a sigh as well. He answered, "The abilities of Jinchuriki are too strong. If I put it out in public, then panic will spread among the citizens. Even with the little information everyone has, they are still terrified." Fujin furrowed his eyebrows. He said, "I can understand about hiding it from common people, but why are Anbu and Anbu captains not informed about them?" Hiruzen replied, "Because you are not supposed to engage them. Even an elite Junin has to retreat on sight. Only rank S ninjas have the ability and permission to engage with them. Even a Jinchuriki who has no control over their tailed beast can lose control and unleash its full strength." Fujin thought for a bit and said, "That makes sense, but there's still no reason to hide the information. There are so many ways with which we can neutralize them before they can unleash their full power." Hiruzen's expression hardened. He replied, "You shouldn't be neutralizing them. That can directly lead to a major war. Jinchurikis are the backbone of those countries. Harm them and other countries will think that we are decreasing their strength in preparations for a war. It will cause them to ally with other countries." A frown appeared on Fujin's face. He asked, "But isn't that Anbu's job? Every mission I took in the last couple of years restricted other villages in one way or the other." Hiruzen shook his head and answered, "All those acts were subtle. They left no links or proofs pointing towards us, and they were far from the bottom line of other countries." Hiruzen could see that Fujin wasn't being combative with those questions. Otherwise, he might have had to reevaluate Fujin. Fujin replied, "All right, but pass me information on the other Jinchuriki. I don't want to be short on information again." Hiruzen nodded and asked, "This matter aside, describe the battle between you and Roshi." Fujin nodded and briefly narrated the battle. Though he didn't show it on his face, Hiruzen was shocked to know that Roshi had to resort to that form to defeat Fujin. Fujin's performance far exceeded what Hiruzen had expected. He said, "You did well. Don't be discouraged by the result. Roshi is a veteran of 2 great wars and one of the strongest ninjas in Iwa. But avoid fighting Jinchurikis. Even if it was someone weaker, they will give up control to the beast inside them when their life is at risk. When that happens, not only will you be at risk, but so will your teammates and the common citizens around that place." Fujin nodded and said, "I need some time off. I'll need to get my back looked at." Hiruzen nodded and said, "Take the next 5 days off, but meet up with your team once, and meet up with Eagle tomorrow or someday later. He will have a scroll with the necessary information. I have another rank S mission planned for you after 5 days. It won't be an Anbu mission, but a secret mission in another squad that I will assemble. So get back into your best shape." Fujin thought, "I was hoping for at least 5 weeks. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like he will let go of me that easily. Sigh, if I didn't need the wind crystals and access to Section A, I would have quit right away. Though I don't think he would stop me from accessing the library. I don't see him allowing me to use the training rooms after quitting the Anbu." He replied, "All right." He left the office and went straight to the Konoha hospital. Meanwhile, Hiruzen turned his attention to the report on his table and thought, no wonder Onoki didn't try harder to increase his influence in Mizukoshi. They suffered a thorough defeat, despite Roshi winning against Fujin. And the information regarding Fujin is far more valuable than a pointless town. Having been a part of every great ninja war, Hiruzen knew what the most important factors in the war were. And as someone with a similar level of experience, Onoki also understood it. Once a ninja like Fujin matured, he would be a nightmare on the battlefield. Not only could he cut through the enemy ranks with ease, but he could also stay back and amplify the fire jutsus of thousands of ninjas from Konoha. Both would bring a qualitative change to Konoha's forces. Alternatively, he could also be assigned to assassinate stronger ninjas in enemy ranks. Hiruzen thought, if he continues at this trajectory, Fujin's ability to create an impact on the battlefield will far exceed Kakashi. It will be under only Minato and Tsunade's abilities. Still, he is a bit too radical in his ways. Though it might be my fault, considering the missions I have been assigning him, I will need to give some diplomatic missions to tone down his aggressive means. Not to mention, he already has sufficient experience in fighting and elimination missions. Any more won't be much helpful unless he gets to face elite Junins or rank S ninjas. But that would be very risky. Fujin rested the night in the hospital. Hiruzen ensured that the best medical ninjas tended to him. His back was inspected and healed several times until it completely felt normal. To his surprise, the last person who healed him was a familiar face. Isamu looked at Fujin and said, "When Lord Hokage asked me to check up on a patient, I didn't expect it to be you, Fujin." Fujin looked at Isamu and said with a smile, "Isamu-sensei, it's good to see you after a long while." Isamu said with a grumpy tone, "Good my ass. You didn't even come to say hi. I and Yoshi-sensei were still hopeful for you becoming a medical ninja." Fujin shrugged and said, "I already told you I am not interested as of now. Besides, I don't have any time. Lord Hokage keeps sending me on missions." Isamu replied, "Obviously. You are still young. Besides, you are lucky to have not faced any war. Otherwise, you have to keep going even when you are injured or exhausted." Fujin nodded. However, unlike others, he knew that the next great war was still quite far away. So he wasn't concerned at that moment. Isamu asked, "So where were you injured?" Fujin replied, "On my back. Around 3 days ago. I had 3 broken ribs, but I healed them. Just came here to ensure everything is fine. But for some reason, you are the 4th medical ninja to show up here." Isamu thought, obviously that reason is Lord Hokage. It looks like he needs Fujin ready for a mission rather quickly. Isamu inspected Fujin back. The bones were already healed properly. However, Isamu was taken aback after inspecting his back with chakra. He wondered, how much does this kid train? Looking at his muscles and their wear and tear, it's as if he has trained continuously for over a decade. Isamu was surprised. Extremely few ninjas would put their bodies through such continuous training for such a long period. Even if someone was enthusiastic, they would lose that enthusiasm in a year or 2. After all, after the initial boost in strength, the effects of training on the body diminish a lot. No visible effects would be seen. Most ninjas would stop training their bodies at that stage and focus on other skills. Isamu didn't say anything, and slowly healed the hidden issues and internal trauma that were caused due to constant training and fighting. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. No wonder Lord Hokage values him so much. If someone learning medical ninjutsu also had such dedication, we might have another ninja of the same caliber as Lady Tsunade. As his back slowly healed, Fujin's back felt very relaxed. In fact, he had never felt that good in either of his lives. Isamu said, "You don't have any major injuries, and I treated some old ones. Rest for the next couple of days. You can return back to training or missions." Fujin got up and nodded. He said, "Thank you. I don't recall my back ever feeling this good." Isamu replied, "Every time you train or fight, some trauma accumulates in your body. Over time, it accumulates and can cause hidden injuries. If you train a lot, then visit me every 3 months or so. Your progress will become much faster and threats to your body will decrease if you get checked up once in a while." Fujin nodded and replied, "All right." Isamu turned around to leave. A smile formed on his face. As he walked out of the door, he said, "Normally, I charge 500,000 ryo for that treatment, but since I know you so well and want you to become a medical ninja, I will offer you a 50% discount. Take care." In a flash, he disappeared. Fujin watched with a deadpan expression. He cursed. "This damned world. Every freaking one is shameless." Isamu was introduced in Chapter 230. He taught Fujin the basics of medical ninjutsu along with Yoshi. Fortunately, money wasn't an issue for Fujin. Even if he ever ran short on it, he knew numerous corrupt nobles and officials. He wouldn't bother thinking twice before stealing from them. Fujin left the hospital in the morning thinking, "Isamu only asked me to rest physically. Should I continue fuinjutsu training?" Fujin pondered for a bit before shaking his head. He decided, "I should take a proper rest. After all, even my brain needs some rest. Perhaps a decent break would help me master those seals even faster. Oh well, time to indulge in some delicacies." Suddenly, Fujin's eyes moved and landed on a mask shop to his right. His eyes landed on a small ball that was releasing some smoke and the shopkeeper who was inspecting it. A moment later, the ball exploded with a loud sound, engulfing the shopkeeper and some early morning customers around him in smoke. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link to www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Thank You Happy Rex, Mozart, Kenneth, and Saptup for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 313, What Moves? Chapter 316 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin didn't have any time to rescue them. He instinctively moved away and observed from a distance with a frown on his face. He wondered, someone is planting explosions inside Konoha. But who? Don't tell me that Iwa or Suna went crazy and decided to retaliate this way. Wait, what's this? To Fujin's surprise, none of the people were harmed by the explosion. Instead, the people engulfed by the smoke began coughing. Soon after, they covered their nose and mouth and ran out while feeling nauseated. Fujin had a weird expression upon seeing that sight. His eyes moved and landed on a corner of the street. He chuckled and muttered, "Now it makes sense. Still, my missions lately have been so intense that I almost considered this an attack. I really need a long break." In the corner, a blonde goofball was struggling to contain his laughter. He jumped out and laughed loudly. "Ha! You fell for it." Without waiting for another second, he immediately began running away. Fujin watched in amusement as the shopkeeper ran behind him, but was obviously much slower. Fujin's eyelids twitched as he observed, "This kid. He is purposefully moving slowly so that the old man can chase him. I almost forgot how much of an attention seeker he was before becoming a ninja." Fujin suddenly had an idea. A malicious smile appeared on his face as he decided, if Hiruzen doesn't give me access to the Flying Thunder God Jutsu after I become a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster, I will teach Naruto a few simple Winjutsus and give him some ideas to prank Hiruzen. That would be a satisfying sight. A shame that the old fox is just too damn capable. Otherwise, I would have definitely hidden around to click some pictures, haha. But that will have to wait for another year or so. He should be entering the penultimate year in the academy after the vacation. If I help him now and he somehow passes this year, then most of my future knowledge might become useless. That said, I doubt Hiruzen would allow him to graduate early, even if he does well. Especially considering that the current situation is quite peaceful despite the occasional movements. Not to mention, he might already have some ideas about putting him and Sasuke on the same team under Kakashi. Fujin ignored the incident and walked to Yakiniku for a large meal. He spent the next couple of days visiting his favorite restaurants, spas, and hot springs in Konoha to relax his mind and body. On the third day, 60 Shadow Clones began learning new seals, while he did his intense morning workout and called his squad for a meeting in their assigned room. While waiting for them, he met up with Eagle and took the scroll that had information related to the Jinchurikis. While reading, his teammates arrived one by one. In a few minutes, all 4 were sitting in that room. Bunjiro looked at Fujin and sighed in relief secretly. Fortunately, he is fine. I was worried for him. Yugao and Fumito were also glad to see him. Fujin asked, "So did anything happen after I asked you to retreat?" Yugao answered, "Nothing much of importance. Ryoichi asked us to not spread the news, but now the decision lies with Lord Hokage." Fujin nodded and said, "True. Besides, I doubt such information can even be hidden." Fumito asked, "Why did you burn that seal?" Fujin answered, "I miscalculated his strength. He was too strong for me, so I had to retreat in a different direction." Bunjiro exclaimed in surprise, "He was stronger than even you?" Fujin shrugged and replied, "There are numerous people who are stronger than me. Anyways, it's good to see that all of us are fine. We may not get a mission for a few days, so use this time to train or rest. I have a feeling that we will have very busy months ahead." Bunjiro replied, "All right." The others nodded. Fujin dismissed them. After they left, Fujin looked at his turtle mask and pondered, "I used this mask to prevent being identified. But it was inevitable to be linked to the spectral swordsman after such a long fight. I exposed most of my cards as well. I might not have the element of surprise from now onwards. In fact, I am afraid that my real identity could be compromised as well. After all, how many ninjas use Akyum jutsus? Now, should I still with this mask or change it again?" Fujin thought for a bit before shaking his head. He decided, "It's pointless. If my new mask is leaked, then the details of my teammates will also be leaked, and Yugao's purple hair is just too easy to recognize. Oh well, it doesn't matter much. At the end of the day, strength is all that matters. Even if they know me, how many can resist or defeat me like Roshi? And if it is needed, we can all use transformation jutsu to prevent others from identifying us." Having made his decision, Fujin put the mask back in his pouch. He was about to leave when Yugao entered the room again. Fujin was puzzled. He asked, "Did you forget something?" Yugao replied, "No, I just can't resist my curiosity. My apologies for being unprofessional, but are you really the spectral swordsman?" Had Fujin not analyzed, he would have denied it. But since it wouldn't have much effect, he nodded and said, "You are too obsessed with your sword." "Yeah, I am, but don't spread it around." Yugao nodded. After catching a glimpse of his fight with Roshi, she had expected it to be the truth. However, she couldn't help but think, "I never would have guessed that the infamous spectral swordsman would be someone so younger than me." She immediately asked, "Can you teach me swordplay?" Fujin immediately shook his head. He barely had any time for himself. How could he waste it training someone else? But he knew that he couldn't deny so bluntly. He immediately thought of a convenient excuse and replied, "My style is completely different than yours. I won't be able to teach you. You should continue learning from the one you currently are." A frown formed on Yugao's face. She quickly said, "I know that I can't change my style now, but I can still learn a few moves from you and incorporate them into my swordplay." Fujin tilted his head and asked, "What do you mean by moves?" Yugao was confused by the question. She answered, "I mean something like my Hazy Moon Night or the Dance of the Crescent Moon." Fujin shook his head and said, "I don't know any sword moves." Yugao was surprised. She asked, "What do you mean?" Yugao had always assumed that Fujin wasn't taking her seriously. She never expected such an answer. Fujin chuckled and replied, "What moves do you need to learn with a sword? It's a sword. It has sharp edges. Just grab the handle and hack or stab the ones you want dead, or block an incoming attack. It is very simple and uncomplicated, isn't it?" Yugao was stunned by the answer. She thought about it deeply. At first, it seemed like Fujin was completely bullshitting her. However, the more she thought, the more sense Fujin's answer made. She realized that's right. Other than slashing and blocking, there isn't anything to swordplay. Even my techniques can be broken down to just slashing. But is it really everything to his swordplay? This wasn't an answer Fujin had made up. In fact, it was something that he had realized when Renjiro was teaching him. Renjiro's own swordplay was based on this principle. When he had asked Renjiro his opinion on the various dance forms of swordplay, he had a similar answer. After thinking for numerous months, this was the answer Fujin had reached. His swordplay didn't have anything fancy. It was just plain old slashing and stabbing. He just added wind chakra to enhance its lethality to an extreme. While he did have some variations in flying slashes, those were more of a wind jutsu rather than a sword move. Yugao looked at Fujin while recalling the wind slash released from his sword. Fujin noticed her gaze and realized what she was thinking. He said, "That is everything to my swordplay. I just use chakra flow and change it to wind nature to enhance its sharpness and range. There are no other complications in my sword skills." Yugao thought for a long time but couldn't think of a response. Fujin let out a sigh and said, "That's why I said that you should stick with your current master. My ways will just confuse you. If you want, you can try to learn chakra flow to strengthen your current moves. But apart from that, there is nothing else I can contribute." Yugao calmed herself and replied, "All right, thank you for the guidance. I'll stick with my current methods for now." Fujin nodded. That was indeed the best. She took her leave. Fujin sighed in relief. Fortunately, she didn't ask me to teach her chakra flow. Now, should I go raid the wind crystals in training rooms, or should I try improving my wind jutsus, and perhaps creating new ones? Fujin already had a few ideas for new jutsus, and he had thought of proper training plans to learn them. However, he shook his head and decided, no. I won't be able to sustain training for a long time, as my clones have the majority of my chakra. I'll go raid those wind crystals. He moved to the wind training rooms and began meditating. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 power stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 power stones. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, wpatreon.com/devilhex, no space, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Earl and Sully for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 314, Infiltration. Chapter 317 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. 3 days later, Fujin was summoned to Hiruzen's office. He quickly went to his office in his regular ninja outfit. After entering, he noticed that there were 4 other ninjas there. Yugao looked at Fujin and gave a small nod in acknowledgement. Fujin gave a small nod back. The other faces were familiar as well. They were Genma, Yamanaka Ken, and the head of the T&I department, Ibiki. Ken recognized Fujin instantly. After all, Fujin had left quite an impact on him during the mission, where Fujin acted as the bait against the bounty hunters. Ibiki and Genma looked at Fujin for a few seconds before recalling who he was. Ibiki was the first one to recognize him. He said, "Suzuki Fujin, I didn't expect you to be assigned missions with us so soon." Genma nodded. Just like Ibiki, he recalled judging Fujin during the last round of the Chunin exams. He thought, I didn't expect him to become capable enough to be deployed on the same mission as us. Did he train his wind jutsus to such an extent that he can aid Junins? Or did he develop some other speciality? Fujin nodded and replied, "It's good to see you as well." He looked at Hiruzen and asked, "So, what's the secret mission?" Hiruzen looked at the door and said, "Wait for some time. There is still one ninja yet to arrive." Fujin nodded and waited patiently. After a couple of minutes, everyone looked at the door. Kakashi walked in and said in an unapologetic tone, "Sorry for being late. I was on my way here when I saw a black cat cross my path, so I had to take a different route." Yugao, Ibiki, Ken, and Genma gave Kakashi a deadpan look. Meanwhile, Fujin was confused. He wondered, I know that he tends to be late by a few hours, so why is he apologizing for being late by just a couple of minutes? Hiruzen replied, "It's fine. You are here after all. Close the door." He thought, that is why I asked you to come 3 hours before everyone else. He looked at a corner of the room and said, "Leave and activate the privacy seals." The four Anbu guards, hiding in the room, immediately left the room. All windows were shut closed and seals were activated. Realizing the importance, everyone in the room became serious. Hiruzen said, "Recently, there have been sightings of some Suna ninjas sneaking into the Land of Fire. Their activity is especially high around the Fire Capital." Fujin immediately realized, "Is this in regards to those 6 unlucky fellows?" Hiruzen noticed Fujin's change of expression and said, "That's right, Fujin. Some time ago, when I was returning from a diplomatic visit, the patrol camp I was staying at was attacked by a squad of 6 Suna ninjas. They were neutralized, but more of them have entered the country. We have located the base they gather at. You 6 will be transforming into those 6 ninjas and entering that base. Your mission has 2 parts. Firstly, kill or neutralize every Suna ninja there. And secondly, gather information. You can check their memories or resort to any other means you want to." Apart from Fujin, who knew why the Suna was acting like this, the other ninjas were shocked. After all, Suna was supposed to be their ally. However, they didn't question Hiruzen. After all, every one of them was an active or former Anbu. They knew about the dark undercurrents that flow in the ninja world. Hiruzen provided everyone with more details about the 6 ninjas they were supposed to impersonate, the plans, expected enemies, and other minute details. In the end, he said, "Kakashi will lead this mission. But since their leader, Hideyoshi, specialized in wind manipulation, and because Fujin saw him in action, Fujin will disguise as him." Everyone nodded. Since Fujin was suppressing his chakra, Ibiki and Genma were surprised that he was given such an important role. But both knew the importance of replicating minute behavior patterns during such missions, so they understood why Hiruzen asked him to do it. Since everyone had arrived prepared for the mission, the group left right away. They traveled for 6 hours straight before finally halting. Ken muttered, "A base so deep into the Land of Fire. They have guts." Ibiki replied, "It is safer to create a base here, rather than in the border regions or close to any cities or towns. No one would suspect them normally. If it wasn't for that squad unluckily attacking Lord Hokage, we might not have found this base." Kakashi said, "That's enough chit-chat. We will first transform into the faces they were originally disguised as. When we are intercepted by the Suna ninjas, we will dismiss this transformation and transform ourselves into their original appearances at the same time. Is everyone ready?" Everyone nodded. Kakashi instructed, "Good. Fujin, take the lead. Remember to act arrogant. As for others, keep a close eye. Once Fujin attacks, we will follow up. Kill without letting anyone run away." Everyone immediately transformed into the disguises that Hideyoshi and his teammates were using and continued moving towards the base. After traveling for another mile, they sensed a chakra field scanning them. They continued moving. Around half a mile from the base, 12 Suna ninjas appeared in front of them. Of course, all were disguised as Konoha ninjas. One of them spoke, "This is a restricted area by the order of Lord Hokage. Turn away or identify yourselves." Fujin snorted and said, "It's me." A smoke cloud appeared around him. His appearance transformed into Hideyoshi. At the same time, the other 5 also transformed. Yamanaka Ken transformed into their censor, Naomasa, while Ibiki transformed into Kaname. Seeing their appearances, the Suna ninjas sighed in relief. However, they were still vigilant. One of them transformed into his real appearance and said, "It's good to see that you are safe, Hideyoshi-sama. The council was worried about you since we haven't heard from you for over a month. They were even wondering if they should cancel the entire operation." Fujin walked ahead and said, "Yosuke, we were ambushed by that damned copy ninja. We were fooled. Somehow, that copy ninja had already escaped through all the perimeters we established. We fought several rounds with his squad and had to go into hiding." Yosuke was surprised. He asked, "You encountered the copy ninja?" "Doesn't that mean?" Fujin nodded and continued, "Yes, reindeer. We have to ask Lord Kazekage to stop wasting manpower there and focus here." Hearing the word reindeer, the Suna ninjas sighed in relief. In order to prevent anyone from infiltrating their secret base, the Suna ninjas were made to follow a certain protocol. The first was to show their real face. The second was to call the name of the ninja who talked with them accurately. And the third was to call him reindeer. Since the conditions were satisfied, Yosuke said, "Welcome back, Hideyoshi-sama. Please exert your chakra so that I can confirm your identity. While the above means were good enough in most circumstances, they weren't good enough in the Land of Fire. Konoha had the Yamanaka clan that could read memories. That is why Suna had placed a capable censor in charge of the secret base. He remembered the chakra signatures of the important ninjas so that he could cross-identify them. Fujin exerted his chakra. The amount of chakra he exerted was just higher than the amount of chakra Hideyoshi had used against Choza. Yosuke observed him and nodded. Similar chakra signature, just more than the amount I saw last time, and shows off his affinity to wind. Just like I remember. Looks like there shouldn't be any issue. He also asked Kaname and Naomasa to show their chakra and identified both their chakras as well. As for the other three, he didn't remember. He said, "Come." However, Fujin interrupted him and said, "Enough wasting time, let's go to the base. I have important information to report to Lord Kazekage. If we don't report this, then we will suffer during the next war." Yosuke nodded and quickly welcomed him to the base while thinking, his arrogance is still the same. Suna's plan was almost foolproof. While some ninjas could replicate the chakra signatures as well, such ninjas were very rare. They would either be very capable censors or experienced junins. More importantly, reading memories from a dead ninja wouldn't allow a Yamanaka to copy their chakra signature. The ninja had to see and observe it properly. Only then they could do so. Unfortunately, Hideyoshi's squad ran into Hiruzen of all people. That encounter sealed the fate of all ninjas in the secret base. He was able to memorize the chakra signatures of all 6 ninjas at a glance, and could replicate them well enough for all of Kakashi's team to copy it. Even Fujin had forgotten Hideyoshi's chakra signature, and only managed to replicate it with Hiruzen's help. The Konoha ninjas walked into the base along with the Suna ninjas. AN. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Cody, Sully, and Mark for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 315. An Intense Confrontation. Chapter 318 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. As they walked into the base, Fujin commanded, "Call everyone. I have important information. Konoha's forces have been moving. The coming period will be very critical. If we make a mistake, the entire operation will become a failure, and we may be wiped out." Yosuke realized the gravity of his words and nodded and said, "All right." He immediately asked a subordinate to call everyone. The group entered into an underground base. Within a minute, 28 Suna ninjas arrived in the meeting room. Fujin observed them and thought, Hiruzen's analysis was right. None of them is elite junins. 11 are junins, while the rest should be special junins or close to that level. Yosuke said, "This is everyone currently here." Fujin nodded and asked, "How many have gone to the fire capital?" Yosuke answered, 9 have currently infiltrated the fire capital. 4 more have infiltrated other cities. Fujin had a grim expression. He said, "The other cities are fine, but Konoha has sent their Sannin, Jiraiya the Gallant, into the fire capital." The eyes of the Suna ninjas widened in fear. Though none of them had faced Jiraiya, they knew the horror of the Sannins. After all, one of the Sannin was directly responsible for Sunagakure's horrible defeat in the Third Great Ninja War against Konoha, forcing Sunagakure to sign an alliance agreement with Konoha. Yosuke said, "What?" Suddenly his eyes widened and he immediately ducked down. Among the 28 ninjas, only 12 others managed to react and quickly jumped or ducked. Taking advantage of their distraction after mentioning Jiraiya's name, Fujin used Akum Serial Wave Jutsu at the Suna ninjas. 15 died without even reacting. As soon as he attacked, the 5 Konoha ninjas flickered. A loud chirping-like sound was heard as Kakashi appeared in front of Yosuke. Yosuke saw the attack coming. Thoughts ran rapidly through his mind. Akum Jutsu and Lightning Jutsu? They aren't Hideyoshi's squad. We were fooled. But how? Was Hideyoshi's squad killed? Not good. He wanted to fight back. Unfortunately, he was completely outmatched. Kakashi pierced his heart with the Chidori. Yugao flickered behind one of the chunins that survived and slashed her sword towards the back of his neck. The chunin quickly tried to move forward while throwing a shuriken behind him. Yugao moved forward while dodging the shuriken and cut his head off. At the same time, Ibiki also killed one chunin while Genma and Ken began fighting a junin each. Fujin himself flickered in front of a junin and slashed at him. The junin had just dodged the Akyum wave. He grabbed his kunai and tried to block the sword. Unfortunately, Fujin sliced straight through the kunai. The junin's eyes widened. He quickly stepped back and stretched his head backwards in order to dodge the sword. He managed to barely dodge the sword by a few millimeters. Unfortunately, his throat was still sliced through. The remaining Suna ninjas finally collected themselves and realized the grave danger they were in. Their survival instincts kicked in and they began retaliating. Two junins appeared focused on Kakashi and appeared on his sides. Wind Release, Wind Sword Jutsu. Wind Release, Blade of Wind Jutsu. Seeing the dangerous lightning chakra on his arm, which was still lodged in Yosuke's chest, they didn't dare to fight him using taijutsu or kenjutsu. Kakashi withdrew his arm, weaved a hand sign, and slammed his hands on the ground. The earth quickly raised up and formed a dome around him just in time. The wind blades hit the dome, leaving some scratches on it. At the same time, Ibiki and Yugao were also attacked by one junin each. One junin noticed the chakra flow on Fujin's sword. He grabbed his own sword and attacked Fujin. Wind chakra flowed through his sword as well. Meanwhile, one opened a scroll and made the confrontation hand seal. A wooden puppet that looked like a cactus appeared. It had needles sticking to its entire body. The Konoha ninjas were instantly alarmed. The last ninja retreated to the back of the room and crushed a seal. A bird was released and it quickly flew out of the underground base. He began weaving hand signs. The puppeteer moved his fingers. 3 mouths opened up on the puppet. It fired needles at Fujin, Ibiki, and Yugao. Almost instantly, all 3 aligned themselves such that they would be covered by the Suna ninjas who had attacked them, forcing the puppeteer to stop his attack. As soon as he stopped, the sound of Chidori was heard once again. Kakashi's hand pierced through the ground and grabbed the leg of one of the junins who attacked him. Taking advantage of the cover of the earth dome, Kakashi had escaped underground and snuck under his opponent. He released a massive amount of lightning into his body. He was electrocuted to death on the spot. Fujin and his opponent fought with their swords. Fujin couldn't cut through his opponent's sword, but he wasn't worried. Using his position, Fujin built his chakra. His cheeks puffed up. His opponent, who had seen Fujin firing those dangerous waves, was alarmed. Wind Release, Akyum Cannon Jutsu. Fujin fired a Akyum Cannon. His opponent was expecting an attack similar to air bullets and moved to his right preemptively. Unfortunately, he underestimated the power and speed behind Fujin's attack. The Akyum Cannon hit his left arm and severed it in an instant. In addition, due to their alignment, the Akyum Cannon was headed straight at the cactus puppet. The puppeteer couldn't even react as the jutsu annihilated the puppet. The Akyum Cannon continued forward through the walls of the underground base for 20 meters before stopping. The attack horrified the puppeteer. He immediately focused his attention on Fujin. Meanwhile, Fujin thought, "Tsk, I should have targeted the puppeteer instead." He didn't have any time to think about it or do a follow-up attack. Despite the loss and incredible pain, the junin he was fighting didn't flinch. He immediately took advantage of the fact that Fujin was open on his left and attacked with the sword in his right hand. Fujin stepped to his right while raising his left hand. The seal on his bracer lit up and a sword appeared in his left hand as well. Almost instantly, wind chakra began flowing through his sword. His opponent's sword clashed with his and was stopped. His opponent's eyes widened. He screamed, "Impossible!" A smile appeared on Fujin's face. Now his opponent was completely open. His other sword immediately moved towards his opponent, aiming to hack him in two. Wind Release, Air Bullet Jutsu. Fujin's smile soon changed into annoyance, and he immediately jumped backwards. Realizing their threat, the Suna Junin, who sent the bird out, targeted Fujin and Kakashi. 6 bullets were fired at each of them. Kakashi immediately withdrew back under the ground to avoid the attack. As for Fujin, he stepped backwards and maneuvered his body to dodge all 6 air bullets in time. Fujin's opponent attacked him again. At the same time, the puppeteer grabbed another scroll while throwing a purple ball into the hole that Kakashi had escaped into. He made the confrontation hand sign once again. Another puppet appeared while the purple ball exploded, releasing poisonous gas into the hole. Kakashi immediately jumped out from another spot and slammed his hands on the ground again. Both the holes in the ground were sealed, trapping the poisonous gas underground. However, that was enough time for the puppeteer to take control of the second puppet. It was shaped like a crocodile. It opened its mouth and shot needles at Kakashi. At the same time, the other Junin used the Blade of Wind jutsu to cut off Kakashi's escape route. Kakashi slammed his hands on the ground once again. A wall rose in front of him, blocking all the needles. Since the blades of wind were aimed at his escape routes, he didn't need to avoid them. The puppeteer looked at Kakashi and Fujin and thought with a frown on his face, "The battle has entered a deadlock. I need to poison one of them quickly. Otherwise, we may be wiped out here." Unfortunately for him, the situation didn't last. Genma and Ibiki neutralized their opponents at the same time. Almost instantly, they sneak attacked the ones fighting Yugao and Ken. Realizing the danger, the Suna ninja at the back shot air bullets at Ibiki and Genma to slow them down. The crocodile puppet launched its poisonous scales at them as well, blocking them and saving the lives of the Junins fighting Yugao and Ken. Unfortunately, this reduced the pressure on Fujin. Without the support from the puppeteer and the wind ninja hidden in the back, Fujin went on the attack immediately. He slashed his right sword vertically at his opponent's head. Realizing the danger, the opponent blocked it with his own sword. However, at the same time, he saw Fujin's other sword heading at his waist. He immediately jumped up and barely managed to dodge it as well. Unfortunately, Fujin shot an air bullet at point-blank range. Due to the close range and his feet being off the ground, he couldn't dodge. It pierced his heart, and he dropped dead. At the same time, Kakashi neutralized the Junin that was engaging him. Both turned their gaze towards Puppeteer and the ninja hiding behind him. Their gaze made their scalps tingle in fear. Bonus chapter on next Sunday, if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday, if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Ains, Tronic, and Thelo for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 316, Ruthlessness. Chapter 319 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bonus chapter for crossing 2K Power Stones in the last week. After the first round of assaults, Suna had 8 ninjas against Konoha's 6. But when Ibiki and Genma killed their opponents, they equalized the numbers. And after Kakashi and Fujin killed their opponents, it became 4-6. All Suna ninjas realized the inevitable result of that fight. The puppeteer observed the situation. His heart ached at the fact that 24 of his fellow ninjas had been killed in less than a couple of minutes. He looked at Kakashi, who had stopped disguising himself, hatefully and shouted, "Retreat!" The Suna ninja in the rear immediately left the base. The ones fighting Yugao and Ken also tried retreating, but were stopped by Ibiki and Genma. At the same time, Fujin and Kakashi moved towards the puppeteer. However, their eyes widened, and both stopped. The puppeteer made the confrontation hand seal. His crocodile puppet exploded. Numerous hidden mechanisms were fired in all directions. Even the 2 Suna ninjas in the room were targeted. At the same time, purple gas began spreading out. Fujin and Kakashi were shocked at the brutality of the attack. The first person who was hit was the puppeteer himself. His body was turned into a pincushion. Both Kakashi and Fujin immediately jumped underground. So did the remaining 4 Konoha ninjas and one of the 2 Suna ninjas. But, surrounded by 4 Konoha ninjas, he was killed as well. Kakashi and Fujin ignored that ninja and immediately traveled far away from the base before exiting the ground. Fujin immediately spread his chakra field. A frown formed on his face as he said, "I can't sense him." He must be good at wind instantaneous body jutsu. Kakashi nodded and said, "The puppeteer provided a good opportunity for him to escape. Who'd have thought that he'd be so ruthless?" Fujin nodded. There were numerous people who could act ruthlessly against others who are weaker or helpless, but to be the same with themselves was extremely rare. In half a minute, their allies crawled out of the ground as well. Ibiki looked around and asked, "He managed to run away?" Kakashi nodded. Ibiki sighed. "This means that the mission wasn't entirely successful. With him on the run, we won't be able to use this base as a trap to catch and kill any Suna ninjas that might return here." Kakashi replied, "They had managed to send a message out. It would have been tough to do that even if we killed him. It's fine. I'm just glad that all of us are all right. The fight was much tougher than I had anticipated." Everyone nodded. Despite the overwhelming victory, the fight was very close. One mistake could have caused a few deaths on their side. Ibiki turned his attention towards Fujin. Though there was no expression on his face, he was shocked by Fujin's abilities. He thought, "This kid is very good. I thought that he'd be the weakest in the group, but he is second just to Kakashi. No, in terms of impact, it was higher than even Kakashi. After all, that first attack killed more than half of them and allowed us to kill a few more. Despite using such a deadly jutsu, there was almost no sign of him preparing it. No chakra leak was detected, and he properly diverted their attention just before attacking." Genma had the same thoughts running through his mind. With a chuckle, he thought, "I guess our evaluation was incorrect. Using him as a support would be a big waste of his talents. I guess no one's a better judge than Lord Hokage." He looked at Yugao and analyzed. I had heard that Yugao was recently assigned to a different Anbu squad, and seeing how familiar they acted with each other on our way here, they should be in the same squad. Or more likely, she should be in his squad. Fujin agreed with Kakashi as well. He thought these guys were very good. I was expecting to cut through them with ease, as there wasn't any elite Junin among their ranks. I guess fighting underground in a small room played a huge role. It heavily restricted movements and prevented me from taking advantage of my speed. If I had attacked in the open, I wouldn't have been at any risk. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible to do so in these circumstances. Apart from the underground base, they wouldn't have assembled at any other spot. Kakashi looked towards the base and said, "The poison will begin leaking into the surroundings. Send shadow clones to neutralize the poison and recover the dead bodies. Once the poison on them is cleaned, read their memories, Ken." Everyone nodded and sent shadow clones to the base. The poison had begun leaking out from the opening to the underground base. The shadow clones used various methods to neutralize the poisonous gas in order to ensure that the surroundings weren't affected. While the poison was being dealt, Kakashi quickly wrote a report and summoned a dog and asked him to give it to Hiruzen. By then, the poison was finally dealt with. The shadow clones brought the dead bodies out of the bases one by one. Yamanaka Ken's shadow clone placed his hand on one of the dead ninja's head to read his memories. He inserted his chakra into the head. A moment later, his eyes widened. He muttered, "This?" Kakashi's clone asked, "What's the issue?" Ken's clone replied, "I can't read the memories." He quickly began checking the memories of the dead bodies that still had their brains intact. However, he couldn't read any memories. His face was very dark. He said, "The poison that Puppeteer used is the one that affects the neural system. Though I have the antidote that Lady Tsunade created, it works on alive humans and not dead ones, so I can't read any memories." The remaining clones were shocked. Fujin's clone paid attention to his words. Unfortunately, Ken didn't say anything about reading memories that he didn't already know. Ibiki's clone said, "No wonder he chose to explode the puppet. It wiped away all information. Now Konoha can't pursue Suna even if we wanted to. They can just disown these ninjas or try to pin the blame on us. In addition, we can't know what their exact plans were." Kakashi's clone nodded and said, "Fortunately, we know that there are 9 Suna ninjas in Fire Capital and 4 at other places." Ibiki's clone responded, "Yeah, but Fire Capital doesn't really have Jiraiya. We can't snuff them out. Finding them will be difficult unless they make a move." Genma's clone chuckled and said, "It's fine. We will let Lord Hokage worry about it." Involuntarily, Kakashi, Genma, and Fujin's clones nodded, while Ken and Yugao's clones looked at him with a deadpan expression. As no one had any ideas, Kakashi's clone sealed the dead bodies into a seal that Kakashi had handed him. Though the dead bodies didn't have any memories, the bodies themselves could provide a lot of information. All the remaining clones dispelled themselves, while Kakashi's clone handed him the scroll before dispelling. After getting the memories, Kakashi sighed and said, "Let's wait here till Lord Hokage sends another squad with the mission to either create a new base or set up a parameter. Until then, let's keep an eye out. If any Suna ninja returns, we will neutralize him and check his memories." Everyone nodded. They dispersed into teams of 2 and kept an eye out for anyone who'd stumble there. A bit after midnight, Hiruzen received the message from Kakashi's summon. Since he was expecting the message, he stayed in his office. He read the report and analyzed. One ninja managed to escape, and he also sent a messenger bird. Looks like keeping this a secret from Suna won't be possible. We can't use this base to lure more ninjas from Suna and kill them. A frown formed on Hiruzen's face as the situation caused him a headache. According to Shikaku's plan, Kakashi's squad should have killed all the Suna ninjas. After reading their memories, they would impersonate them and lure more ninjas from Sunagakure and kill them, creating a death trap for Sunagakure. By the time they realized, their losses would have already exceeded the acceptable levels, and they would be forced to back off. He analyzed, "Now Sunagakure has 2 choices. In addition to the squad that we killed earlier, and the 2 killed in the fire capital, 35 Suna ninjas have met their demise in the Land of Fire. They can either stop, or they will attack using different routes, either by creating a new base, or more likely giving individual missions to every ninja as we did." Hiruzen sighed and muttered, "I should have sent stronger ninjas there, preferably a squad full of elite Junins." Unfortunately, such a squad was rather difficult to assemble. Most of the elite Junins in Konoha were clan leaders or retired from active duty. They wouldn't agree to participate in such a small matter. The few elite Junins he could deploy were already stretched thin due to other important matters. For instance, Renjiro was currently in the Land of Water, while Eagle was in the Land of Birds. He shook his head and thought, leave it. Even that wouldn't have been a guaranteed success. They probably were on guard against such a situation. The result we wanted was too idealistic. I'm sure Shikaku has planned for such a situation. Without any hesitation, Hiruzen decided to pass the headache to Shikaku. He deployed 4 Anbu squads to relieve Kakashi's squad and maintain an eye around the base. Unlike Hiruzen, a certain person couldn't pass his headache to someone else. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Humlocks and Plop for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 317, Suspicions. Chapter 320 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. AN, bonus chapter for reaching 36681 Power Stones last week. We were ranked 21st at the end of week. Keep it up, guys. Despite it being a couple of hours past midnight, a loud banging sound could be heard. The man in the house grumpily woke up and walked to the door while muttering, "I should have made the door out of gold and created spikes on the surface. At least then no one would bang so loudly." He opened the door to see a messenger. The messenger quickly said, "Lord Kazekage, there is an extremely important matter." Without giving Rasa any opportunity to speak or respond, he handed him a scroll. Rasa opened the scroll and his eyes widened. However, soon a look of tiredness appeared on his face. He let out a sigh and said, "Ask the council to meet tomorrow morning." The messenger nodded and left. Rasa ignored Tamari and Kankuro, who were woken up by the loud banging, and walked back while reading the scroll again. He thought, another loss against Konoha. The base was compromised. The status and the number of the ninjas in the base are still not known. We need to revamp our plans in the Land of Fire. Rasa had grown sick of the recent incidents with Konoha. Ever since the day Fujin had stepped into the Land of Wind, he kept receiving one bad news after another. No matter how much he analyzed, calculated, and planned, he was completely helpless in every instance. He even took action himself, but never found an opponent to crush. Not wanting to ruin his sleep, he kept the matter aside and went back to bed. The next morning, every council member gathered in the council meeting room. Goza asked, "What's this meeting about, Lord Kazekage?" Rosa put forth 2 scrolls on the table and said, "I received these 2 scrolls. The first one is an emergency message sent from the secret base we established in the Land of Fire, saying that the base was discovered by Konoha." The expressions of everyone in the room became grim. They all understood what getting exposed so deep within enemy territory would mean. Joseki gritted his teeth and asked, "How did Konoha find out so quickly?" Ryusa added, "Yeah, we took so many measures while building that base. It shouldn't have been exposed so quickly." Rasa said, "It's due to Hideyoshi's squad that went missing." Rasa pointed at the other scroll and said, "I received this scroll a few hours later. It was sent by Takara Osamu. He said that Konoha ninjas disguised as Hideyoshi's squad and entered the base. They knew all the 3 codes and could imitate the chakra signatures well enough for Yosuke to not be suspicious." His words stunned the room once again. Ryusa asked, "How is that possible?" Goza had a grim expression. He asked, "Could Hideyoshi have betrayed us? There is no way Konoha would be able to pull something like this off without his assistance." Tojiro shook his head and said, "But why would he betray us? Even if he wanted to for some reason, his subordinates wouldn't want to, and they were strong enough to stop him." Gazo replied, "If he didn't betray us, then that would mean that they ran into someone strong enough to not only kill them, but also replicate their chakra signatures and prevent them from destroying their neural network." Unfortunately, he realized that Konoha had a few such ninjas. He grumbled. "Did they run into one of the Sanins?" He looked at Rasa and asked, "What happened to the base?" Rasa replied, "Before Osamu escaped, 24 of our ninjas had died and another self-destructed his puppet. He believes that everyone other than him might have died. As for Konoha, they attacked with just 6 ninjas. That is why he was able to run away. But he gathered 2 important pieces of intel." Rasa's face became very ugly as he said, "Hatake Kakashi was one of the attackers and was probably the leader of the group." The eyes of the council members widened. For the past couple of months, they absolutely hated that name. Not only did he kill dozens of their ninjas, but he hid so well that even 1,000 ninjas searching for him had to return empty-handed. And due to the volatile situation in the country, they couldn't even call those ninjas back to the village. This strained their already tight finances. Rasa continued, "And the one who impersonated Hideyoshi could use Akumjutsus. He caught everyone off guard and killed 15 of the 28 ninjas in the base with his first attack." The council members were shocked again. Tojiro asked, "Did that bastard Danzo participate in this matter despite his old age?" Rasa shook his head and replied, "Probably not. Baki ended his meeting in the Land of Birds yesterday. Though nothing significant was achieved and the meeting had a lot of outside interference, Iwa gave him a piece of intel on the last day." Rasa opened a page on the bingo book and placed it on the table. The council members looked at it and had a peculiar look on their faces. Rasa noticed their confusion and said, "He is Suzuki Fujin. 2 years ago, just before we began mining in the Land of Hot Water, Kumo placed a bounty on this boy and stated that he could use Akumjutsus, but he hasn't been seen outside Konoha since then. I guess he joined the Anbu. Right now he should be 14 years old. Iwagakure ninjas encountered him during a mission, and they gave his information to Baki. They are sure that his strength is at elite Junin level and is very lethal. And he is extremely skilled at wind jutsus and wind acume technique. Onoki believed that he might have a hand to play in incidents that happened in our country earlier." The council wasn't surprised that Onoki knew about the incidents that had happened. But all were shocked to know that a 14-year-old Konoha ninja not only knew wind acume technique, but was so good with it that his strength was considered to be at the elite Junin level. As for Fujin's identity, Kitsuchi looked into all available information on Konoha ninjas. His first suspect was Sarutobi Asuma, but he didn't find any evidence of him using swords or Akyum-jutsus. Though that could be hidden, Asuma had been sighted when the spectral swordsman was killing his targets, so Kitsuchi stopped suspecting him. After days of looking into thousands of ninjas, he didn't have any luck. But when he decided to check the bingo book, he was surprised to see a 12-year-old with a 20 million ryo bounty. On seeing that he could use Akyum-jutsus, Fujin became the prime suspect in the identity of the spectral swordsman. Kitsuchi became even more suspicious when he found out that Fujin hadn't been on any mission after receiving the bounty. He shared his thoughts with Onoki, who agreed with him, despite not being 100% confident. Onoki thought, regardless of whether he is the spectral swordsman or not, he is a young talent. He must have done something big for that brat A to be so pissed. But taking action will be difficult for now. I need to find someone else who will do the job for me. Onoki had heard that the issues in the Land of Wind were caused by a wind affinity ninja, so he passed the information to Suna to let them make the first move. After all, it didn't matter to him who killed Konoha's ninja as long as he was dead. In the Sunagakure council room, Ryusa sighed and said, I had seen his bounty earlier, but I thought that Kumo was lying about his skills and he did something to offend them. Tojiro cursed. Not only did those bastards steal Lord Second's jutsus, but they are now the only ones to have ninjas that can use the Akyum technique. Gazo thought for a bit and said, in addition, no information about him has leaked in the open apart from that vague information in the bounty. Having such power at merely 14 years means that he is sure to reach S rank when he matures, as expected of Konoha. Not only did they hype up the copy ninja to be the leader of the next generation, but they are also raising another in secret. That said, the culprit of the previous incident should still be the copy ninja. After all, from the reports, he was in a clutch. If it was this kid, then he would have used Akyum-jutsus to deter or eliminate our ninjas. At the very least, he could have tried to eliminate our Jinchuriki, but he didn't. Rasa nodded and said, I have the same opinion, but we need to keep an eye on him. In a war, an elite Junin that is an expert in wind release will be far more lethal when considering the vast number of fire affinity ninjas in Konoha. We were already concerned about Hokage's younger son, but even before he could reach his peak, Konoha already has someone else who is younger and probably stronger. And bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 318, Dreaming Beyond One's Capability. Chapter 3 and 21 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The council members agreed with Rasa's analysis. There were two main reasons for this. The first was that Fujin never used any Akyum-jutsu during his time in the Land of Wind. And secondly, on a subconscious level, they would rather want the damage done to them by someone who had gained fame, was the son of the White Fang and was taught by the fourth Hokage, rather than someone who had no fame and was merely 13 years old. Rasa asked, leaving his matter aside, what are your thoughts on the operation in the Land of Fire? 2 of our ninjas were killed outside the Land of Fire. Now 27 are presumed dead here, and if Hideyoshi's squad is assumed dead, then our total losses reach 35 ninjas. 1 elite Junin, 16 Junins, and 18 Chunins. The entire room went silent. Such losses would make their hearts ache even if it was wartime. After some time, Gazo broke the silence by saying, adding the previous losses, we have now lost 2 elite Junins and over 100 ninjas in total. Ryusa sighed and muttered, at this rate, we might have been better off not acting against Konoha. Tojiro immediately rebuked him and shouted, are you crazy? Even if we didn't, we would have suffered the same losses in the future. Don't forget the stuff that Danzo keeps pulling in the dark. Ryusa looked back at him and said, stop yelling and tell us a good plan if you think this was such a good idea. Tojiro snorted and said, of course, we have to continue attacking. This time we should send more elite Junins. If the base had 3 to 4 elite Junins, then Konoha's plot would have backfired. And instead, Hatake Kakashi and Suzuki Fujin would have died. We need to make Konoha feel the pain for daring to scheme against us. Ryusa replied, "We still don't know how Hideyoshi's squad was dealt with, and the base we created this time was destroyed after being attacked by just the copy ninja. What if the Sanins attack next time? All 4 elite Junins will die if they do. Can you accept the responsibility for such a loss?" Obviously, Tojuro won't claim responsibility for such a matter. He thought, why is this bastard pushing the matter on me? Besides, even if Konoha killed 4 more elite Junins and a few dozen Junins, so what? It's not like they will dare to invade our country. The only thing that will happen is that Rasa's position will become very shaky. And with numerous elite Junins out of the way, I will have a good chance to become the 5th Kazekage. He replied, "Then do you want to cower and tell Konoha that Suna is weak and they can walk over us anytime without any consequences? As for the responsibility, did you forget that we still have Lord Kazekage to protect us?" Ryusa was about to argue back when Goza said, "That's enough, you two. Don't make a mockery of the council." Hearing his words, the two stopped arguing. Goza said, "Tojuro is right. We have to retaliate. Otherwise, we will look weak and will invite stronger attacks in the future. But deploying elite Junins is too risky. So is creating another base in the Land of Fire. We should deploy ninjas individually with specific missions without letting them know about other ninjas and their missions. This way, even if someone is caught, they can't leak intelligence about others. So our losses won't suddenly become very high." Rasa nodded and asked, "Any objections to it?" No one said anything. Rasa said, "All right, we will be deploying ninjas individually to target the nobles in the Land of Fire. In addition, send a message to our current spies to dig for more information on Suzuki Fujin. If possible, keep track of his movements too, but don't do that if it risks their cover. And ask Sajo to stop looking for the copy ninja and instead focus entirely on rebuilding the citizens' faith into Sunagakure." Everyone nodded and left the room, leaving Rasa alone in the room. Rasa stayed seated with his hands on the desk while in deep contemplation. After a few minutes, he let out a sigh and thought, Konoha ended the Third Great Ninja War in a very strong position, leaving the rest of the villages helpless against their might. Fortunately, they suffered multiple setbacks after the war ended. Though I wasn't able to take advantage when the Nine Tails attacked and killed the 4th Hokage, or when Orochimaru betrayed them, the Uchiha massacre provided us with a good opportunity. I began taking steps to break our alliance with Konoha and began preparing for a war against them in secret. Though I expected Konoha to catch wind of my intentions and retaliate, I didn't expect it to be so strong. It's almost as if the Uchiha massacre didn't weaken them and instead strengthened them. And despite such extreme actions, they don't seem to be worried about us starting a war. The important question is... Rasa became very serious as he contemplated, is Hiruzen thinking that I won't dare to start a war? Or is he so confident in Konoha's younger generation that he doesn't mind a war? Thinking about the younger generation, Rasa began getting a headache. He thought, ever since the First Great Ninja War, Konoha always had excellent youngsters who quickly filled the shoes left by their predecessors. In fact, they have had the next generation step up even when their previous generation was still at its peak. Other nations are lucky to have 1 or 2 S-rank ninjas in every generation. In fact, Iwa hasn't had a non-Jinchuriki S-rank ninja since Onoki. But Konoha produces S-ranks every decade. If Hiruzen's actions are due to his confidence in his younger generation, then should I even be launching a war? Rasa had been thinking of starting a short war with Konoha for more than a couple of years. However, the recent losses Suna suffered against Konoha made him rethink his plan. After all, he had already lost one big war in the past. In order to ensure that he maintained his position, he even got rid of the only other rank S ninja in Suna's ranks from his generation. After thinking for a long time, he concluded, no, right now is the best time. The Sanins barely stay in the village. All that leaves is an old Hiruzen and an injured Danzo. Though Hatake Kakashi's fame exceeds even the Sanins at his age, in terms of accomplishments, he is lacking. And if I compare it to Minato or his father, then it's not even comparable. He probably needs another 6 to 8 years to reach my level. As for this new kid, he is still at the elite Junin level. He will need even longer. As long as I make a move within the next 5 years, I will have a good chance. But the attack will have to be a sneak attack, and it needs to be done at an accurate time. If I attack directly, then the Konoha armies will crush us just like the last war. And if I attack when the Sanins are nearby, I will have to face 2 or more S-ranked ninjas by myself. The best time would be to attack Hiruzen when the Sanins aren't in the village. Once I kill him, we can cause some damage to Konoha and retreat. Then even if the 2 Sanins return to Konoha, they will be helpless to do anything to me. They won't dare to march in the desert and would need to keep an eye on Kumo. And the Wind Daimyo will be helpless as well. That war will leave him no choice but to give us all the missions. But there are 2 main issues. Can I kill Hiruzen with a sneak attack? And what if the Sanins hide waiting for me to make a move? Rasa analyzed the answers to both of his questions. Finally, he decided, as long as I catch him by surprise, I can kill Hiruzen. After all, he is far past his prime. But the main issue is Jiraiya and Tsunade. I need someone to keep them in check. An S-rank ally. Rasa thought for some time, but couldn't think of anyone suitable. He thought, the only one that comes to mind is Chiyo, but she is way past her prime. She lost to Tsunade in the last war. This time, she might not be able to even put up a challenge. He thought of the remaining Kages, but immediately removed that thought. In the end, he decided, I need to find a proper ally for the sneak attack. I will wait till I find one. If I don't find any, then I will do my sneak attack after 5 years. I will have to depend on Shukaku to divert the Sanins or other strong fighters. In the meantime, I need to strengthen a few subordinates that are loyal to me. I will need a few elite Junins to block the clan leaders in Konoha. Unlike the rest of the council, Rasa had given up on the hopes of achieving any success in their current campaign against Konoha. Instead, he directly began preparing for a war against a village that had 3 times more S-rank ninjas. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Templar, Quentin, and Suckdeep for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 319, Wind Style Genjutsu. Chapter 322 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The 4 Anbu squads dispatched by Hiruzen reached the base created by Tsunagakure and took over the command from Kakashi. Kakashi and the rest began returning to Konoha. By noon, they were back in the village, returning in exactly 24 hours. They met Hiruzen, handed him the scroll of the dead bodies, and informed him about the poison. Hiruzen let out a sigh and thought, other than elimination, this mission has failed on all parameters. Oh well, I'm sure that Shikaku has considered this situation as well. Understanding the importance of the mental health of a Kage, Hiruzen didn't bother planning for even a second before tossing another headache over to Shikaku. He said, all right, you did a good job in eliminating the infiltrators. I miscalculated their strength and didn't think they would fight back so vigorously. Fujin, stay back. Others can leave. Other than Fujin, the rest left. Hiruzen tossed a scroll at Fujin and said, this scroll has the genjutsu that you requested. I'll let you take a week off to master them. On the 8th day, come to my office at dawn. We will be having a couple more diplomatic missions. Burn the scroll after you are done and don't use them lightly. Fujin nodded. He understood that Hiruzen wanted to keep the Anbu guards in the dark regarding the exact matter. He said, thank you, Grandpa. I'll begin working on them right away. Hiruzen nodded. Fujin kept the scroll and walked out while thinking, it took so long for them to read Susumu's memories? Normally the memories get checked within a day. Did Hiruzen keep them until today? But I don't see any reason for him to do that. I guess reading memories to extract jutsus is a more difficult task. Or perhaps he wanted to check each and every memory before giving me the scroll in order to remove any issues or dangers in the jutsus, or that might arise while learning them. While Fujin headed to his home, Hiruzen entered Shikaku's office and closed the door. Shikaku looked at Hiruzen and had a bad feeling. He muttered to himself, "This look, he is going to dump another troublesome task on my head." Hiruzen said, "Kakashi's group returned. Their enemy used poison to ruin the neural network in dead people. The only one who wasn't poisoned by it had his head destroyed by earth spikes, so we can't read any memories from them." Shikaku raised his eyebrow and said, "I can understand a message being sent and someone escaping, but how did they fail so badly? Who did you send?" Hiruzen replied, "Kakashi, Fujin, Ibiki, Genma, Yugao, and Ken." A look of annoyance appeared on Shikaku's face. He muttered, "Why did you send such a weak squad? I recommended sending at least 4 elite Junins and 2 who are close to that level." Hiruzen shrugged and said, "I know, but you didn't arrange to have that many elite Junins available. I could just make do with the ones available." Shikaku was stunned by the reply. He thought, "Since when is arranging ninjas my job? It's your job as the Hokage to assign missions and move the ninjas around." Before he could reply, Hiruzen said, "Suna will soon start sending ninjas one by one in our country. Make plans to eliminate them." He turned around and sighed. "I have a few meetings to attend, so I will leave this matter in your capable hands." Shikaku watched as Hiruzen disappeared from his office without a hint of apology. His body slumped on his desk as he muttered, "What a troublesome old man. If he had informed me earlier, I'd have made Inoichi and Choza go instead of Ken and Yugao. Now I have to deal with another troublesome mess." While Shikaku was sulking, Fujin reached his home. He entered the basement and began reading the information in the scroll. In a few minutes, a look of admiration appeared on Fujin's face. He thought, "This Susumu guy was a genius. Such precise, delicate, but stealthy use of wind chakra." He would first hide his chakra from being sensed so that no one would realize the extremely minute amounts of chakra he emitted from his body. The chakra would turn into harmless winds and slowly enter his target's body as they breathe the air. Right when the target is about to use a jutsu, he uses his chakra in his opponent's body to influence the opponent's chakra and make him fall into a genjutsu. And this genjutsu has only 2 effects. One, it will cause the jutsu to fail. And secondly, it will make the opponent think that he has successfully used the jutsu. But other than this, there is nothing that this technique does. The winds pose no threat, and the chakra that infiltrates the opponent's body also doesn't pose any threat apart from being able to cast a low-level genjutsu. This is the ingenious part. Most experienced ninjas have a keen sense of danger. But since this jutsu doesn't pose any threat, the ninja won't feel any danger. The real danger comes from the jutsu that are aimed at the opponent. For instance, if I hadn't sensed my chakra being influenced and used body flicker against Gaara, I'd have thought that I moved away when I hadn't. His sand would have killed or at least gravely injured me. And the jutsu is so stealthy that even an experienced sensor would have difficulty sensing it unless he is actively looking for it. And the fact that it doesn't need any hand signs adds to the stealth part. If I wasn't on extreme alert due to being so deep in enemy territory and being heavily outnumbered, even I might have trouble detecting it. Fujin was extremely impressed by Susumu's ingenuity. However, he was more pleased with another aspect. While most other ninjas might struggle on the very first step, this technique was much simpler to learn for someone like him, who spent the majority of his time training winjutsus and improving his chakra control. Fujin closed his eyes. A blue aura appeared around him. He controlled the chakra and began slowly emitting it in the air. As the chakra left his body, it transformed into wind and mixed with the air in the basement. Fujin realized, "I see. This is also excellent for sensing. Though the range is low, the accuracy is remarkable. I doubt anyone would be able to hide when I use this technique. I guess killing him without Gaara's distraction wouldn't have been possible." Fujin turned his attention back towards the technique and analyzed. "Regardless, I am using a lot of chakra. I have to emit the chakra into the air without exerting any externally. The chakra emitted should be so low that no one should grow suspicious." Multi-shadow clone jutsu, 4 shadow clones appeared around Fujin. All 4 began practicing the art of emitting chakra into the air and converting it into wind while suppressing their chakra as low as possible. In the next hour, All 5 made rapid progress. Finally, an hour later, Fujin dismissed his shadow clones. He got a slight headache due to the memories he received. As all the memories and experiences mixed together, a smile formed on Fujin's face. One of his clones had managed to successfully learn the jutsu. Fujin began emitting chakra into the air. Slowly, his chakra spread in the entire basement, and the density of the chakra was so low that other ninjas wouldn't be able to feel it unless they activated their chakra field or other abilities that could sense chakra. Fujin thought, first step achieved. And since the amount of chakra that I had to emit was so low, I still have most of my chakra. The next step is to send this chakra into the opponent's chakra network. He created one shadow clone and sat on the ground. His clone nodded and emitted his chakra into the air. It engulfed Fujin's position and entered him as he breathed in the air. However, a frown formed on Fujin's face. He said, "I can feel the chakra entering my system." The clone thought for a bit and said, "I see. Though I emitted the chakra in the right way, I tried forcing it into your body. I'll try it again." Fujin nodded. His chakra suddenly flared and absorbed the chakra that his clone had inserted into his chakra network. Since the chakra of the clone belonged to him, he had no issue in doing it. The clone began emitting chakra once again. This time, he didn't bother focusing it around Fujin, and instead, just let the winds flow. As Fujin continued breathing, chakra slowly entered his chakra network. Over the next minute, Fujin continued inhaling the chakra. His clone observed Fujin and thought, this should be enough. Double Aishian Jutsu, suddenly Fujin began seeing 2 clones in front of him. He disrupted his chakra and said, "That worked. The last part is stopping me from using my jutsus." The clone nodded and said, "Let's fight!" AN. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Mohammed, Welster, Arkit, and Hattori for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 320, Plans for a Signature Jutsu. Chapter 323 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin nodded and stood up as his clone continued emitting chakra in the air. Fujin thought, the process is still quite slow. Susumu was able to influence my chakra almost instantaneously, but considering that he was waiting to ambush me, he might have set up the battlefield before I encountered his group. Fujin's clone said, "I am ready." Almost instantly, Fujin began kneading his chakra. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. He exhaled a small fireball at his clone. His clone immediately moved backwards and raised 2 fingers. Wind began flowing around them. Wind release, blade of wind jutsu. Multiple blades of wind cut apart the fireball and dispersed the heat in the basement. He let out a sigh and dispelled himself. Fujin received his clone's memories and began analyzing. I see. His genjutsu failed because he had too little chakra in my body. No, a more precise way of saying it would be that he couldn't cast the genjutsu with such less chakra. I guess I first need to learn how to cast this genjutsu properly, and then slowly decrease the amount of chakra I need to cast this genjutsu. Once it reaches the required level, I will integrate it into this technique. Now, who should I experiment the genjutsu on? Fujin thought for a bit. His first thought was Goro, but he shook his head and thought, no, the flying saber-tooths are too sensitive to wind and chakra. They will easily detect my attempts, and influencing nature chakra with normal chakra is difficult. Normal genjutsus don't even work on them. And since Hiruzen asked me to keep this technique a secret, I can't ask for any other Konoha ninja to aid me. I guess I'll have to keep having my clones use the genjutsu on me. Oh well, it should be good training to improve my alertness against any foreign chakra entering my body. Fujin created a shadow clone and continued his training. In 3 days, he mastered the genjutsu and integrated it with the remaining technique. His clone kept casting the genjutsu on him until he had 100% accuracy. Of course, this was when Fujin didn't try to disrupt his chakra. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he muttered, another deadly technique down. This combined with Acum bullets, or my sword, is a deadly combination. Apart from Jinchurikis and Dojutsu users, very few might be able to withstand this combination. And it still has some scope for improvement. For instance, Susumu only used it to stop opponents from using jutsu. But I should improve it to stop opponents from even moving. I will just have to induce a genjutsu that would make my opponent think that he has moved when he hasn't. But though this jutsu is strong, its effectiveness would depend on whether my opponent knows that I can do this or not. If they do, then they will be on alert. And I don't expect that an alert rank S ninja will fall to this. They might even be able to use jutsus by frequently disrupting their chakra. Fujin thought for a bit about how to use this jutsu effectively against rank S ninjas, but he couldn't come up with an idea. He shook his head and thought, leave it. I have just learnt this technique. I'll get ideas to improve as I use it in real combat. Regardless, this jutsu gave me a few good ideas. Until now, the wind jutsus I use take effect instantaneously. Apart from Wind Clone, Wind Dragon, and Wind Gale Wolf jutsus, which can last for a longer time and are more versatile. But this technique has got me thinking. Fujin focused his chakra once again. A blue aura appeared around him, and a vast amount of chakra was emitted into the air, transforming into winds. Fujin raised his hand and pointed his palm at the wind. He exerted control over the wind. However, he couldn't exert much control over them. A frown appeared on his face as he exerted more chakra. Soon he diverted the winds towards a nearby tree. The winds passed the tree like a gentle breeze. Fujin sighed and muttered, "This is difficult." He thought, using the same concept, I want to emit my chakra into the air, transform it into the wind, and then use that to attack my enemies. But to do that, I'll need two. No, three things. The first is that I need to have the ability to make these winds sharp. Otherwise, it's completely useless. Next, I need to be able to control the direction of the winds so that I can accurately hit my target. And thirdly, I need the ability to speed up the sharp winds at will. But I am not able to do the first at all, and the other two are at a very low level. Fujin analyzed his situation. After all, he knew a lot of wind jutsus. The things they could do were several times more complicated and devastating. So he didn't understand why he couldn't create what he envisioned. But soon, it clicked. He realized, I see, it's because my jutsu doesn't have any hand seals. For a jutsu to be effective, chakra had to be manipulated in a very precise method. Hand seals were the guide to aid in that process. But Fujin's idea was all over the place. Creating hand seals for it would be a very difficult and time-consuming process. He shook his head and thought, I can't take the traditional route. It will need years to figure out the correct hand seals and their order. And the number of hand seals will be ridiculously high due to how complex the jutsu is. And for the jutsu to be effective, stealth is essential. So I will have to reduce the hand seals to 0 after creating the jutsu. That alone will need several months. The time I don't have and can't afford to spend on just one jutsu with limited uses. More than the jutsu, what excites me is its potential. As my chakra grows and my control over the wind improves, this method could become my main method of fighting. In the future, this style of combat might be what I am identified with. But that won't happen if it is limited to a single jutsu. I will have to come up with an unconventional way to train this jutsu. Kinda like the 3 steps needed to learn the Rasengan. Rasengan after learning to just pop the balloon is very weak. After popping the rubber ball, it becomes more potent but has limited usability. And at stage 3, it is a rank A jutsu which can be a signature jutsu for rank S ninjas. My jutsu will have to go through some similar stages. Fujin made up his mind. However, he soon fell into another dilemma. He muttered, I can't work on this jutsu and learn fuinjutsu at the same time. Fujin had to choose between the two. After a long struggle, Fujin let out a sigh and decided, I'll stick to fuinjutsu for now. Though this idea is cool, I can still make do with infinite breakthrough and acume attacks. But fuinjutsu is my hope to stand out even among the S ranks. Besides, I doubt Flying Thunder God can be learnt quickly. I can train for this jutsu when I reach a roadblock on Flying Thunder God training. He decided to go out for dinner. En route, he couldn't help but think, it sucks that I don't have as much chakra as Naruto. I could have achieved so much with that amount of chakra and recovery speed. Though his chakra reserves were exceptional, they weren't even comparable to the weakest Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, there was nothing Fujin could do regarding it. It wasn't as if Tailed Beast would fall from the sky, let itself be sealed in him, and obediently provide him chakra. Fujin rested for the day and began focusing on Fuinjutsu the day after. On the appointed day, Fujin arrived at Hiruzen's office. After interacting with him for a bit, Fujin sat quietly as he observed how Hiruzen interacted with the diplomats and a few clan leaders on what should be negotiated with the Land of River and the Land of Grass. After a few hours of discussion, Hiruzen, his Anbu guards, Fujin, Aburame Shibi, and Kurama Illumi left the village on the negotiating mission. The negotiations with the two countries went very similar to the negotiations Fujin had seen earlier. Just the resources traded were changed. Of course, Hiruzen did ask for elemental crystals. To Fujin's surprise, despite Konoha's relationship with them not being as good as with the Land of Tea or Noodles, they provided Hiruzen with more crystals than those countries. However, after thinking for a bit, the reason was obvious. Fujin realized, ever since my promotion mission, Suna ninjas must be moving around erratically. They even dared to create a base in the Land of Fire. The Land of River should be nervous about these movements. As for the Land of Grass, that's even more obvious. Iwa's Jinchuriki entered the country and used a tailed beast bomb very close to a town. This old fox is very good at extracting benefits. He waited until the right moment to visit these two countries and extracted the maximum benefit from them. Unlike the time before, they didn't encounter any attacks and returned back to the village after a 3-day-long trip. Following the trip, Fujin got busy with his Anbu duties. Eagle assigned his team missions at regular intervals. Fortunately, none of their missions went awry. 3 months passed by in this manner. Though the villages were tense, no major issues flared up until one fateful day, the Land of Water. Renjiro stood while looking in a direction with a solemn face. He sighed softly. I bit off more than I could chew. A wave of lava was heading straight at his team. Ayan. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. Ayan. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Migratory, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 321, Breaking Through a Siege. Chapter 324 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A few minutes ago, on one of the numerous small islands in the Land of Water, an inconspicuous house stood. In the house were 11 children and 3 adults. Suddenly, a person began knocking on the door impatiently. A man got up and opened the door. The person quickly entered the house. Panic and fear could be seen on his face. He said, Renjiro-san, I sensed multiple ninjas heading towards this island. I think the rebel faction is heading towards this island. A frown formed on Renjiro's face. He asked, How many did you sense, Makoto? Yamanaka Makoto shook his head and said, I saw 4 ships heading towards this island from the west, and I felt multiple chakra fluctuations from each ship. I didn't dare to sense them or stare for too long. Renjiro nodded. Good work. They might be just passing by here. Change your transformation jutsu to another appearance and keep the kids quiet. It's best to not attract any attention. Makoto nodded. He dispelled his transformation jutsu and then transformed into a young lady and went into the room where the kids were and put them to sleep. The other 2 Konoha ninjas got serious as well. All 4 suppressed their chakra to civilian levels and waited. In the sea, on one of the ships, a lady was standing on the bow while looking towards the island. She had long, ankle-length auburn hair. She asked with a serious face, Is your information accurate, Ao? Ao nodded and replied, Yes. I have received information that a group of people are kidnapping young children. Though I am not sure if they have evil intentions, as all the children whose information I received were orphans and in a very bad state. But there were many other similar orphans. Since only these kids were kidnapped, I'm afraid that it is one of the major villages trying to rescue and recruit young talent and probably kids with bloodlines. May nodded. She agreed with Ao's speculation. After all, over the last decade, her family had done the same in the Land of Water. The kids she rescued were completely loyal to her and had a reason to get stronger. Ao added, "But if it is one of the 4 major villages, we need to proceed with caution. Though I doubt anyone would want to enter into our mess, if they do and decide to support the Mizukage faction, we will be in deep trouble." Mei nodded and said, "Let's decide after seeing who it is. If we can kill them all, then we will do so and dispose of their bodies. The news can be blocked as well. For now, create a perimeter and send 20 ninjas to attack them." Ao nodded and flickered onto other ships to pass the instructions. Soon, all 4 ships reached and docked on the island. The Konoha ninjas were alarmed, but Renjiro said, "They might be here to restock supplies. Stay calm and don't leak any chakra, but be prepared to run. If any issues occur, then we may have to fight or even kill our way out." Renjiro's teammates had solemn faces. They were aware that the number of Kiri ninjas would be at least 10 times their number. However, all of them were Junins, and everyone had water affinity and could travel rapidly in the sea. They believed in their abilities to escape from an enemy that would be composed of a mix of Genins, Chunins, and Junins. Akimichi Itaru asked, "But what about the kids?" Renjiro replied, "We will leave them here. The rebels are known to take young kids and provide them with proper care and training, so they won't suffer." Renjiro's teammates nodded. After landing, Ao activated his Byakugan. He immediately noticed the 11 children in the house where the Konoha ninjas were. He whispered commands to the Junin leaders. Half the Kiri ninjas moved normally towards the market on the island, while the other half stayed near the ship. Ao and Mei waited on the coast. All of a sudden, 20 ninjas got in action and surrounded the house. 40 more ninjas moved and established a perimeter to prevent their targets from running away. Inside the house, a ninja sighed. Narakazuki said, "They are on to us." Renjiro nodded and said, "Break out towards the east. Avoid killing to leave some room for negotiations later. Also, don't use your secret techniques unless there is no choice." Outside the house, one ninja said loudly, "We know that you have kidnapped young children and are hiding inside the house. Surrender yourself and give the children to us if you want to live." He waited to hear any responses, but he received none. His expression became serious as he thought, "I can't blow up the house. It might harm the children. But if we attack, then there might be some traps." Without any other option, he commanded half of his ninjas to attack the house, and while the other half prepared themselves to provide backup. Meanwhile, Mei and Ao kept an eye from a distance. As the 10 ninjas reached the house and were about to break in, the walls suddenly broke apart on their own, and hundreds of small spherical stones were launched on the ninjas. The sudden attack caught them off guard. They were hit by the pebbles and immediately retreated back. The ninjas at the back immediately weaved hand signs. Water release, water wall jutsu. A water wall appeared on all 4 sides of the house. The Kiri ninjas retreated through the water wall while the pebbles were stopped. However, instead of trapping the Konoha ninjas, they received an opportunity. They immediately broke out of the house and threw the water wall on their east, that is, in the opposite direction of the ships. The Kiri ninjas were taken by surprise. Renjiro and Akimichi punched their opponents in the stomach, knocking them out. Narakazuki analyzed, "Good, they are just Chunin levels." They immediately broke through and began running. Renjiro observed the situation. 5 ninjas in front of us, 2 Junins and 3 Chunins. 3 coming in from both directions. They will reach us. As for the rest, they are behind us. He instructed, "Itaru, stop any attacks coming from the rear. Kazuki, Makoto, slow down the ones on our flanks." He immediately sped up towards the ninjas in front of him. Itaru weaved hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. A gigantic wall appeared behind them. A bunch of water jutsus crashed into the wall and were halted. At the same time, multiple kunais with explosive tags appeared in the hands of Kazuki and Makoto. Both threw them at the ninjas, running towards them from the sides, forcing them to dodge and slow down. Meanwhile, the 5 ninjas saw Renjiro rushing towards them. A few of them threw shurikens, while others weaved hand seals. Renjiro used the snake hand sign. Earth release. Iron skin jutsu. his skin turned into black, and at the same time, chakra appeared on his body. The shurikens hit his body and harmlessly bounced off. The two Junins finally completed their hand signs. Water release, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Lightning release, False Darkness Jutsu. The two jutsu merged together and rushed like a broken dam towards Konoha ninjas. Chakra appeared on Renjiro's palms as he slammed his hands on the ground. The ground in front of him rose diagonally. The electrified water hit it and was diverted harmlessly away from the Konoha ninjas. Instead, it moved towards the ninjas chasing them from the rear. A frown formed on Mei's face as she watched the clash. She muttered, "They are strong." Ao nodded in agreement. The two Junins frowned. The one who used the lightning jutsu began weaving hand signs again. He wanted to destroy the ground that Renjiro had raised. However, before he could complete his hand seals, he and the remaining Kiri ninjas jumped and retreated. The ground under their feet transformed and spikes were launched at them. Each of the three Chunins had 4 to 6 spikes pierced into their body, while the Junin who was weaving hand signs took a couple of hits. However, none of the injuries were mortal. But before they could regroup, Renjiro flicked behind one of the Chunins. With a strike to the back of his neck, he was knocked out cold. In the next couple of seconds, the other two Chunins suffered the same fate. He flickered and appeared in front of the two Junins. They grabbed their kunai and attacked Renjiro from both sides. Renjiro's body was already covered with the iron skin jutsu. He punched at one Junin and kicked at the other, forcing them to block. Using the opening, Kazuki and Makoto appeared next to Renjiro and attacked the two Kiri ninjas, forcing them to retreat. Renjiro quickly flickered behind Kazuki's opponent and kicked his back. The chakra-enhanced kick cracked numerous bones in his back and sent him flying. Being outnumbered by these times and seeing how easily his fellow ninjas were overwhelmed, the last Junin immediately retreated. The Konoha ninjas ignored him and began running away while defending themselves from the attacks coming from their rear. To their relief, they reached the other end of the island. Renjiro instructed, "Dive into the water and create 3 shadow clones. We will travel underwater in 4 directions." Everyone nodded. Unfortunately, before they could reach the shore, they noticed a silhouette standing on the water. She weaved her hand signs. Lava release, melting apparition jutsu. She spat out a massive amount of lava that headed towards the Konoha ninjas like a flood. It cut off their escape route and forced them to stop while the ninjas behind them closed the distance rapidly. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.rion.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Wordsmith, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 3, Threaten Each Other. Chapter 325 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. This chapter is sponsored by Pierre. You can thank Pierre for the double release. Makoto looked at the incoming lava wave and gulped. He muttered, "The rebel forces have someone who can do this?" Renjiro became serious as well. He thought, Terumi may. It looks like the old man's information was accurate. Still, this isn't enough to stop me. Unfortunately, I can't ensure the safety of these 3. Renjiro fell into a dilemma. He was confident in running away by himself, but his teammates didn't share his skill or stamina in the body flicker jutsu. After thinking for a bit, he let out a sigh and made up his mind. He weaved a hand sign and said, "Don't fight. I will negotiate. They shouldn't dare to kill us." Narakazuki sighed in relief. He thought, "Good. I was afraid that he would try to leave. Renjiro might have managed to escape, but we wouldn't have managed to do the same." He looked at the lava wave and realized, "We made an error. We should have escaped when Makoto returned." Renjiro slammed his hands on the ground. A deep, circular trench, with him as the center, appeared around the Konoha ninjas. A large, inclined wall raised up from the ground along the inside part of the trench. The lava wave hit the wall and fell into the trench. Once again, another large-scale attack was directed away successfully by Renjiro. Mei was surprised. She wondered, "So strong? His wall successfully blocked my attack and even diverted it. Who is this guy? Before she could think further, her eyes widened. Thousands of spikes appeared on the surface of the inclined wall. Due to her lava, the spikes looked red and extremely hot. Her expression became grim as she shouted, "Take cover!" The other Kiri ninjas didn't need to be told twice. They could see the spikes as well. Immediately, numerous water and earth walls were raised. However, no spike was fired. Instead, a voice was heard. "Terumi Mei, we aren't here to create trouble for you." Mei asked, "So why are you here? And who are you?" Ao appeared next to Mei as a part of the inclined wall crumbled, showing the 4 Konoha ninjas who had stopped using transformation jutsu. Ao became serious as he said, "Senju Renjiro, the commander of Konoha's forces that faced us in the last war." Renjiro became serious as well. He analyzed 2 elite Junins, one with a stolen Byakugan and another speculated to have 2 Kekkei Genkai. I could take on any of them in a one-on-one fight, but I can't win against both of them in a head-on fight, especially in water where I won't be able to use my earth jutsus effectively. Though Renjiro was an expert at water jutsus as well, so were most of the Kiri ninjas. Without earth jutsus, he would get overwhelmed. Since the spikes weren't fired but still in position, Mei asked her remaining forces to stop attacking and asked, "What is an elite Junin from Konoha doing so deep into my country?" Renjiro replied, "Lord Hokage was concerned over the state of affairs in this country. He was worried for the children and sent me here to ensure their safety." Mei instantly knew that he was bullshitting her. She chuckled and asked, "To ensure their safety, or to bring talented kids to Konoha?" Renjiro ignored her chuckle and replied, "The kids I rescued are at the house I was staying in. Lord Hokage's orders were to wait here until the Civil War ended, and to hand over the kids to the winners if I think that they would be well cared for. If the Civil War continued for a long time, or if there was a danger, then I would have no choice but to take them to Konoha with me for their safety." Renjiro's words were loud. All the Kiri ninjas were circling the wall he had raised. Hearing his words made them reluctant to attack him. After all, they had seen what atrocities common people had to go through due to Mizukage's actions. Some of them had suffered in a similar situation until they were rescued by the rebels. Of course, Mei and Ao didn't believe him. Mei said, "I don't believe you." She let out a chuckle and said, "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill all of you right here." Renjiro let out a chuckle as well and asked, "Do you want the Konoha armies to enter the Land of Water and support the Mizukage?" Mei squinted her eyes. She riled her chakra up and asked, "How would they even know who killed you?" Renjiro maintained his smirk and riled his own chakra up. The chakra he displayed was equivalent to Mei's chakra, shocking the Kiri ninjas who hadn't been a part of the Third Great Ninja War. He said, "You won't be able to keep me here. Unfortunately, I can't say the same about my teammates, so why don't we come up with a result which is acceptable to both of us?" Mei looked at Ao, who nodded in response. She looked back at Renjiro and said, "All right, but I will have to ask you to stay as my guest, and I will be taking the kids that you have rescued. In addition, Lord Hokage will have to send me a formal letter explaining your presence in the country and compensation for the same." Renjiro nodded and replied, "All right, we will be staying in the same house, but I will need a messenger bird to contact Lord Hokage. As for the kids, as long as you promise to take good care of them and ensure their safety, you can have them." Mei nodded. The Konoha ninjas were secretly relieved, but no one showed it on their face. Mei and Ao followed Renjiro to the house, while the other Kiri ninjas began taking care of the injured. To their surprise, no one was dead, and only one had major injuries. Mei and Ao knew it, and hence had agreed to a truce. After the fighting stopped, the people on the island were relieved. They were afraid that they would be impacted by the fight. Fortunately, the fighting happened far away from civilian areas. Konoha ninjas were afraid that some Kiri ninjas might be hidden there for an ambush, while the Kiri ninjas didn't want any harm to befall them, so both stayed clear of them. After entering the house, Makoto woke up the kids while using a transformation jutsu and handed them over to Mei after consoling them a bit. At the same time, Renjiro and Mei negotiated an amount for compensation. Ao took the kids and analyzed. 11 kids, I had received information for just 5 missing kids, but I calculated that at least over 30 would be missing. After sending the kids away, he asked, Renjiro, I have received information about 18 missing kids. Where did you keep the rest? A frown appeared on Renjiro's face. He said, These are all we rescued. Feel free to search the house or anywhere else on this island. Ao asked, If they aren't with you, who took them? Renjiro shrugged and replied, We are the only ones from Konoha here. If not us, then there might be someone else who is rescuing or abducting the kids. I'd recommend that you look elsewhere for them just like you found me. Ao looked at Renjiro but couldn't find anything on his face. He thought, Looks like there are other forces active here as well. I guess Kumo also sent someone. The 4th Raikage is always looking to kidnap kids with Kekkei Genkai. That said, he is most likely lying. While Renjiro thought, I have already sent 35 promising kids to Konoha. Even if he suspects me, there isn't a thing he can do about it. Besides, I'm sure Kumo and perhaps even Iwa are doing similar operations here. So if they look in deeply, they will find and suspect them. After completing the negotiations, Mei said, I will ask the 4 of you to stay inside this house. If you need food or water, I can arrange them. Renjiro replied, All right, as for food and water, we have it. For obvious reasons, Renjiro wouldn't consume any food or water they provided. In fact, he was worried about them releasing poisons or chemicals into the air. Mei realized his concerns. She nodded and left. She arranged for 16 Junins and 12 Chunins to keep an eye on the Konoha ninjas all the time. AN. You can sponsor chapters through Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 323, Hiruzen's Response. Chapter 326 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. After leaving the house, Ao said, Lady Mei, I am afraid that he has abducted more kids. Mei nodded and said, Yeah, but seeing his confidence, they shouldn't be here. He must have already sent them to Konoha. Unfortunately, there isn't much we can do. If we ask, they will deny it. Until the Civil War ends, such cases will keep happening. What we need to do is end this war as soon as we can. Ao looked at Mei. He could see the seriousness on her face. However, he knew that Mei couldn't end the war. He thought, unfortunately, that isn't possible. The Terumi clan leader is too old, while the Sakai clan leader got injured in the Third Great Ninja War. The other clan leaders can't take on rank S ninjas, so we don't have anyone who can take on the 4th Mizukage, at least until Mei becomes a rank S ninja. Renjiro wrote a letter and sent it to Hiruzen. His teammates approached him. Itaru said, Sorry, Renjiro-san. Because of us, you got captured as well. Renjiro replied, I can't just leave my teammates behind to die. Besides, we will be fine. Don't worry. His teammates nodded. Despite his statement, they knew that they were under a lot of risk. Kazuki thought, if another elite Junin from the rebel faction arrives, then even Renjiro would have difficulty escaping. Renjiro was aware of the risks as well. He didn't want his teammates to let down their guard, and warned them, Though I am sure that they won't try anything funny, be on your guard. Mei's mother was from the Sakai clan, and there are rumors that she can use the Apor release. His words surprised his teammates. Kazuki asked, She can use 2 Kekkei Genkai? Renjiro nodded and replied, Most likely. Apor release jutsus can harm us while we are inside the house, while lava jutsus can submerge the entire house in an instant. Luckily, we can avoid both by entering the ground, so stay on guard. His teammates nodded. They consumed soldier pills to stay awake. Around 16 hours later, a messenger bird reached Konoha. As soon as the message was received, the ninja immediately rushed to Hiruzen and handed him the scroll. As soon as Hiruzen opened it, his eyes widened. He looked at the ninja and said, Call Shikaku here immediately. The ninja nodded and left, while Hiruzen continued reading the scroll. In a few minutes, Shikaku appeared in the room. Hiruzen tossed him the scroll. Shikaku's expression became serious as he started reading. After he read the entire scroll, he sighed in relief and said, Renjiro did well. Hiruzen nodded. Shikaku added, Still, what bad luck to have. They didn't encounter any Kiri ninja for months and then directly attracted one of their strongest units. But for Kiri to extort so much money from us. Hiruzen said, 40 million Ryo for the life of 3 Junins, and the safety of one elite Junin is fine. Even though Renjiro could have escaped, it's difficult to say whether he would have managed to do that without any injury. Besides, we do have a lot of funds lying around. Shikaku nodded. Their excess money is why Hiruzen had sent Renjiro to pick up promising kids in the first place. He realized that Hiruzen had disregarded the costs the rebel faction would have had to pay to achieve that. But knowing Hiruzen, he didn't bother mentioning it. Hiruzen said, "If everything went as in the scroll, then it won't be an issue. But what are the chances of the rebel faction attacking Renjiro and his team and setting up an ambush for the squad we send?" Hiruzen's words made Shikaku fall into thought. For a few minutes, he properly analyzed all the information. Finally, he shook his head and said, "That is very unlikely. Doing that would force us to support the Mizukage faction. Even though we can't send many ninjas, we can provide them with substantial financial aid. Considering that they have requested our aid several times in the past, they won't do something so reckless." Hiruzen nodded. He had reached the same conclusion, but wanted Shikaku to analyze it too. Shikaku added, "The only question is, who do we send?" The first names they thought of were Kakashi, Eagle, and the other two elite Junins from the Senju clan. But after some discussion, Shikaku said, "The Senju clan was very active on the Kiri front in the last war. If there is still some hate against them, the rebels might try to kill all of them. So sending them is risky. As for Kakashi and Guy, the mission is too risky. They already have someone who has stolen a Byakugan. They might get greedy for Kakashi's Sharingan to gain both of Konoha's dojutsu. As for Guy, they should still remember the humiliation his father inflicted on them. Not to mention, the way Kakashi and Guy are growing, both will reach rank S in the future. Risking them on the same mission isn't wise. As for Eagle, he knows too many of our secrets to send him on a mission where things can go very badly. After all, even though chances of them making a move are minuscule, if they do, then they can easily assemble more than 500 ninjas there." Hiruzen agreed with his analysis. Due to the history of each village, it was easy to set off a conflict between their ninjas. He said, "Then Fujin? He is Renjiro's student after all. And he has no history with Kiri." Shikaku analyzed for a bit and nodded. He said, "He would work. He was able to escape from Roshi despite Roshi being able to use the tailed beast bomb, so he shouldn't have an issue in escaping if things go wrong, though his team might face their demise. But he can't go as Fujin and instead should go as the Spectral Swordsman. Unlike Kakashi, the Spectral Swordsman is still covered in mystery, be it his identity or strength. The mystery can be a good deterrence, especially when combined with his high chakra reserves. And he did kill numerous Kiri ninjas from the Mizukage faction who pretended to be bounty hunters. In addition to the money, we can also give them the information we gained from Higashi Renzo. The information will make them think twice before getting any funny ideas, and will make them indebted to us at the same time." Higashi Renzo appeared in Chapter 242. Hiruzen nodded and said, "All right, I'll dispatch his Anbu squad there." Shikaku nodded and left while Hiruzen called for Fujin. Fujin's team had just returned from a mission and were about to leave for their home when they were summoned. All immediately left towards the Hokage's office. Hiruzen looked at them and said, "A squad led by Senju Renjiro was active in the Land of Water on a humanitarian mission when they were intercepted and captured by rebels." Fujin's eyes widened. Hiruzen noticed it and said, "Don't worry. They are safe. Renjiro could have escaped, but stayed behind as his team couldn't. They have reached a deal with one of the rebel leaders. Your mission is to complete the deal and bring them back to Konoha safely." He gave Fujin the scroll that Renjiro sent and said, "This scroll has the information regarding the deal. See and memorize it." He handed Yugao and Fumito a scroll each and said, "These scrolls have information on Mei and Ao, the two strongest Kiri ninjas there. Memorize their abilities." Everyone began reading. Fujin let out a sigh and thought, "Looks like he will be fine." He handed the scroll back to Hiruzen and read up the information on Mei and Ao. It was quite similar to what he recalled, in addition to some more information that wasn't very important. After everyone was done, Hiruzen handed Fujin a couple of scrolls and said, "This scroll contains 40 million ryo. Keep it properly. And the other scroll contains information we gained from the fake bounty hunter who targeted you. Read up." Provide this scroll to Terumi Mei. You can use this information to get an advantage over her or a favor from her. Fujin nodded. Hiruzen's expression became serious. He said, "Though I believe there wouldn't be any conflict, there is a chance it might be a trap. If it is, then focus on surviving. Disperse in different directions and make your way back here somehow. I will have ninjas deployed along our coast with Kiri." Fujin and his team nodded with solemn expressions behind their masks. They understood how bad the odds were if a conflict were to break out. Meanwhile, Hiruzen thought, if Renjiro ends up falling because of being held back by his teammates, then it will be sad. If his student were to fall due to the same reason, then it would be a tragedy. Only by dispersing can they guarantee Fujin's safety. He said, "Fujin, you will inspect Renjiro properly. If he is placed under genjutsu or some other means of mind control, or if they are tortured, then I will give you the full autonomy to decide on how to proceed." Fujin nodded, though. He hoped that situation didn't reach that stage. For one, he didn't want anything bad to happen to Renjiro. And secondly, he had no confidence in defeating Mei. After explaining all the details, Hiruzen said, "Fujin, use your hawk mask for this mission." Fujin realized what Hiruzen's plan was. He nodded and asked, "Does Kiri have anyone who can fly?" Hiruzen shook his head and said, "Not that I know, but their Mizukage is a perfect Jinchuriki. Flying against him won't be much help." Fujin nodded. His team left immediately. And bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Anaver, Asha, Jay, and Nathan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 324, High-Speed Travel, Chapter 327 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. AN bonus chapter for crossing 2K Power Stones in the last week. As they traveled, Fujin thought, facing a rank S. Sigh, I hope that no combat happens. But if it does and they kill or mutilate Renjiro before I reach, what should I do? Noticing Fujin being lost in thoughts and recalling his reaction earlier, Bunjiro asked, "Captain, who is Senju Renjiro?" Fujin answered, "He was my Junin sensei after I graduated." Yugao already knew it, while Fumito and Bunjiro were surprised. Bunjiro said, "Don't worry, Captain. He should be all right. Lord Hokage said that the chances of it being a trap are very low." Fujin nodded and replied, "Don't worry, I am fine. It's best if the situation is peaceful, but if something goes wrong, prepare to run away. I might not be able to help you guys much considering their numbers, but I'll slow them down enough to give you an opportunity. Don't miss it." Yugao immediately said, "You can't risk your life for us, Captain. Your speed with the body flicker jutsu is very high. We don't want to slow you down." Bunjiro nodded. However, Fujin said, "You don't need to worry about me. They won't be able to hurt or capture me. Just focus on escaping." The determination in his voice made his team unable to respond. They just nodded and traveled without speaking more. Despite speaking with determination, Fujin wasn't very confident. After all, Mei was a rank S ninja, someone who'd become a Kage not long after. And unlike Gaara, who was still a kid, she was in her mid-20s. Fujin thought, "I knew that Miko would eventually die. As for Hoka, his life and death are controlled by the main family of the Hyuga clan, which is why I tried to keep a sufficient distance from them. Only Renjiro was someone who I knew wouldn't die for sure. But this world is too dangerous. One wrong mission or bad choice is all that is needed to be at risk of losing your life." Fujin was very close with Renjiro. Of all the people he had spent time with in this world, he had spent the highest with Renjiro. Though he wouldn't give up his life for Renjiro, he didn't want to see Renjiro die. Fujin sighed secretly and thought, "Let's put my emotions away. They won't help me. If conflict breaks out, can I take on Mei?" He recalled her performance from the Fourth Great Ninja War and thought, if I were to rank the 5 Kages in that war from strongest to weakest, Mei would probably be the weakest. Though having 2 Kekkei Genkai is cool and sounds strong, her jutsus aren't very effective on an open battlefield. Her lava jutsus are too slow and I can easily dodge them. Same for the Appor jutsus. They are only effective in a closed space. As long as I don't get trapped inside a formation, I should be fine. But there are still some issues. For one, it's the 70 other ninjas with her. I can't take on them while fighting with her. Any distraction could be deadly. Secondly, if her speed is as fast as Hiruzen, then I will be in trouble. And thirdly, the sea. I have no expertise in water jutsus. I can barely perform a few rank E and D jutsus. But they should all be able to manipulate water and make the fight ridiculously difficult for me. In addition, even though I am confident in dodging her attacks and making them harmless, it doesn't mean that I can harm her. To dodge her 2 Kekkei Genkai jutsus will force me to maintain distance, which would give her enough time to dodge my Accium jutsus. So the best result I can hope for is a stalemate, which won't be of any help to me in this particular situation. Fortunately, I have 2 means of dealing with the situation. The first is obviously running away, but I don't want to do it. I couldn't do anything during Miko's death. After all, Itachi and Obito were just too damn strong. And I had no confidence in facing Danzo's and Hiruzen's schemes or Miko's threat if she became unstable. But now, even though I'm not strong enough to face stronger rank S ninjas like Hiruzen, Ai, or Onoki, facing someone like Mei and making her regret should be possible. I'll just summon Kurogen and make them experience hell. After all, how will they fight me when I'm so high in the air? Having thought about all possibilities, Fujin made his decision. If a conflict breaks out, he would engage them in aerial guerrilla warfare. Land of Water. Not everything was merry in Mei's camp. Though Renjiro's words had gained the support of a good number of her ninjas, a few were still skeptical. There were many whose family was harmed by Renjiro or his subordinates in the previous war. Many ninjas still hated Konoha. A few banded together and approached Mei. Since they were her subordinates, Mei couldn't dismiss them casually. She sighed and said, "I understand your emotions, but keep the bigger picture in mind. Right now, we are in a stalemate against the Mizukage faction. If we push Konoha towards them, we will be at a bigger disadvantage. If the censors from Konoha were to join them, then our allies who are hiding and building their strength will be affected." Her words made them quiet down. They wanted revenge, but understood what terrible cost it would have. One girl among them sighed and said in a sad tone, "Aunt Cho had entered the Land of Fire a few years ago while she was being chased by a squad from the Mizukage faction, but both the squads completely disappeared after that. They should have encountered Konoha ninjas. I just hoped that we could ask Konoha what exactly happened to her and to return her body." Hearing her request, Mei replied, "It's been 3 years since then, Yumi, but all right. I will ask Konoha to send any information they have regarding her. Though I don't expect them to say much. Does anyone else have such requests?" No one else said anything. After all, their family members were mostly killed in the Third Great Ninja War. It had been a long time. And after Sakai Cho went missing in the Land of Fire, the rebel faction avoided entering the country and instead preferred the weaker countries around it. So no similar issues occurred. Land of Fire. After Fujin gathered his thoughts and made a decision, he thought, traveling there, even if we go at full speed, will need around 2.5 to 3 days. But going at full speed will exhaust us. It'll be stupid to do so when the enemy is fully rested. But if we take a ship, then it might take over a week to reach, and the longer it takes, the more the chances of something going wrong. Oh well, no other choice. Fujin suddenly stopped. His teammates stopped as well. All 3 activated their chakra fields, but didn't sense anything and were confused. Yugao asked, "What's the matter, Captain?" Fujin answered, "Nothing. Not many people know about this, so keep quiet." A small blade of wind cut his thumb as he began weaving signs and slammed his hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A majestic 9-meter-tall saber-tooth appeared in front of them, shocking Fujin's teammates. Due to having their chakra fields activated, they could sense the vast amount of chakra in him. He turned his eyes to the strangers, who immediately stepped back. Fujin chuckled and said, "He is my summon. You can call him Kaido." He looked at Kaido and said, "Kaido, we need a lift to the Land of Water." Kaido grumbled, "I don't mind flying you, but don't treat me like a free transport service." Fujin jumped on his back and chuckled. "Sorry, buddy. It's an emergency this time. I might even need some aerial support from you later. Though I hope the situation doesn't deteriorate to that state. Though Fujin chuckled, Kaido could hear the seriousness in his voice. He asked, "Is it that serious?" Fujin nodded and replied, "I might have to summon Kurogane." Kaido replied, "Ah, Big Brother has been itching for a fight for a long time. I'm sure he'll be delighted. But don't count much on me, though. Fighting isn't my forte." Fujin nodded. Though Kaido said that he wasn't strong, Fujin knew that he was numerous times stronger than Goro. He looked at his teammates and said, "Hop on." Seeing that he was friendly, they jumped on his back. Bunjiro asked, "Is Kaido gonna run all the way to the shore? It would help us save a lot of stamina." Fujin didn't reply. In the next moment, Kaido spread his wings. Bunjiro, Fumito, and Yugao were surprised. With one flap of his wings, he took off the ground and broke through the clouds. Bunjiro was stunned by that sight. So were the other two. Despite being a ninja for over a decade, neither of them had seen such a sight. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the Fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the Fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Smitty, Aaron, Barrick, El Gordo, Weirwood, and Caleb for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 3325, Hand Me the Money. Chapter 328 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bonus chapter for reaching 334.62 Power Stones last week. We were ranked 22nd at the end of week. Keep it up, guys. Bunjiro said, "Summons are cool. I want one as well." Fujin replied, "Good luck. You can find the summoning seals in the library. But be careful, it's very dangerous. I almost died. Preferably discuss with your sensei or the Anbu commander. They might help you reduce the risk." Bunjiro nodded. Fujin said, "Kaido will carry us close to the target. Use this time to rest. Eat a soldier pill. Your chakra and readiness need to be at the highest levels." Everyone nodded. Kaido flew straight towards the target for 8 hours straight. They finally reached close to the island. The island was surrounded by water for tens of kilometers. Fujin asked Kaido to stop around 7 kilometers away from the island so that they would be out of reach of all sensors. The group landed on the water. Fujin said, "Be on your guard, we will be heading straight to the island. Kaido, hide above the clouds. If a conflict happens, then sneak attack their strongest fighters from above with your wind breath. If that fails, clear out their weaker ninjas. Also, one of them can spit lava and blow extremely hot steam. Both will be very harmful to you if they hit, so stay on guard against them and sudden changes in the temperature." Kaido replied, "All right, good luck to you." He took off and disappeared above the clouds. The Konoha ninjas ran straight to the island. When they were around 2.5 kilometers from the shore, a sensor sensed them. Everyone in Fujin's squad felt it and prepared themselves. 1 Junin and 3 Chunin from Mei's forces moved towards Fujin's squad while a ninja went to inform Mei and Ao. The Kiri squad running towards Fujin noticed that they weren't slowing down. They were alarmed by seeing the Anbu outfits. Around 1 kilometer from the shore, the two squads met. The Kiri Junin weaved hand signs while shouting, "Stay where you are and state your purpose." Water release. Water wall jutsu. A wall of water appeared in the path of the Konoha ninjas. However, blades of wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere and hit the water wall, causing it to crumble down. The Kiri ninjas were surprised by the result. Fujin said, "I'm here to meet Terumi Mei. Lead me where she is." The Junin frowned and asked, "Are you from Konoha?" Fujin nodded. The Junin replied, "I will have to ask you to wait here." Fujin sneered, "Wait on the water to meet with Kiri ninjas?" He exerted a bit of his chakra and killing intent and said, "Get out of the way. I'll wait for her on the beach." The Junin frowned. He understood that conflict there would result in unnecessary casualties. He thought, if we fight on the island, then they will be outnumbered heavily and at a greater disadvantage. The chances of escape would be 0. What a fool. He replied, "All right, follow me." They began rushing towards the island. Mei and Ao were informed about the intruders. Ao activated his Byakugan and observed, "There are 4 ninjas. They clashed with one of our squads, but they are much stronger." May frowned. She got out of her tent and asked, "Are they in danger?" Ao shook his head and said, "Fortunately not. They are coming to the beach." May nodded and moved towards the beach. She wondered, are they from Konoha? But how did they send a squad in just around a day? Did Renjiro send a message to Konoha, or is he scheming against us? Meanwhile, Renjiro noticed, May and Ao stopped keeping an eye on us? Did they encounter trouble? He looked at his teammates and said, "There seems to be an unusual movement. Sense what is happening, Makoto." Makoto nodded and activated his chakra field. His chakra field covered the entire island and went a kilometer into the sea. He said, "I sense 4 additional chakras, 3 at the Junin level and 1 at the Chunin level. Most of the Kiri ninjas are reacting to them." His words confused them. Itaru asked, "Could Lord Hokage have sent a squad to rescue us?" Kazuki shook his head and replied, "It's just been a day since we sent a message. They can't reach so quickly. I'm afraid that it might be a squad from the Mizukage faction or someone who isn't allied with the rebel faction as of now." The others agreed with his analysis. While being just a couple of 100 meters away from the sea, Fujin felt 7 sensors scanning him. He thought, well, since everyone is scanning so liberally... He activated and spread his chakra field as well. It covered the entire island. He immediately focused on 3 chakra signatures. 2 were rushing towards him and were clearly far stronger than the other Kiri ninjas on the island, and the last one was a familiar one. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he realized, looks like he is safe. At least there's nothing wrong with his chakra, and the number of Kiri ninjas is the same as reported, though a few could still be hiding. Inside the house, a smile appeared on Renjiro's face as well. He had felt such a chakra field scanning him several times in the past. He muttered, "Sending my student on a mission to rescue me. The old man still loves to make everyone feel embarrassed." His voice was very low. Kazuki asked, "Did you say something, Renjiro-san?" Renjiro stood up and said, "They are allies. Get ready. We will break out as soon as there is a clash." Renjiro's words surprised them, but no one questioned him and prepared for a fight. Though May and Ao had left, there were still 16 Junins and 12 Chunins keeping an eye on them. Breaking through them would likely lead to a clash. Since Renjiro wasn't sure who the rest of the ninjas with Fujin were, and because they were still heavily outnumbered, he decided to be patient. On the other side of the island, May and Ao reached the beach and saw Fujin and his squad. Fujin observed May and Ao. In addition to them, there were 20 other Kiri ninjas. 7 were Junins, while the rest were Chunins. Fujin analyzed. Their numbers are divided into 4 groups. 1 is keeping an eye on the ships, another is in the village, the third is keeping an eye on Renjiro, and finally these guys here. The odds are a bit better than I anticipated, though winning is still impossible. At the same time, May also took a measure of Fujin's group. She wondered, who are they? And how did Konoha send a squad so quickly? And why didn't the Hokage send an elite Junin to ensure the safety of the captured ninjas? She thought a bit and concluded, did Konoha send a weaker squad to reduce their losses in case this was a trap? Seeing that she wasn't speaking, Fujin said, Lord Hokage received Senju Renjiro's message and asked me to take him from here. A scroll appeared in his hand. He added, this scroll has the negotiated 40 million ryo, so bring the Konoha ninjas here and we will complete the deal. May asked, how did you come here so quickly? Fujin replied in a neutral tone, I'm afraid that isn't your concern. His tone surprised May and Ao. They thought, despite being outnumbered and outmatched, he isn't afraid. Does he have something up his sleeve? Or is he not afraid of death? May said, I am afraid it is. How do I know that you are from Konoha? Fujin replied, just release them and they will confirm. That sentence eliminated the doubt of their identity. However, May didn't want to appear in a weaker position against a nobody. She asked, how do I know that the scroll has the money? Give me the scroll first and let me check. Fujin answered with a question. Why would we bother traveling so far with so few people if we didn't bring the money? Ao and May's expressions became serious. Fujin's rhetorical question was both a compromise and a threat. It implied that they couldn't win a fight, but at the same time, it also threatened May that Konoha could crush them on a whim. Fujin knew that they would be smart enough to understand the hidden message. The serious expression on Mei's face faded away as a seductive smile appeared. She giggled. "What an interesting young man. Unfortunately, you have no power here. Hand over the scroll, or I will capture you as well." She suddenly riled her chakra. Massive pressure was exerted on the Konoha ninjas. A look of surprise appeared behind Fujin's mask. As for the rest, they were completely shocked. In fact, Bunjiro was terrified. Despite having met with Hiruzen numerous times, none of them had seen him exert his chakra, so they had never sensed such a massive chakra from anyone other than Roshi. But Roshi hadn't focused on them, so they never experienced such a domineering chakra. All three of them instinctively grabbed their weapons. Unlike his teammates, the surprise on Fujin's face was due to an entirely different reason. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Immisarev, Derek, Bhavia, Starving Crow, and Rajesh for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 326, Not Yet S-Rank. Chapter 329 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Unlike his teammates, the surprise on Fujin's face was due to an entirely different reason. He thought, that's it. Her chakra is barely higher than Renjiro's. But why is it so low? I thought that it'd be higher than Hiruzen at the very least. Suddenly, it clicked. He realized, I see. She hasn't reached the S-rank yet. There are still 6 years until the start of the war. She should have reached that level during this time. Now that I think about it, the scroll with her information said nothing about her being an S-rank ninja. And if she was rank S, then the rebels wouldn't be hiding so much. Maybe even the genjutsu on the Mizukage would have been figured out by now. During the last 8 hours, Fujin was under a lot of stress. Taking on S-rank ninjas was not a matter he could take lightly, even more so when they were holding hostages. But since Mei wasn't at that level, all the stress was released. A smirk appeared on Mei's face, seeing the state of Konoha's ninja. The Kiri ninjas were also smirking. They saw that the leader of Konoha ninjas was looking dumbfoundedly at Mei, while his subordinates were under heavy pressure. Unknown to them, a smile appeared behind Fujin's mask. The scroll in his hand disappeared. He said softly, "Unfortunately, you won't be able to afford the cost." To everyone's surprise, Fujin riled his chakra as well. And, to the horror of Kiri ninjas, his chakra was at the same level as Mei. In fact, it could even be said to be barely higher. His chakra lifted the pressure from his teammates and put the Kiri ninjas under pressure. At the same time, 2 swords appeared on the left side of his waist. Their sheaths had intricate designs carved on them. Ao's eyes widened as soon as they landed on the swords. He looked at Fujin again and realized, Hawk Mask. Those 2 swords, and those patterns. He immediately whispered, "He is the spectral swordsman." Mei was already surprised to see another Konoha ninja match her chakra. However, after learning about his identity, she felt that it was normal. The name Spectral Swordsman was very well known throughout the Land of Water. The reason for that was the insane number of rogue Kiri ninjas that fell to his blade. Over 80% of the rogue Kiri ninjas were estimated to have been killed by him. On the other side of the island, a look of surprise appeared on Renjiro's face as he felt Fujin's chakra. He looked in the direction of Fujin and thought, he has already reached this level? Soon, the look of surprise was replaced with a prideful smile. He said, "Let's move." They appeared on top of their houses as Renjiro riled his chakra as well. Both Fujin and Mei sensed his chakra. Fujin chuckled and asked, "Do you still refuse to accept my terms? If you do, I'm afraid that the losses you will experience, even in victory, will far exceed what's in the scroll." Mei wasn't offended. She said, "I never thought that Konoha would show that the Spectral Swordsman is from your village. But if the Hokage sent you, I doubt he'd lie about the money." She stopped exerting her chakra and said, "Ow! Bring Renjiro and his squad here." Ao nodded and immediately flickered. Mei looked at Fujin. Though she was confident in taking him on, she knew that the circumstances weren't in her favor. A conflict would result in a large number of casualties on her side, and even if she managed to kill all Konoha ninjas, she wouldn't gain anything apart from a new and strong enemy. Renjiro's squad was surrounded by 28 ninjas. They were extremely tense. But since no conflict had started on the opposite side of the island, they didn't start the fight either. Their actions would depend on what Mei and Fujin decided. Soon Ao appeared and said, "Come with me. You guys follow too." Renjiro and the Kiri ninjas nodded. Everyone left towards Fujin and Mei. Though no one showed it on their faces, everyone was secretly relieved. None of them wanted meaningless casualties. Meanwhile, Mei looked at Fujin and said, "If it weren't for the circumstances, I'd have liked to fight the one who killed so many of our rogue ninjas. I wonder who you are behind the mask." Mei thought, "Though I have information on all the top Konoha ninjas and have a few guesses, I have a feeling that none of them are right." She focused on Fujin to memorize his chakra. Unfortunately, Fujin's chakra kept fluctuating the entire time. So Mei realized that Fujin could disguise his chakra, but the frequent changes gave her more information. She analyzed, to be able to change his chakra fluctuations so rapidly, he should be a very good sensor. Fujin chuckled and replied, "Why would I bother wearing a mask if I'd be willing to reveal my identity so easily? Besides, even if I show you a face, would you trust me?" Mei replied, "I guess not. Still, I do have a bone to pick with you. You killed too many of our rogue ninjas. I was planning to recruit them after this civil war ended to recover our strength." Fujin replied in a deep voice, "I would suggest you focus on winning the war first." Mei frowned. She analyzed. What does he mean by that? Does he know something that I don't? She had a bad feeling. Before she could ask, Ao and Renjiro arrived along with the rest. Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed the 4 Konoha ninjas. He and Renjiro exchanged glances. Renjiro nodded in acknowledgement to say that everything was fine. Fujin thought, good. No injuries or signs of torture, and their chakra flow is steady as well. He looked at Fumito, who nodded in response. Fujin said, "I'm glad you honored your part of the deal, Terumi Mei." He tossed the scroll with 40 million ryo to Mei. Mei grabbed it and checked the contents inside the scroll. She nodded and said with a smirk, "It's been a pleasure doing business with you." Fujin knew that it was a taunt. After all, Mei had received 40 million ryo without giving anything in return. She didn't even risk the lives of her subordinates. However, the money didn't belong to Fujin, so he wasn't bothered. He thought, if that was my money, I'd definitely steal it back. But Hiruzen is too loaded. Just the trade deals he did with those 4 countries would bring over 100 million ryo on a monthly basis, and that is without considering the cost of elemental crystals. 40 million ryo is probably just pocket money for Konoha. Though it might be a small sum for Konoha, for Mei, whose finances were tight, this was like a boon from the heavens. Fujin looked at Renjiro and asked, "Ready to leave?" Renjiro nodded. The Konoha ninjas were about to leave when Mei said, "Wait, I have 2 things to clear up." From their exchange so far, Fujin knew that she wouldn't abruptly begin attacking. He said, "Speak." Mei said, "Around 3 years ago, one squad from my faction was chased into the Land of Fire by a squad from Mizukage's faction. However, both squads disappeared. I want to know what happened to the squad from my faction. I hope the Hokage can provide me with the truth." Fujin thought, just cause he gave you money, you expect him to speak the truth. He was about to agree when Renjiro asked, who were in the squad? And who were the ones chasing? Before Mei could answer, a young girl said, "The leader of the squad was Sakai Cho. She was chased by a squad led by Karatachi Kazuki." Fujin looked at the girl and thought, she looks a bit familiar. After a few seconds, he recognized her and thought, Sakai Yumi. I didn't expect to see her here. Regardless, it looks like Mei is nurturing her, or at least has some hopes from her. Fujin didn't pay any more attention to her. He was stronger than her during the Chunin exams, and right now, the difference in their power was even larger. Renjiro said, "I don't know anyone by the name of Sakai Cho, but the mission to deal with infiltrators back then was taken by me. I remember encountering a squad of 5 led by Karatachi Kazuki. Unfortunately, we didn't see anyone else. We managed to find him because we found 2 corpses that were brutally mutilated and blown up into pieces. After defeating him and searching the forests, we found another body that was destroyed and blown into bits. I don't remember the exact number, but the blood on their weapons was tested to be from more than 15 people. But we never managed to find any other bodies, so they might have been eaten by wild beasts or killed before entering the Land of Fire. AN. I know many were expecting another epic fight. Apologies for not going that way. Though Naruto is a world where decisions are often made through fighting, I wanted to show that things can end up through dialogue as well, especially when neither party has anything to gain from fighting. Important, with this enlightenment, Fujin will embark on a new journey to master the greatest jutsu in Naruto. You know which jutsu that is. P.S. I'm just kidding. Have a fun start to your week. And bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Jackie, Zeke, and K0D4S for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 327, A Tragedy. Chapter 330 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, if a chapter is not up at the usual time, check out the top post on the Patreon page. You can check it without being a patron. I post delay notices there along with the expected delay time in the title. Renjiro's words shocked the rebels. To be killed and then blown up to pieces was extremely cruel. However, most Kiri ninjas didn't doubt his words. They had seen the horrendous acts committed by the Mizukage faction. They had no doubts that they would do something as heinous as that. Mei was a bit doubtful of the accuracy of Renjiro's words, but she knew that nothing good would happen by pursuing such an old matter. Even if Konoha were the one to kill her, she wouldn't be able to get justice for Cho. Instead, her followers might pressurize her to make a new enemy and reduce their chances of victory in the war. After all, it was unreasonable to expect everyone to see the bigger picture. She let out a sigh and said, "What a tragedy." She looked at Fujin and asked in a serious tone, "I hope you can tell me what you meant by that statement." Her first question was just to satisfy the people who believed in and followed her. However, the answer to the second question was what she wanted to know. She had a feeling that it would have a significant impact on her campaign. Fujin replied, "Sure." He took out a scroll from his jacket and tossed it at Mei. Mei caught the scroll and opened it while Fujin said, "You have underestimated the Mizukage faction. Your estimates regarding their finances are way off. I'd be very careful if I were in your position." Fujin's words confused the Kiri ninjas. Some thought, why would we hide from them if we had underestimated them? However, they became serious as they noticed the change in Mei's expression. Her face had a very grim expression. She thought, "I thought they were all tired of the situation in the country and went rogue, but the majority of them were rogue only in name. They did bounty hunting and sent money back to the village. If that is indeed the case, we have heavily underestimated their finances, and their resolve as well. We thought that if we stayed hidden, their forces would begin disbanding in large numbers, and our chances of victory would increase. In fact, we even tried to recruit them." Wait! Her eyes widened as she realized, "No, we managed to recruit a few of them, but with this information, there is a chance that they are spies that infiltrated our forces. Shit, we are in danger." The rebel camp was currently hiding and engaged in a guerrilla campaign. But if they had spies among their ranks, then it was only a matter of time before they encountered a trap or were assaulted by a massive force. Fujin studied her expressions. They were as per his expectations. He had already read the scroll and was waiting for an opportunity to hand it over to her. Mei looked at him and let out a sigh. She said, "I don't know how to thank you for this information. Its value far exceeds the 40 million ryo we agreed upon. I'd have returned the money if my finances weren't so tight. Unfortunately, I have nothing of equivalent value that I can offer you right now. We owe you a favor." Fujin nodded and said, "Good luck with your campaign." Mei nodded. The Konoha ninjas finally took their leave. Fujin looked at the skies for a second before leaving. As soon as they left, Ao asked, "What information did he provide?" Mei rolled back the scroll and said, "We might have a problem. I'll need your help later. For now, let's leave." Mei didn't want to spread the news. It might cause unnecessary suspicions. The Kiri ninjas under her command quickly boarded the ships and left the island. While alone, Mei informed Ao of the information sent by Konoha. Ao was stunned as well. They decided to properly inspect every rogue ninja they took into their forces in the last 3 years, and to limit their participation in critical activities. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas ran rapidly across the seas. After creating some distance, Renjiro asked, "How did you come so quickly?" Fujin replied, "We had some aid. I'll tell you later." Renjiro was puzzled, but he understood that Fujin didn't want that information to spread, so he didn't push him for an answer. As for Kaito, he had seen Fujin look up at him. After they left, he ended the summoning jutsu and returned to Mount Muteki. Fujin asked, "Did they do anything after capturing you?" Renjiro shook his head and said, "No, she didn't want to get into a conflict with us. Besides, she profited heavily from our encounter." Fujin nodded. Mei received 11 talented kids, 40 million ryo, and a critical piece of information that could save the lives of hundreds of her allies. Her gains were too high, and the only cost she had to pay was the time she used. By comparison, Konoha didn't get much. Fujin thought, "It's rare to see Hiruzen suffer a loss in diplomacy. I guess he wants the rebels to win and use this as an opportunity to provide them some assistance. It should also create goodwill between the two villages when Mei wins in the future, and could provide an opportunity to ally in the next Great War." Considering how brittle the ties between Konoha and Suna are, this could provide more breathing space for Konoha. After all, Konoha doesn't have the same domineering power as it did during the previous Great Wars. Thinking about it from this point of view, he didn't exactly suffer a loss. After all, 40 million ryo isn't much, and the information was useless in our hands. And the kids originally belonged to Kiri too. So getting 3 capable Junins and a prospective ally for the next war is more than enough gain for such a small cost. That said, I wonder if Hiruzen would have taken the same steps if he had known how strong Naruto would be during the next Great War, or that the next war wouldn't be fought between the villages. Unlike Fujin, Hiruzen didn't know what the future generation would accomplish. Though he was hopeful about their futures, he had to make his calculations based on the ninjas that were active currently. And he didn't know that the next Great War would be fought between the alliance of shinobi villages and Akatsuki. So his calculations were very appropriate. As they moved, Narakazuki asked, "Did you bring any means of transportation?" Fujin replied, "Nope. Did you guys consume any soldier pills?" Kazuki replied, "Yes, around a day ago." Fujin said, "All right, let's just run all the way back to the Land of Fire then. We will rest in a patrol camp." Fujin's casual reply stunned the Nara. He muttered softly, "Run for 2 days straight. Great." Makoto and Itaru chuckled at his sorrow. As for the others, they were already used to the laziness of the Nara clan ninjas. They quickly formed a basic plan on how to travel, which places to avoid, and how to use their sensors to avoid any more confrontations. The group traveled for half a day straight and reached close to the outer ring of islands in the Land of Water. Once they exited it, they would leave the area officially controlled by Kirigakure. However, Makoto sensed something. He turned his attention towards a small island to their right. Smoke could be seen coming from the island. He said, "Something horrible is happening there. It's as if death is spreading across the island." His words surprised the rest. Fujin extended his chakra field as well and said, "There are no ninjas there, but I can feel numerous people dying by the minute." Renjiro said, "Let's check it out." The Konoha ninjas changed their directions and entered the island. They headed straight to the village on the island. But as soon as they got close to it, they slowed down. Everyone's eyes widened. The scene in front of their eyes was straight from a horror story. The houses in the village were all damaged. Some had a few cracks. Others had crumbled. However, that wasn't the worst sight. The entire village was dyed in blood. Corpses that were sliced open littered the streets. Among these corpses were a few people that hadn't died yet, but were not too far away from it. Fujin frowned. He walked into the village and asked softly, "Who did this?" Renjiro let out a sigh and said, "It is likely the Mizukage faction. Over a dozen villages and towns in the Land of Water have been eliminated by them in this manner, mostly due to suspecting some people with bloodlines among them, or if their village had any dealings with the rebels." AN bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Brandon, Matthias, and Gabriel for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 328, Rescue Chapter 331 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Renjiro's words surprised Fujin's team. Unlike Renjiro's teammates, who had spent almost 4 months in the Land of Water, they hadn't heard of these atrocities happening in the Land of Water. To know that a village was committing such atrocities on their citizens was shocking. Even Fujin, who had some ideas regarding the Civil War, was shocked. He thought, no wonder such a massive rebellion is happening here. I initially thought that it was just the clans with Kekkei Genkai against normal clans, but this is disturbing. Fujin let out a sigh and wondered, is this the act of some lunatics in the Mizukage faction, or has Obito made the Mizukage commit such atrocities? Renjiro said, "Makoto, check who all are alive and can be saved. Heal them." Fujin objected, "This place just had a conflict. If we spend time here, we could once again be attacked." Fujin was opposed to Renjiro's decision. After all, Renjiro's squad was captured not long ago, and seeing the horrendous state, he doubted whether any of them would be able to live a normal life after experiencing such a horrifying incident. Renjiro shook his head and said, "The situation is different. If we see any ships coming, we will run away. If not, we will save as many here as we can." Fujin sighed and asked, "Would they even want to live after experiencing such an incident?" Renjiro replied, "That isn't something we should decide." Fujin said, "All right, I'll help out Makoto. But keep an eye on your chakra levels, Makoto. Running away will be difficult if it is low." Makoto nodded. The group immediately began looking for survivors. The village had around 450 people. However, only 60 were alive when they arrived. And among those 60, 20 were in a very critical state and couldn't be rescued without complicated medical treatments. Makoto healed most of them while Fujin healed their external wounds. Among the survivors, 24 had lost 1 or more limbs. Only 16 were well physically. However, their mental health was a complete mess. It wasn't a surprise, though. Not only did they undergo tremendous physical pain, but they also lost their loved ones, and the streets were still covered by their blood. The Konoha group spent half a day on the island. Fortunately, no one sailed to the island. After putting everyone to sleep using genjutsu, Fujin asked, "What are you planning to do with them? Leaving them here wouldn't be wise." Renjiro nodded and replied, "Yeah, the trauma is too intense. I'll build a ship for them to sail away towards nearby islands. As for whether they survive or not, it's their fate." Fujin nodded. Though Konoha was doing well, they couldn't interfere anymore in this matter. Until then, no other country had interfered in the civil war happening in the Land of Water. But once Konoha stepped in, the remaining 3 villages would also have to step in. It would make the situation very complicated and could lead to an all-out war between the 5 villages with the Land of Water as the battlefield. During the night, the Konoha ninjas built a boat large enough to carry 40 people. The next day, they asked whether the people wanted to stay on the island or leave. Knowing that the Mizukage's forces could return, everyone chose to evacuate. However, one young boy, around 6 years old, approached Renjiro. He was very skinny, had pale skin and white hair. He looked into Renjiro's eyes and asked, "Can you train me to become a ninja?" His voice was surprisingly calm and steady. Renjiro bent down to his level and asked with a kind smile on his face, "What is your name, brave child?" The kid answered, "I am Kyushu Hayami." Renjiro asked, "Hayami-kun, why do you want to become a ninja?" Fujin noticed as the boy struggled to control his emotions. He clenched his fists and said, "They made my mother and sister scream in pain for a long time before killing them. I don't want to be helpless while my loved ones are harmed." Fujin and the other ninjas sighed on hearing his words. Renjiro let out a sigh as well. He said, "It's unfortunate what happened here, but to become a capable ninja, you will have to train extremely hard for years. Are you willing to do that?" The boy answered, "I will train as hard as you want me to." Renjiro placed his hand on his head gently and said, "All right, I will train you to be a ninja." He looked at the survivors and asked, "Are any of your relatives alive?" The boy shook his head. An old man approached and said, "Hayami-kun never talked much with anyone, but he was very close with his mother and sister. Please take good care of him and take him away from this country." The people already knew that Renjiro and the rest were from Konoha. They wanted to evacuate to the Land of Fire, but Renjiro declined their request as he wasn't able to guarantee their safety. Renjiro said, "All right, I'll take good care of him." At the same time, he thought, the boy's chakra is a bit dark. He might become an expert in yin release. The Konoha ninjas saw the survivors sailing away in the boat. After they left their sight, the group began running towards the Land of Fire once again. Renjiro carried Hayami as they ran across the seas. Seeing people run on the water was a first for Hayami. However, despite his young age, he didn't seem interested in it. His mind was still affected by what had happened to his family. Due to the break, Renjiro's squad had to eat another soldier pill to continue moving. After traveling for over a day, the group finally reached the shores of the Land of Fire. The group took a break at a patrol camp before continuing their journey to Konoha. During this time, Fujin interacted a bit with Hayami. Though the kid was polite, he wasn't very responsive. Fujin thought, recruiting talented kids not from the village, it leaves a threat of young kids being sent as spies by enemy villages. Even if that isn't the case, the loyalty of such ninjas can also be questioned. But I guess Hiruzen doesn't even consider this issue. The will of fire. What a convenient tool. I need to come up with a similar ideology to ensure the loyalty of my members, but though it seems simple, it is very difficult. After all, what fuels this ideology is the sacrifice of the previous generations. If the older generations don't sacrifice themselves for the next generation, then this ideology will collapse in no time. Sigh, I hope I can come up with something good enough to influence a few people. Otherwise, the only way would be a curse seal. A few hours later, the group reached Konoha and arrived at Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen looked at Renjiro and said, "It's good to see you all unharmed." At the same time, he looked at Fujin meaningfully and thought, for them to have returned so quickly, Fujin should have used his summons to fly over. It was the right decision to send him over. Renjiro nodded and replied, "Thank you. Unfortunately, our mission was interrupted." Hiruzen looked at Hayami and asked, "So, who is this young friend?" Renjiro let out a sigh and said, "On our way back, we encountered a village in the Land of Water that was destroyed by Kirigakure ninjas from the Mizukage faction. We rescued and healed a few survivors. Kyushu Hayami was one of them. He wants to become a ninja, so I brought him with me." Hiruzen observed the boy carefully. With a smile, he said, "All right, we will take good care of you, Hayami. I have a lot of hopes for you." He looked at Renjiro and asked, "Should I make living arrangements for him, or will you be taking him to the Senju clan compounds?" Renjiro looked at Hayami. Hayami also looked back at him with eyes full of hope. Renjiro said, "I'll make arrangements for him in the Senju clan compound." Hiruzen wasn't surprised. Over the last few decades, especially since the start of the Second Great Ninja War, the Senju clan frequently took in orphans. Hiruzen nodded and said, "All right, I will leave it to you then." He looked at Hayami and said kindly, "Hayami-kun, can you wait outside the room for a while? We have some matters to discuss." Hayami obediently said, "I can." He walked out of the room. Hiruzen asked, "So, how did the mission go?" Fujin replied, "It went well. I had a small confrontation with Mei, but no conflict happened. Since everything went well, I created some curiosity in her and handed her the scroll. She was grateful and said she owes us a favor." Hiruzen nodded and said, "Good. The mission can be considered a complete success. Though your mission was cut in half, it can be considered a success as well, Renjiro." I have already moved the kids you sent over into the academy. Renjiro nodded. They discussed some more details. Finally, Renjiro said, I'll be needing some time off. It's been a while since I returned home. Hiruzen nodded and replied, You can leave. Send me a mission report later. The group left the office. Renjiro looked at Fujin and said, Meet me tomorrow at noon in Yakiniku with Hoka. It's been a long time since we have been together. Fujin replied, Yeah, it's been a while. All right, I'll call him. Renjiro nodded. He took Hayami with him and the group went their separate ways. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the Fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the Fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Calevra, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 329, A Get-Together. Chapter 332 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Renjiro took Hayami to his home and introduced him to his family. His wife and children entertained Hayami and made him feel at home while Renjiro arranged for Hayami to stay in the Senju clan compounds. After making arrangements, Renjiro took him to the T&I department, where Hayami was put to sleep using a genjutsu, and the authorities did a thorough checkup on him. They inspected his body for any possible seals. After confirming there were none, they had a Yamanaka ninja read his memories. Once again, he was cleared and they confirmed he wasn't a spy. After confirming, Ibiki let Renjiro take him back. The procedure wasn't created especially for Hayami. All the 35 children Renjiro had sent before were subjected to the same. Of course, none of the kids remembered any of this. The next afternoon, Fujin walked into Yakiniku. He heard, Fujin here. Fujin turned his head in the direction of the voice to see Hoka. He joined him and said, It's been a long time. Fujin had gone to Hoka's residence the day before. Unfortunately, he wasn't at home, so he just dropped a message for him and left. Hoka replied, Yeah, it's been over a year since we last met up. Time flies so quickly. Seems like the Anbu life is very hectic. Fujin nodded and said, Yeah, some missions need me to stay out for months. He let out a sigh and added, And for some reason, Lord Hokage seems to like giving me a lot of missions. You are lucky to not be in it. Hoka nodded and replied, Yeah, it gives me a lot of time to train. Fujin chuckled and teased, So why aren't you a Junin yet? Hoka immediately became dejected. He said in a depressed tone, Lord Hokage is so strict when it comes to promoting. I can already fight against Junins from other major villages and even in my clan. But he promoted me to just special Junin. Father said that I'll probably need another couple of years to be officially promoted to the Junin rank. He looked at Fujin and asked, What about you? Do you remember the promise we made 2.5 years ago? You only have 6 months left. Fujin replied, I got promoted to Anbu captain a few months back. That rank is equivalent to Junin. I'll be Junin when I retire. Hoka quickly caught on to the information. He asked, You are planning to quit the Anbu? Fujin nodded and answered, I don't get much time to train, but I still have some work to do in the Anbu. It should be completed in around 6 to 8 months. Hoka replied, All right, let's compete when you are done with your work then. A grin formed on his face as he said, I can't wait to fight against you again. Is fighting all you two can think about? Fujin and Hoka turned their heads to see Renjiro approaching them. Fujin chuckled and replied, Well, we can only do what our sensei taught us. Hoka nodded, Yup, feel free to blame our sensei. Both laughed at Renjiro's expense. Renjiro sighed at their antics and joined the table. It had been just over 3 years since Fujin and Hoka were genins under his tutelage. However, now Hoka was a special Junin, while Fujin was an Anbu captain. In terms of strength, Hoka was at the Junin level, while Fujin was as strong as Renjiro. Though he lacked in terms of overall capabilities and experience, in terms of speed and lethality, he had already surpassed Renjiro. In a fight, Renjiro would need to be very careful against Fujin. Renjiro was very proud of his students. However, he couldn't help but think, It's a shame that Miko got caught in the Uchiha mess. She would have been at the Junin level as well if she had been alive. A server delivered them meat as the three of them caught up and shared some of their experiences. Of course, no one spoke about any missions that had to be kept a secret. So Hoka and Renjiro were unaware of the stunts Fujin pulled in the Land of Wind and his fight against Roshi. After having lunch and talking for a couple of hours, Renjiro asked Fujin, "So how did you make it to the Land of Water so quickly?" Fujin replied, "I signed a summoning contract. My summons can fly quite fast." Hoka was surprised. He said, "Summons that can fly you? That's very rare." "Congrats, Fujin." Renjiro added, "No, summons that can fly 4 people and probably fly at twice the speeds of measure birds. That's even more impressive." Hoka was surprised. "That good? Wait." He squinted his eyes and stared at Fujin. Fujin realized his thoughts and chuckled. Hoka let out a sigh and cursed. "Bastard. It's already annoying to fight you when you keep running away. For the last 2 years, I kept working on strategies to combat your style of combat. But now you can fly? How the heck am I supposed to fight you if you fly and keep attacking from above?" Fujin didn't reply and just grinned. Unknown to Hoka, his summons had great control over wind chakra and were just as lethal as him if Akyum jutsus weren't considered. Hoka sighed and said, "No summons and no running and hiding during our fight. Wait, no clones either." Fujin tilted his head and asked, "Are you going to tell your enemy that?" Hoka replied, "It's a spar. That's different." Renjiro chuckled and said, "So much talk about sparring. Do you two want to spar against me?" Both Fujin and Hoka looked at him. Hoka replied, "Sensei, I know that you could take 3 of us at the same time back when we were Genins. But do you think that you can take the 2 of us at the same time right now as well?" Over the last few years, Hoka's taijutsu improved a lot. It didn't have any flaws, and he was confident in going up against Renjiro when it came to taijutsu. With Fujin supporting him with ninjutsu, he didn't think that Renjiro would have an easy time against them. Renjiro shrugged and said, "It's not necessary to win in a spar." Fujin said in an uncertain tone, "Sparring, I'm kinda against doing much of that now." Fujin's words surprised Renjiro and Hoka. Hoka asked, "Why so?" Fujin replied, "The last time I sparred with my team, I had a hard time controlling myself. The missions in Anbu have honed my killing instincts to an extreme. It gets difficult to control myself when I see openings. And it is very dangerous considering that I use winjutsus primarily. One bad attack could end up killing a friend." Fujin's words surprised Hoka. Unlike Fujin, Hoka went on missions that were tailored to his growth. The Hyuga clan had a proper system in place for anyone who worked hard to get stronger, so Hoka benefited from it. And unlike Fujin, his missions didn't involve as much killing. Renjiro said, "Yeah, that happens when you spend a lot of time in Anbu. Even after leaving the Anbu, it stays for many years. That said, losing control over your actions is not good. It may seem advantageous in battle, but you'll end up making a lethal mistake at some point. You should find a sparring partner to learn and control those instincts." Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, I guess Lord Hokage feels the same. My missions over the last few months don't involve much fighting." After his clash with Roshi, Hiruzen realized that Fujin's tactics and thoughts had developed to become extremely lethal. He realized that Fujin's actions in the Land of Wind wouldn't be a one-off event. So to tone down his aggression, Hiruzen had assigned him missions that dealt more with diplomacy and protection rather than elimination. Though the mission to rescue Renjiro's squad had a chance of high-level combat, it too fell under diplomacy, as Fujin had to avoid conflict to ensure the complete success of the mission. So as such, Fujin hadn't killed a lot after his mission to eliminate the base that Suna had created in the Land of Fire. After talking for a bit, the group decided against sparring. Renjiro was concerned that an all-out spar between them would wreck an entire training ground. Though the village generally disregarded such destruction, he had a feeling that the scale might surpass what the village could ignore. As for Hoka, he wanted to keep his improvements a secret from Fujin, so he didn't push for a spar either. Fujin changed the topic by asking, "How many kids did you rescue from the Land of Water?" Renjiro replied, "Including Hayami, 36. Fujin was surprised. He said, "That's quite a lot. Do any of them have Kekkei Genkai?" Renjiro shook his head and replied, "They are too young, so it hasn't manifested in anyone, but some of them do have the bloodline. Hopefully, a few of them will unlock their Kekkei Genkai. Though, even if they don't, it's fine. At some point in the future, one of their descendants will unlock it. Fujin nodded. Establishing a new bloodline clan in the village was a long-term project. It would take a few decades to show results. And the frequent wars and deaths during the missions would be a huge obstacle towards that goal. But Fujin wasn't very interested in the long-term aspect. He hoped that a few of the kids would unlock their Kekkei Genkai very soon. He was planning to start fusing his own elements soon to learn a Kekkei Genkai. Having a reference would be a huge help for him. He thought, I'll need to keep an eye on those kids. Seeing how much time had passed, Renjiro said, I lost track of time. I have some work to do at home. It was good meeting both of you again. Hoka nodded. Yeah, we should do this more often in the future. Fujin and Renjiro nodded. They said farewells and went their separate ways. Slice of life chapter after a long time. Next chapter, Konoha's Light and Darkness. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.rion.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Rohan and Michael, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 330, Konoha's Light and Darkness. Chapter 333 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Terrence Smith. You can thank him for the double release. After a few days off, Fujin once again became busy with his Anbu duties. Hiruzen was quite busy as well. He made arrangements for Hayami to join the first year in the academy. Though the kids Renjiro brought from Kiri were talented enough to be placed in elite batches, Hiruzen didn't do that and instead distributed them in the normal batches that had 100 students. His goal was to ensure that they made good friends in Konoha. Combined with his frequent motivational speeches, the unsuspecting kids were quickly assimilated into Konoha. Once the assimilation was complete, Hiruzen analyzed 36 good kids. Their circumstances will make them train harder than most, and they might even motivate others to train hard. Once their strength grows beyond the normal students, I'll expand the elite batches to include the ones that stand out. Seeing how good they were, Hiruzen thought, it'd be good if we could recruit such kids frequently from there. Unfortunately, it will be very difficult and risky. Both sides should have noticed these events. They'll be on the lookout for such operations done by other villages. Not to mention there will be competition from other villages. He began analyzing to check if he could continue the operations in the Land of Water somehow. However, he could only think of one solution. He wondered, should I ask Danzo to make a move there? Hiruzen was in a dilemma when it came to Danzo. Though he was a comrade, he had been very extreme in the past few years. The Uchiha's loss was a big blow for Konoha. In addition, unlike others, Danzo won't obediently do what Hiruzen wanted. He thought, the only way Danzo would agree is if I let him induct the kids into Root. No, he will agree even if I decline, and would instead secretly induct the most talented kids he finds into the Root. But I have already disbanded the Root. Though he still has a few dozen Root ninjas under his command, it is a far cry from what he controlled before the Uchiha massacre. If I let him recruit kids from here, then he will begin rebuilding the Root again. Hiruzen began analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of such an action. After around 10 minutes, he decided, though the rebels aren't lunatics like the Mizukage faction, at the end of the day, they are still a different village. I can't guarantee that they would ally with us. Even though Danzo is extreme, at the end of the day, he is still loyal to Konoha. I'll let him take over this operation. Even if he recruits talented children now, he will need around 10 years to raise a large number of Junins from their ranks. He will be too old by then to have any more ambitions towards the Hokage seat. Besides, a glint appeared in Hiruzen's eyes as he decided, in around 6 years, I'll pass my seat to Kakashi or Fujin, and I'll make the other the commander of Root and force Danzo to retire along with me. That would be the best outcome for Konoha. Though there were a lot of reasons for Hiruzen to be upset with Danzo, it was undeniable that Konoha had benefited heavily due to him. Of all the villages, Konoha was the only village where a rank S ninja willingly took over the role of darkness and stayed away from the limelight. One rank S ninja leading in the light and another hiding in the dark was a deadly combination. Even if Konoha didn't have any other rank S ninjas, Hiruzen was confident in defending Konoha during the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, despite being surrounded by enemies on all sides. So if Hiruzen could see any opportunity to create such a combination in the future, he would make a move towards it. He let out a sigh and thought, I was hoping that the ones who replaced us would be Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Back then, my relationship with Danzo was very good. If Jiraiya had accepted the Hokage position and Orochimaru succeeded Danzo, we would have been in a stable position for another couple of generations. Unfortunately, Jiraiya didn't take my seat. And Orochimaru wanted to become the Hokage instead of letting Minato be the one. After Minato's death, everything became a mess. I had given up any hopes of recreating this arrangement. To think that such an opportunity would present itself once again. And unlike the ones before, Kakashi and Fujin can take the roles of both, light and darkness. It would provide a lot of flexibility to the village. After dissolving the root, Hiruzen initially didn't intend to revive it again. There were two main obstacles to reviving the root. The first was a capable leader to succeed Danzo, and the second was the manpower. Fujin's performance in the Land of Wind provided Hiruzen with a second possible future leader, and the orphans in the war-torn Land of Water provided him with the required manpower. Though there were some risks, the advantages far outweighed them in Hiruzen's opinion. Having concluded his thoughts, Hiruzen decided on going forward with his plans. He disappeared from his office. A few seconds later, he appeared in a secret underground chamber. Danzo, who was sitting in a chair and handling some work, suddenly looked up. To his surprise, Hiruzen had shown up unannounced. He asked, "What do you want?" Hiruzen replied with a question. "Are you aware of Renjiro's mission in the Land of Water?" Danzo looked at Hiruzen without speaking, but there was no change in his expression. He replied, "The one to rescue orphans from the Land of Water?" Hiruzen nodded and said, "He ended up confronting the rebel faction, so I had to stop the mission. But it's a waste if we don't act on such an opportunity. I want you to deploy your forces and rescue such orphans." Danzo squinted his eye. He asked, "My forces? Did you forget that you disbanded Root?" Hiruzen sighed and asked, "Do you think I'm oblivious to everything you do?" Danzo didn't reply. He knew that Hiruzen knew about the forces still under his control, but he didn't expect Hiruzen to confront him about it. Hiruzen said, "So, will you?" Danzo replied, "I want my former Root ninjas back under my command." Hiruzen shook his head and replied, "That's not negotiable. Root won't be officially started either." A frown formed on Danzo's face. He asked, "How will I rescue the orphans?" Hiruzen replied, "Use your current forces. You can deploy all of them if you want. In addition, the kids you recruit can be recruited into Root, but I want proper documentation on each of them, along with yearly reports on their progress, especially if someone unlocks Kekkei Genkai." Danzo was surprised by the offer. He thought, "I do have enough force to undertake such a task. But why is Hiruzen being so generous? I thought I would only get to induct a few kids sneakily. But if he allows me to induct them openly, I can rebuild my Root forces in 8 to 10 years. Hiruzen stared at Danzo, completely understanding his thought process. He thought, "I don't want to do something like this to an old comrade, but you left me with no choice. I can only give you false hope and take it away from you before it gives you any results." Not knowing Hiruzen's plan to force him to retire, Danzo replied, "All right, I will take over this mission, but you can't change your mind in the future." Hiruzen nodded and said, "Of course. Recruit as many orphans as you can, but be careful of the Mizukage and rebel factions. Their fighting will intensify soon." Danzo nodded. Hiruzen disappeared from the office as rapidly as he appeared. After he left, a frown formed on Danzo's face. He thought, "Konoha's current condition is very stable, so why did Hiruzen give me an opportunity to re-establish my forces?" He thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a definite answer. He decided, whatever, No matter what he is up to, I'll just counter his schemes when they pop up. Besides, even if I figured out his schemes, I would still want to recruit those orphans. The following day, 36 root ninjas sneakily left Konoha. They moved into the Land of Water and began their mission of rescuing a large number of orphans who were suffering due to the war. Around the time the root ninja reached the Land of Water, Fujin entered his basement. There were multiple scrolls in his hand. He laid the scrolls on the floor and opened them while thinking, "In the last 8 months, I have learnt all the new Fuinjutsu symbols that were in Section A of the library. In addition, I have learnt hundreds of new seals. Finally, my basics are good enough to begin learning this jutsu." He sighed and muttered, "It's been such a long time since I wanted to master this seal. Finally, I can do it." The scrolls in front of him contained information and a training plan to learn the 4 symbols seal. AN. You can sponsor chapters from Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 331, 4 Symbols Seal. Chapter 334 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin sat in his basement, carefully reading the information in the scrolls. It wasn't the first time he had read it. In fact, it was the first seal he studied after getting promoted to the Anbu captain rank. But the last time he read, he realized that he wasn't ready to learn the seal. After reading all the information once again, Fujin summarized, 4 symbols seal. A seal made of just 4 symbols. Sounds so simple. Unfortunately, that isn't the case. The truth is that this seal contains thousands of symbols arranged in a very complicated manner. In terms of complexity, this is the most complex seal I have seen. The thousands of symbols are arranged in such a way that they take the shape of 4 symbols, giving the seal its name. The 4 symbols themselves have a particular function. The first symbol is to make the seal adaptable. It allows certain changes to be made to the seal, such that every 4 symbol seal is different from each other, sort of like a signature or a fingerprint. And once the seal is created, this symbol allows the seal to be further modified. Due to this, the ones who know this seal and are aware of the details in this symbol can make it stronger or weaker if the host doesn't resist or considers them a threat. In addition, the seal can also be influenced by other seals to make the sealing much stronger. The second symbol is to suppress what is sealed inside this seal. It restricts the amount of power the tailed beast controls. In fact, it can pretty much shut down all power of a tailed beast and forcefully put it to sleep. The third symbol is to make the seal resilient. If the tailed beast somehow overcomes the suppression of the second symbol, then the resilience granted by this symbol is enough to temporarily stop a tailed beast from breaking out and provide the host with an opportunity to resist and fight back. It would also provide defenses to prevent someone from forcefully changing the seal. Though if the difference in power between the 2 ninjas is high, it won't be much help. The last symbol's effect is a bit vague and variable. It uses the willpower and determination of the host to increase or decrease effects and strengths of the other 3 symbols. Though it isn't a fixed boost, it is a good addition. After all, the willpower of any person will be the highest when death is right in front of them. So at the moment when the tailed beast is about to break out forcefully, this symbol would provide a huge help to the host. In addition, if the host faces an external threat, such as a situation where his friends are being killed while he helplessly watched, the determination to live or resist the tailed beast can decrease, lowering the power of the seal and allowing the tailed beast to break out and rampage against a superior enemy force. Very little of the above is stated in canon. I tried looking a lot for information on this seal, but there really wasn't much theory on how the seal works, and most information just says what the seal does. The recent Minato one-shot did give some insights, like giving love a major role to strengthen the power of the seal, and using a seal carved in the village to make Kushina's seal stronger. I changed love to determination for this fanfic, as the effect should be somewhat similar, like by having someone you love and someone to live for. Your determination for resisting the tailed beast and keep living a normal life will be very high. Anyways, let me know your thoughts on the above theory. Fujin stayed in silence for a few minutes to digest all the information. After around 7 minutes, he analyzed. If the purpose is to only seal a tailed beast or something similar, then this seal is good enough. But there are some major flaws. The first major flaw is that it doesn't steal chakra from what is sealed inside. So if a tailed beast is sealed inside a ninja, then that Jinchuriki can only act as a nuke. He won't be able to access any chakra of the tailed beast unless the tailed beast breaks the seal and kills him before rampaging on the battlefield. And the other major flaw is that, unlike Naruto's seal, this seal doesn't allow anyone else to enter the seal and help them fight the tailed beast. So these effects should be from the 8-trigram divination seal, which is created by overlapping 2 4-symbol seals. Unfortunately, the library doesn't have the 8-trigram divination seal. And asking Hiruzen for it will raise a lot of questions, starting from how I even know about that seal, or what I plan to do with it. Fortunately, I do have some ideas. The 4-symbol seals have to be overlapped in such a way that they don't completely overlap with each other. I can try learning using the trial and error method. If I can't, then I can only think of a way to ask for it from Hiruzen without arousing suspicions. After all, for me to implement any of those plans I created, the 8-trigram divination seal is more important than even the flying thunder god. There was a reason why Fujin wanted to master this seal. It was due to an idea he had long ago when he was in the academy. Over the years, he introspected the idea several times. Though he became more and more aware of how difficult it would be to make that idea a reality, he never found anything that would completely rule out the feasibility of his idea. Finally, he was about to take a major step towards it. And he had the above idea in Chapter 34, last 3 paras. Without wasting any time, Fujin created 80 shadow clones and began learning the seal. The complexity of the seal meant that even with numerous clones, Fujin would still need a long time to learn and master the 4 symbols seal. For 13 days straight, Fujin kept working on the seal until he was called for another mission. After dressing up in his Anbu attire, Fujin flickered towards the Anbu headquarters. He appeared inside Eagle's office and asked, "Another escort mission?" Eagle shook his head and said, "No." He placed a map on the desk between them, pointed at a location, and said, "The Ito family in the Land of Waterfalls has recently been experiencing strange incidents. There have been a lot of murders happening in the villages in their territory. In some cases, the entire population inside the villages have disappeared. And there have been no signs of struggle. Tanigakure sent some of their ninjas to investigate, but came empty-handed. I sent another Anbu squad to investigate, but they didn't find anything either. They stayed in their territory for 1 month, during which no incident occurred. However, a few days after they returned, the incidents began happening again. For some reason, whoever is doing this is only targeting the civilians, and they have managed to hide from any ninjas investigating. The previous squad I sent specialized in tracking and investigation, but was unsuccessful as well, so I'm guessing that a seal master or grandmaster might be involved." Fujin listened carefully. Eagle added, "Your mission is to inspect who is causing this. If you find the culprit, you can decide whether to kill or capture them, or even let them go if you have a good reason. If you don't find anyone, then make a decision on when to stop and return back to the village." Fujin nodded and replied, "All right, we will move out soon." He took the map that had all the markings of where the incidents had happened. He went into his team's assigned room and analyzed the information while his clones moved to call his teammates. Fujin analyzed, "This case is weird. The targets are all over the Ito family's territory, and no one area has a higher number of attacks. Still, attacking civilians and possible Fuinjutsu mastery... Is it the Jashin? They were active in the Land of Grass last time. And this area isn't too far off from them. But the Land of Earth is also close to this place. So there could be a possible Iwagakure involvement. I need to be careful in case the Jinchurikis or Onoki are involved." In around half an hour, his team assembled, ready to move. Fujin explained the mission parameters and left the village. Though Fujin's squad didn't have anyone who specialized in tracking or picking up small clues like scent or hidden footprints, every one of them was a sensor. Though Yugao and Bunjiro's sensor skills were very good, they were still quite handy. Both had improved considerably during the last 7 months. Within a day and a half, Fujin's team reached the town in the Land of Waterfall where the Ito family lived. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Chaitanya, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 332, A Complex Situation. Chapter 335 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bonus chapter for crossing 2K Power Stones in the last week. Fujin's squad went straight into the Ito family's mansion. Seeing that another Anbu squad from Konoha had arrived, they were quickly welcomed into the mansion. Ito Yuya immediately appeared and said, "I am glad that Konoha sent another squad so quickly. Come with me. I'll update you on the recent incidents." He began walking inside the mansion, while the Konoha ninjas followed him. As he walked, Fujin looked to his left and right. Numerous servants were staring at them. On seeing his gaze, they quickly averted eye contact and continued their work. A frown formed on Fujin's face behind his mask. He thought, that's weird. Not all of those gazes were filled with curiosity. Though no one showed it on their faces, it felt like someone was excited to see us. There is a problem in this mansion. He remembered their faces and continued following Yuya. They soon entered a large room with a lot of maps. The room had several ninjas and people from the Ito family who were trying to come up with a solution. As soon as they entered, all eyes landed on them. A look of relief appeared on their faces. While Fujin identified several faces, one stood out. He looked at one person and thought, Hara Yuto. As expected, he is here as well. Hara Yuto was a capable Junin from Takigakure. In terms of strength, he was about the same level as Fumito. Around a year ago, Fujin's previous Anbu squad had taken a mission to eliminate the ninjas from the Kawaguchi family who wanted to kill Ito Yuya and Kara Yuto. So Fujin had some impression of them. Fujin walked towards a circular table that had a large map. The map was of the territory they controlled. He asked, "So, what's the current status?" Yuto answered, "This is the most detailed map we have. The villages crossed out in black are villages where the entire population disappeared." He pointed towards one village and said, "This village faced their fate 5 days ago. The remaining 3 happened before your previous Anbu squad had arrived. As for the other villages, the numbers next to them state how many people have gone missing. We have tried searching for them continuously, but have had no luck until now. There is no pattern to their activities. The people kidnapped are of both genders, all ages, and all professions. The attacks are also at completely random places. We have tried forming a pattern to deduce what they will attack next, but have never succeeded." He took a pause and looked at the Konoha ninjas. He continued, "However, there is one thing. Not a single ninja has gone missing. The villages where we sent a ninja squad didn't experience such incidents. But if we withdraw the squad, then such attacks resume. In addition, when the Konoha Anbu squad was here, not a single attack took place. But after they left, it resumed." Everyone in the room was completely helpless. They had tried all they could, but couldn't do anything to resolve the situation. Previously, they had specifically asked for a squad that specialized in tracking. But that didn't help them either. Yuto concluded, "So our analysis is that the culprit is someone who specializes in stealth, but either isn't strong enough to face our ninjas, or doesn't want to risk facing us." Fujin's subordinates also fell into thought while Fujin focused on the map, trying to find any attack patterns. Bunjiro asked, "Why don't you deploy a ninja squad to every village? Wouldn't that solve the issue?" Bunjiro's analysis was on point. Though they won't find the culprits, they would avoid taking any more losses. However, Yuya helplessly replied, "Unfortunately, we don't have that many ninjas. We tried asking our village for it, but the request was refused because they were afraid that these attacks would spread to other territories." Yuto nodded and replied, "In addition, if we do that, then the defenses of Takigakure will be weakened. We have to shield against the possibility of this being an attempt to launch an attack on our ninja village. Their explanations made Bunjiro's solution unimplementable. He didn't say anything else. However, Fujin muttered while staring at the map, "Yeah, but you might not have a country if you don't stop this." Fujin's words caused a few frowns to appear in the room. However, no one said anything. They were concerned about it as well, and since Fujin was staring at the map, they didn't want to disturb him. Fujin continued observing as he thought, "Random incidents. Nothing is random. Even if they used a chance-based system, patterns will appear. If they tried avoiding that by having a human decide, even then, the patterns will appear due to that person's mentality." He stared at the map for 5 minutes before concluding, "Unfortunately, it is too complicated. I should have brought a Nara with me." Finally, Fujin stopped looking at the map. Yuya looked with a hopeful expression and asked, "Did you notice anything?" Fujin shook his head and asked, "No. Can I kill some of your servants?" A frown appeared on his face. He couldn't decide what to say. Seeing him struggle, an old man said, "You can, but we need a proper explanation. You can't kill anyone on a whim." Fujin thought, "All right, they don't seem to be complete scumbags, so it shouldn't be done by them." The Ito family was one of Fujin's suspects. After all, every incident occurred in their territory, and wherever their ninjas went, the incidents didn't happen. So all the helpless people in their territory would begin looking at them as their protectors from the mysterious enemy that keeps kidnapping ordinary citizens. However, Fujin had no proof for the same, and from their previous record, such behavior was unlikely, so he decided to move ahead with the lead he had. Fujin replied, "All right, summon all your servants." Attempting to calculate the pattern and predict the next attack was a helpless proposition. Not to mention they could stop attacking like they did when the previous squad was here. Fujin had no intention of wasting a month in that town, so he could only solve it through a different approach. In around 15 minutes, all the servants in the mansion were gathered in a large hall. They were confused as no information was provided. Ito Yuya asked everyone to maintain silence and stand in discipline. Fujin looked at Yuya and asked, "Are they all?" Yuya nodded. 4 shadow clones appeared next to Fujin. They walked towards the servants and carefully observed them. After seeing a servant, the clone said, "You can leave." The other clones acted similarly. They took their sweet time in dismissing the servants. Due to the time and since they didn't know what was happening, every servant who hadn't been sent away was getting more and more tense as time passed. Half an hour later, only 16 servants stood in the room. Fujin observed them and thought, "These were the 16 staring at me in the corridor." Fujin's clones dispelled themselves as Fujin said, "Lock down the doors. You 16, stand next to each other." The ninjas from the Ito family closed all exits while the servants nervously stood next to each other, while Fujin continued staring at them. Finally, one couldn't bear the tension. He asked, "Can you say what this is about?" Fujin gazed at him and observed for a minute. He concluded, "Not him." He said, "We have come here to investigate the recent incidents happening around this town. After looking for a long time, we realized that a servant working in the mansion has turned traitor." Fujin's words surprised the servants and the Ito family. The Ito family ninjas looked at Fujin with skepticism. After all, they had already investigated each of their servants and hadn't found anyone suspicious. The servants quickly began defending themselves. One said, "We will never betray the hands that feed us." Another said, "Lord, please recheck your information. We will never do that." Others complained as well. Fujin said, "My information is accurate." He made a hand seal and said, "I will give the traitor an opportunity. Confess. If you do, then I will let the Ito family handle your punishment." He released some killing intent and stated very coldly, "But if you don't, then not only will I kill all of you, I will also slaughter each and every member of your families." Bufura no Ekirei Jutsu. The Ito family frowned again. Once again, Fujin had done something that they didn't approve of. However, since he hadn't acted yet, they controlled themselves. After all, they had already talked with him. Only Yuto noticed what Fujin did. He thought, "A genjutsu? But which one?" Since Fujin used only one hand seal, Yuto couldn't identify what he did. The servants began arguing and pleading hysterically. They didn't want their families to suffer. However, as they shouted, they suddenly felt a pain in their stomach. They all held their stomach and fell to the ground while screaming in pain. The Ito family finally had enough, but Yuto said, "It's fine. Stay back and watch." Meanwhile, a frown appeared behind Fujin's mask as well. He thought, "That's strange. None of them are ninjas. And I didn't sense anyone speaking lies. Was what I felt wrong? Or is there such a good civilian spy?" The pain soon turned into panic as the servants noticed maggots drilling through their abdomen and crawling out. They pleaded with Fujin to spare their lives. Fujin looked at them and said emotionlessly, "For one last time, have you done anything to betray the Ito family or passed information to someone else?" All 16 servants replied negatively. However, Fujin's and Fumito's eyes landed on one servant. Both detected that he was lying. A few seconds later, all the servants lost consciousness. Fujin looked at Fumito, who nodded in response. And bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Mike and Pascal, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 333, The Right Question. Chapter 336 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Kendrick. You can thank him for the double release. Fujin created a shadow clone who walked towards the servant who had lied and picked him up. Fujin said, "Give me a small room. I want to interrogate him." Yuya asked, "What about the remaining 15? And what did you do to them?" Fujin replied, "They were placed under a genjutsu. They will wake up in a day or so. Keep them in the same room and have a doctor monitor their health, and they won't remember much of what happened, so make up a story for them." Yuya replied, "All right." Soon, a closed room was arranged for the Konoha ninjas. Fujin placed a few privacy seals in the room and said, "Go ahead, Fumito. Check what he is hiding." Fumito nodded and walked towards the unconscious servant and placed his hand on his head. Yin chakra entered the servant's brain as Fumito began reading his memories. Fujin observed him carefully. He thought, it was a boon to have a Yamanaka on my squad. In the last 6 months, I have seen him read memories several times. Thanks to that, I have gained valuable insights into the technique. I used some bandits to experiment on, and I can finally read some memories. But my method is still too crude. I have only a 25% success rate, and I can't read all the memories as the brain gets destroyed after a few minutes. Still, this is good. In a few years, I will be able to use this technique properly. For 30 minutes, Fumito kept reading his memories. Finally, he let him go and took a deep breath. Fujin asked, "So what did you find?" Fumito replied, "He isn't a traitor, or at least he doesn't consider himself as one. That is why we couldn't detect any lies earlier. He lives alone, as his family died around a year ago. He knew who the killer was, but had no proof and couldn't do anything as the killer held a lot of influence in the Ito family. He could only bottle it up in himself and continued living bitterly. However, a few months ago, a man approached him. He knew about his situation and promised to get justice for his family if he passed information about any foreign ninjas coming into this mansion." His words generated complicated emotions in the Konoha ninjas. Bunjiro sighed and said, "No wonder he didn't consider himself a traitor." Yugao asked, "Did he pass the information?" Fumito nodded. He said, "He agreed, but added that he will only do it once." The man agreed and eliminated the person who had killed his family. In return, he informed the man when our previous squad arrived here. After passing on the information, the man gave him another deal. If he passed them information for the second time, he would eliminate the ones who supported the killer and allowed him to live in peace without any consequences for his actions. He agreed once again. When we were analyzing the map and the situation, he went out to report our arrival to that man. A frown formed on the faces of the Konoha ninjas. Yugao said, "That means that our arrival is likely known to the enemy." Fujin nodded. He asked, "Did he know anything about the man?" Fumito replied, "Nothing apart from his appearance." Fujin replied. All right, draw his sketch. It might help if that person wasn't a ninja. Otherwise, this is a dead end as well. Fumito nodded. Though he got a lot of information from the servant, it wasn't very useful for their mission. The only person who mattered was that man, and the servant knew almost nothing about him. Fumito began drawing a detailed sketch while Fujin analyzed. No wonder it took me so long to find this guy. If he was just a spy, then it would have been much easier. The excitement I felt earlier should have been from this guy seeing an opportunity to get rid of the ones that helped the killer. And until I asked whether they passed any information, he hadn't told any lies. And my threat of killing their family was useless against him as well. Regardless, this route will lead to a dead end as well. What should I do next? Fujin began thinking of a plan. By the time Fumito was done, Fujin strategized. The next step will be waiting patiently. I can make a decision based on whether such incidents occur again. If they do, then I'll need to use the clues to track and hunt them. If not, then I will have to make an arrangement for us to stay here for a long time. Fumito handed Fujin a paper and said, "This is how he looked." Fujin observed the sketch. He didn't identify the man. He said, "Let's leave it to the Ito family to find this guy." His team nodded. Searching an entire town would be too tedious and time-consuming with just 4 people. Fujin deactivated and collected the privacy seals he had attached and exited the room with his team. Yuya immediately asked, "Did you find anything?" Fujin nodded, handed him the sketch, and asked, "Do any of you know this man?" Everyone observed the sketch but couldn't identify him. Fujin said, "He is the one who bribed this servant to inform him about the movement of foreign ninjas. So the knowledge of our arrival is already known to the enemies. Put the town under lockdown and find this man. He could be the key to helping us understand what is happening in your territory." Fujin's words enraged the Ito family members. Yuya asked, "He took bribes to betray us?" Fujin looked at Fumito, who explained what the bribe was. The explanation doused their anger. Yuya sighed and said, "I can understand his thought process, but this is still a betrayal of our trust. He won't be able to escape punishment." Fujin replied, "While I don't care what you do with your people, I'd advise you against it. Like others, he won't know what happened, so we can use him to pass false information to the enemies. If you can't find that man, you can keep an eye on him to find that man later on. In addition, you can also grant secret protection to his targets to trap and capture any attackers. Once the issue is resolved, feel free to do what you want to with him." Yuya thought about Fujin's words and immediately agreed. He quickly dispatched his ninjas to investigate the town. At the same time, he made living arrangements for the Konoha Anbu in the mansion. The Konoha ninjas made themselves comfortable. Sensing the opportunity, Fujin called Yuya and Yuto into their room. Yuya asked, "What did you want to discuss? And why did you tell us to come alone?" Fujin looked straight into his eyes and said, "I have a doubt. I'm wondering if you could provide me with a satisfactory answer." Yuya replied kindly, "Just say. We will do our best to fulfill any of your requests." Fujin didn't break eye contact and asked, "Is the Ito family behind these events?" Fujin's question shocked everyone in the room. Yuto quickly looked at Yuya, who looked angry. Yuya controlled his temper and asked in an unpleasant tone, "What do you mean?" From his reply, Fujin could see that Yuya wasn't a part of it. He said, "Stop being emotional and think rationally. Such a large incident without the support of someone from inside is difficult. Do you suspect anyone from your family is behind this, or perhaps providing them with information that could assist them in some way?" Yuya thought for a minute before shaking his head. He said, "I can't think of anyone doing something like this. There is nothing for our family to gain. Some rival families may have a hand, but even after investigating, we didn't find any proof." Fujin replied, "All right, keep an eye out. Though I don't have any proof either, this being an inside job has a high possibility. For that reason, I will only be informing you too about the next step of my plan." Yuya got serious. Yuto asked, "What plan did you come up with?" Fujin replied, "If the attacks continue happening, we will begin the hunt depending on the situation. But if the attacks stop like last time, then we will stay here for a week. You will take that opportunity to see how we act here, and you will arrange for 4 ninjas you trust to disguise as us. We will sneak out during the night without alerting anyone, and those 4 ninjas will continue disguising as us to deter any future incidents." Yuya and Yuto fell silent and began analyzing. Finally, Yuto let out a sigh and said, "Looks like that is the only feasible action." Fujin nodded and said, "If the incidents continue happening in the future, then we can meet someplace outside the town secretly and create a plan to stop them. But if they keep hiding, there isn't much we can do." Yuto nodded. They discussed some more details before leaving. While walking back, Yuya sighed and said, "Looks like this is our only way. The village won't send us more ninjas, and Konoha doesn't want to station a squad here permanently." Yuto nodded and replied, "Yeah. But this is better than nothing. It could buy a few months of peace until they realize that something is wrong. We can use that time to investigate further." Yuya nodded. Since the information was leaked, they didn't have any hopes of catching the culprits and could just wish for temporary peace. Unknown to them, their prediction would turn out to be completely wrong. AN. You can sponsor chapters through Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 334, A Creepy Feeling. Chapter 337 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. AN. Bonus chapter for reaching 3764 Power Stones last week. We were ranked 19th at the end of week. Keep it up, guys. Yuya and Yuto began overseeing the task of searching for the man. They showed the sketch around the town. However, not a single person similar to the sketch was seen by anyone in the town. Yuya went to Fujin and reported to him the state of investigation. Fujin said, "Looks like that man is a ninja. He should have used the transformation jutsu when the servant saw him." Yuya asked, "What do we do now?" Fujin instructed, "It's fine. Continue the search until everyone is asked. Once it is completed, inform me. Inform me as soon as the ninjas stop the search." Yuya was surprised by the weird command, but he nodded. His ninjas investigated until the evening before giving up. Yuya informed Fujin that the search had stopped and the ninjas would return in a couple of minutes. Fujin nodded and dismissed him. Around 10 minutes after the ninjas returned, a chakra field covered the entire town. It was activated by Fujin, who sat at the top of the mansion. He thought, "I can't sense any other ninja. It looks like he is still being careful. That sucks. I was hoping that he'd drop his guard after the ninjas returned. Anyways, time to mess with him." In one ordinary house in the town, a man began sweating. He held his breath and didn't dare to even move a muscle. After 2 minutes, when the chakra field disappeared, he finally relaxed. He thought, "What a crazy bastard. Did he cover the entire town with his chakra field? Fortunately, I kept my chakra suppressed. If I had relaxed because those annoying ninjas gave up, I'd be dead now." He collected himself and decided, "It's best to not use my chakra for a while. I might not get lucky every time, but as long as I don't use my chakra, I will be safe." After consoling himself, he calmed down. However, his night wasn't peaceful. Throughout the night, Fujin and Fumito kept activating their chakra fields alternately. The first started to do them at an interval of 10 minutes, but then they suddenly changed the interval to 1 minute. They followed it up by going completely random. At some point, both stopped and didn't sense anymore before suddenly sensing after 3 hours. The man didn't dare to sleep in case he accidentally released some chakra during his sleep, and he didn't dare to consume a soldier pill to stay awake, as that would make it difficult for him to hide his chakra. So he had a sleepless night followed by a sleepless day, and another sleepless night. However, he didn't blow up his cover. Fujin finally decided to stop, as he had to leave after 6 days, and the Ito family wouldn't be able to replicate such sensing skills. During these 2 days, reports of missing people were sent continuously to the Ito family. However, Fujin didn't move out as those incidents took place before they arrived, or just after they had arrived. So there wasn't much point in moving out. The Ito family could only send their own squads out. After 2 days passed, the reports stopped coming. As they had predicted, the incidents had all stopped. For 3 days straight, not a single incident happened. Knowing Fujin's plan, Yuya began spreading the news that the incidents had stopped because the culprits were afraid of Konoha ninjas. Within a day, everyone in the town and neighboring villages knew that the Konoha ninjas were responsible for their peace. He also said that the Konoha squad will be staying in their territory until the culprits are found. That lifted the morale of the common people. However, out of everyone's expectations, a day later, a report arrived that shocked the Ito family and everyone living in their territory. Every single person from another village had suddenly gone missing. In addition, over 25 reports of missing people were filed from all around their territory. The entire mansion was in chaos. Fujin and his team were immediately summoned to the meeting room. Fujin analyzed the information and said, "It looks like they have decided to confront us." Everyone nodded. Fujin asked, "Do you have any plans?" Yuto replied, "Our initial plan was to attack one spot with all our forces. However, the sudden attack has caused a lot of panic in the population. We will have to split up to restore calm in the public." He pointed at the map and continued, "You guys go to the village with missing people. I have already gone to 4 of them and haven't found any clues. I will go to this village, which had 5 incidents. The rest will investigate the other cases." Fujin nodded and replied, "All right, we will take our leave then." Fujin didn't mind the plan. He wanted to move just with his squad in either case. The Taki ninjas would only get in their way. Yuto was the only Taki ninja with decent capabilities. The rest could barely be considered chunins. Yuto replied, "Good luck. I hope that you can resolve this issue in one go." Fujin nodded, and his squad left the town and began moving towards their target. Around the same time, a couple of dozen more ninjas left the town. Yuto moved in a direction opposite Fujin's squad, while the others were dispersed in all directions. Though the village where Fujin was heading wasn't close, it wasn't too far away from the town either. After 30 minutes of continuous running at the optimal speed, Fujin's squad reached the village. The squad stayed a sufficient distance from the village and hid among the trees while observing the village. Fujin's eyes stopped glowing as he muttered, "That's strange. I'm not seeing anyone's chakra, but the village is giving me strange creeps." Bunjiro replied, "Maybe it is because the village is empty." Fujin replied, "No, that's not it. Be on your guard. Fumito, let's investigate the village." Fumito nodded. Both he and Fujin activated their chakra fields. However, neither sensed anyone or anything strange. But Fujin had a frown on his face. He said, "Let's go. Everyone keep your chakra field active. Be on your guard and stay behind me. Retreat when I say so without any questions. Is that understood?" His team nodded. They began walking towards the village. All 4 were actively sensing. In a minute, they appeared at the entrance of the village. Fujin stopped walking as he stared into the village with hesitation in his eyes. His team also stopped behind him and wondered whether he discovered anything. Fujin stood for 2 minutes, but still couldn't make sense of anything. He thought, "My first thought is Fuinjutsu. But this doesn't feel like it. I normally understand it very well when something is hidden with the help of seals. What is the—" As he was thinking, his instincts warned him. Suddenly, a wide grin appeared behind his mask as he thought, "Not bad at all. You almost had me." A sword appeared in his right hand and he swung it forward with all his strength as he said, "Retreat." In the next moment, Fujin's sword met with a hardened black fist. Yugao, Fumito, and Bunjiro immediately jumped backwards. The sword cut into the fist for a few millimeters but couldn't pierce any deeper. Instead, the force of the punch overwhelmed Fujin's sword. But Fujin wasn't bothered and instead used the force of the punch to be sent flying backwards. He laughed loudly and shouted in excitement, "Very impressive! Consider me impressed!" Though Fujin laughed and said those words, they were only a taunt to provoke the ones hiding inside the barrier and make them come outside. He didn't want to fight on a battlefield created by the enemy. Unfortunately, no one fell for his taunt. Fujin continued moving backwards as he built up a large amount of chakra. Hundreds of shurikens, explosion tags, kunais, spikes, earth spears, and a few jutsus appeared out of thin air and came rushing at the Konoha ninjas. Wind release. Infinite breakthrough jutsu. Fujin released a supercharged infinite breakthrough jutsu at a massive speed and with dozens of wind blades and a couple of vacuum waves in it. The jutsu clashed with the incoming attacks. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 power stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Andres and Ikshi for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 335, Failing for the First Time. Chapter 338 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Shick. You can thank him for the double release. The incoming weapons and jutsus clashed with Fujin's attack. Without any suspense, all were knocked back towards the village. In fact, the wind current was so strong that it looked like it would uproot the entire village. However, a massive invisible barrier appeared around the village. The winds hit the barrier and couldn't penetrate through it. Fujin observed the barrier and thought, "Fortunately, I learnt those new seals. Looks like this is the work of a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. I almost fell into a deadly trap." While it was easy to become a seal master, Fuinjutsu Grandmasters were very rare. The only one with whom Fujin interacted during missions was Uchiha Sora. Apart from him, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Danzo were the only ones he knew in Konoha that were Grandmasters for sure. Apart from them, there was one Fuinjutsu Grandmaster who made inscribed seals for the Anbu, but Fujin never found his identity. Fujin did speculate there to be a few more in Konoha, but the knowledge wasn't publicly known. It was the same for the other villages. No information was available on who reached this level of Fuinjutsu due to how easy it was to hide. Though Fujin had come across seals inscribed by Grandmaster previously, they were in places where he had expected them to be, and without anyone actively managing them. This was the first time for him to be ambushed on the battlefield by one. So he had never experienced how the advanced seals placed by them would be perceived by his senses. Fortunately, his long training in Fuinjutsu prevented him from walking into a trap. Fujin thought, "It'd be great if I can see who this person is. Once the identity is leaked, he or she will be forced to stay hidden. But for now, I need to draw them out." While the barrier blocked the attack, Fujin and his teammates immediately retreated away from the village. Though they didn't sense anyone, they realized that many ninjas were hiding in the village. Inside the barrier, a frown formed on the face of the ninja who punched Fujin's sword. Seeing no way to lure the Konoha ninjas in, he shouted, "Chase and kill them!" Immediately, dozens of ninjas rushed out of the barrier. In addition, 3 squads of ninjas appeared on the flanks and behind the Konoha ninjas. As soon as they appeared, the Konoha ninjas became very serious. Fujin wondered, Iwakure ninjas? What is Iwagakure planning by kidnapping so many people? This isn't their style of action. Fujin looked at the large man that had punched his sword and thought, what is so important that they sent Kitsuchi on this mission? Shit, this guy is considered S rank. Though he is probably among the weaker S-ranked ninjas, he will still be a very difficult opponent. We need to retreat. Fujin's teammates also saw Kitsuchi and had a grim expression. One S-ranked ninja along with 96 Iwa ninjas was too much for them to handle, and they didn't know if anyone else was still hidden in the village. At the same time, Kitsuchi looked at Fujin and thought, Suzuki Fujin, so close. Had he stepped in, I could have killed him, but such alertness. An old man stepped next to him and said, this young man has a good grasp of Fuinjutsu. It's possible that he is a grandmaster as well. Don't take him lightly. Kitsuchi nodded and said, he has a lot of other annoying capabilities as well. This will be a costly battle. If Fujin was aware that Kitsuchi was aware of his identity, he would be surprised. In addition, he would also smell something fishy. Unfortunately, he couldn't read Kitsuchi's thoughts. And he had already stepped into their trap. He appeared next to his team and said, Formation 77, rear. His squad immediately understood the command. They stood in a triangle formation with Fujin at the center. All 3 grabbed a scroll and opened it while facing outwards and made the confrontation hand seal. Immediately, 33 kunai with explosive tags attached were launched from each scroll. Seeing the attack, a few of the Iwa ninjas slammed their hands on the ground. Earth Release, Earth Wall Jutsu. Multiple layers of walls appeared in front of them, surrounding the Konoha ninjas from all sides. The kunais hit the wall and exploded. One layer of the walls was destroyed by the explosion, but the layers behind it stood. However, this was just the start of Fujin's tactic. 4 shadow clones of Fujin appeared around them. Without wasting any time, all flickered in front of the walls. Wind release, Acum serial wave jutsu. At the same time, Fujin's squad moved towards the enemy squad at their rear. Fumito rapidly weaved hand seals. Lightning release, false darkness jutsu. Fujin's clones launched dozens of Acum blades at the walls. All pierced through the walls with ease and moved towards the Iwa ninjas. A smile formed on the faces of Fujin's clones. Hitting enemies who thought that they were safe was a tactic that had yielded him too many kills. At the same time, the lightning spears launched by Fumito broke through the walls and moved towards the ninjas behind them. However, something happened that shocked Fujin's clones. As the Acum blades approached the Iwa ninjas, every one of them got out of their way. And they didn't do it by just marginally avoiding them. Instead, they dodged, leaving sufficient distance to not be harmed by any suction force. It was almost as if they were waiting in anticipation to dodge the incoming attacks. The 4 Iwa ninjas dodged Fumito's lightning spears as well, but the Konoha ninjas had anticipated that. Fujin followed up by shooting 8 Acum bullets, 2 for each ninja from a very close range. However, as soon as the Acum bullets were shot, the Iwa ninjas immediately jumped out of the way, almost as if they knew that Fujin would attack them in this manner. All the bullets were dodged safely. Fujin's eyes widened. He thought, "What the hell? They dodged at such close range? Wait, I don't sense any chakra disappearing from my clones' attacks either. Did they all dodge?" Fujin didn't understand. If he used the Acum bullets at such close range, only elite Junins would be able to dodge in such a convincing manner. But the chakra levels of the 4 ninjas were much lower. In addition, his clones' attacks were dodged as well. But there was no way that all the dozens of Iwa ninjas were elite Junins. Unfortunately, he didn't have any time to make sense of the situation. The 4 Iwa Junins facing them counterattacked. Though the Konoha ninjas managed to deal with the attacks, it provided enough time for the remaining Iwa ninjas to come swarming towards them. He thought, "This is bad. My tactic's success depends on killing a few enemies quickly and demotivating the rest to chase us due to the costs they would have to incur. But since neither Acum waves nor bullets manage to kill anyone, we will be swarmed by them." Fujin had a bad feeling. He properly observed the Iwa ninjas. They didn't come flooding towards the Konoha ninjas to abuse their numerical superiority. Instead, only 7 additional squads rushed at them. The others quickly began establishing a perimeter to stop any escape, but they were very close as well and could jump into the battle at any moment. It was as if the Iwa ninjas wanted them dead at all costs. Seeing the situation, 2 of Fujin's clones moved towards a couple of incoming squads and stalled them. The remaining 2 clones got together and faced the direction which had the maximum number of Iwa ninjas. Fire release, searing migraine jutsu. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. The 2 jutsus combined seamlessly, and a massive firestorm was launched at the incoming Iwa ninjas. However, before they could be hit, Kitsuchi slammed his hands on the ground. A massive earth wall appeared in front of the Iwa ninjas. The fire and wind combination jutsu hit the wall and was about to move around and over it, but the size of the wall kept increasing and surprisingly kept up with the expanding firestorm. The wall curved to properly protect all the Iwa ninjas so that the firestorm would harmlessly pass by. Though the attack was stopped to the clones' dismay, it stopped the Iwa ninjas behind the wall temporarily, allowing Fujin and his remaining clones a breather. One of the clones flickered in front of the incoming squad and shot a dozen air bullets. Once again, all the bullets were dodged. The clones stopped their counterattack while analyzing. "They know about my skills. They move as soon as I attack. The same should have happened with Acum waves. But why would everyone be aware of my skills?" Suddenly, the clone flickered again and appeared behind them. The Iwa ninjas quickly dispersed in 4 different directions immediately. Surprisingly, a cut appeared on the back of each of their necks. Before it could cut through, 2 of the ninjas hardened their bodies using iron skin jutsu and stopped the attack. The remaining 2 dropped dead. The clone analyzed. Looks like they don't know all my tricks. Air bullets, infinite breakthrough, and Acume jutsus were anticipated. But Blade of Wind caught them off guard. As soon as the 2 ninjas died, a squad from the perimeter moved and attacked the clone, keeping him busy. So despite the killing, the situation of the Konoha ninjas didn't improve. AN, you can sponsor chapters through Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 336. Countering Fujin. Chapter 339 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. While one of Fujin's clones had some success in killing, the other clone couldn't get rid of his opponent so easily and was stuck fighting. He realized the same too. He analyzed, did Iwa know that I was coming here? Regardless, mid-ranged wind jutsus isn't all I can do. Suddenly, a massive amount of wind was blasted behind him. He disappeared and appeared next to a ninja in the blink of an eye and slashed his sword at his neck. The ninja immediately raised his kunai while moving backwards and leaning backwards. At the same time, his teammates attacked Fujin's clone with shurikens. The sword sliced through the kunai, but the ninja leaned back enough to avoid the sword and the wind chakra flowing along it. The clone couldn't keep attacking due to the incoming attacks. Fujin's clone used Assassin's Rush again and tried attacking another ninja, but the ninja dodged once again while the others attacked the clone. This time, the clone hardened his body with the Iron Skin Jutsu to block the counterattacks. At the same time, wind flowed along his blade as his sword released a wind slash along with the swing of his blade. The Iwa ninjas quickly got out of the way of the slash and weaved the hand signs for the Iron Skin Jutsu. All 4 of them saw their skins turning black and hard to defend against the accompanying wind slashes. However, dozens of slashes still appeared on their bodies, including a few cuts across their necks, killing them on the spot. The clone looked at them coldly. The hand signs made him realize a crucial point. He thought, they are too familiar with my fighting style. If not for Susumu's genjutsu, they would have managed to block all the accompanying slashes. Though the Iwa ninjas thought that they had used the jutsu, in reality, they hadn't. While Hiruzen had asked him to keep the technique a secret, the current circumstances didn't allow him to hold back much. That said, it was still difficult for the bystanders to figure out why the Iwa ninjas didn't use the jutsu to defend themselves. Fujin's clone turned his eyes towards the 2 squads rushing towards him and analyzed. All of these guys are Junins. Though their speed isn't as high as mine, they are able to anticipate my attacks, movements, and react at the last moment to barely save themselves while the others distract me. Even though I will win eventually, I don't have the luxury of time. Once the remaining Iwa ninjas rush in, I will be the one at greater risk. Fujin himself felt the same issue. Despite having more chakra than his clones and his teammates to assist, his performance wasn't much better as they were facing 2 elite Junins along with multiple Junins. Though he managed to kill 5 ninjas, he wasn't happy. He analyzed, these guys never come too close to me, so that they will have sufficient time to dodge. In addition, every one of them is aiding others in defense, and all their attacks come from my blind spots. It is almost as if someone has properly studied my fighting style and trained these guys to fight most optimally against me. The only way I can overturn the situation and get a quick victory is by spamming Shadow Clone and eliminating their advantage of numbers. But in this situation, dividing my chakra that much is suicidal. 50 clones fighting means the amount of chakra I use would be 10 times higher than what I'm currently burning. He let out a sigh and thought, it would have been so much more convenient if I was here by myself. I could just run away like I did in the Land of Wind. Unfortunately, though these 3 are quick, they don't share my expertise in running away. Unknowingly, Fujin fell into a similar situation as his sensei had not too long ago. But it was unknown whether he would make the same choice as his sensei, or think of any other way. On the other side of the battlefield, separated by a firestorm and a massive wall, Kitsuchi thought, I had to waste so much chakra. If it wasn't for his wind Acume attacks, we could have just escaped underground and sneaked upon them unharmed from this attack. But I can't keep waiting. The more time I waste here, the more of my men will die at Fujin's hands. I can't afford to lose so many well-trained ninjas. He suddenly increased the amount of chakra he poured into the wall. Thousands of spikes appeared on the outer surface of the wall. In an instant, all were launched at the Konoha ninjas. The two clones saw the incoming attacks. They couldn't dodge, as the attack would hit Fujin and the rest who were behind them. One clone slammed his hands on the ground while the other charged up his chakra. Wind release, Acume Cannon Jutsu. Earth release, Earth Wall Jutsu. A clone shot an Acume cannon at Kitsuchi. Immediately after, a wall rose from the ground. In terms of size and majesticness, it was far less impressive when compared to the wall raised by Kitsuchi. However, it did its job by blocking the earth spikes moving towards Fujin and his team. At the same time, the Acume cannon pierced through the gigantic wall and headed straight at Kitsuchi. A look of surprise appeared on Kitsuchi's face. He immediately dodged by moving underground. He thought, Roshi wasn't kidding. This kid is very dangerous. He concentrated chakra on his body. Earth release, Earth instantaneous body jutsu. Kitsuchi suddenly began moving towards Fujin's squad at a fast speed from underground. Fujin's clone sensed him and immediately shot Acume bullets into the ground. To their surprise, Kitsuchi maneuvered around and dodged all the bullets and passed from under them. The clones thought, so fast while under the ground? Even Renjiro isn't this agile under the ground. Fujin immediately sensed the massive chakra moving towards him from under the ground. A frown formed on his face as chakra gathered on his fist. Just before Kitsuchi was about to reach his location, he punched the ground with all his might. The punch instantly cracked the ground. The ground trembled as a strong shockwave moved towards Kitsuchi. The shaking caught the remaining Iwa ninjas off guard, and they immediately retreated momentarily in order to not give an opening to the Konoha ninjas. Kitsuchi, who was about to launch a couple of jutsus, was shocked. He immediately hardened his skin. Due to the shockwave, he felt some impact of the punch. Sweat appeared on his face as he thought, fortunately, I used the iron skin jutsu. Otherwise, I could have been injured. Roshi didn't mention this absurd strength. Did he manage to hide some cards while fighting Roshi? Unlike Kitsuchi, Fujin didn't bother thinking much. The punch had brought him a slight breather. He immediately shot a dozen Acume bullets at Kitsuchi. Kitsuchi immediately moved. However, the Acume bullets fired by Fujin targeted all his escape routes as well. He could only move in one direction. By twisting his body far beyond what someone of his size should have been capable of, he barely managed to avoid the attack. The Acume bullet grazed his left arm, leaving a slight cut despite the iron skin jutsu protecting him. Kitsuchi immediately appeared out of the ground. Before Fujin could attack, he said, Suzuki Fujin, you are very impressive for your age. Fujin's eyes widened. Seeing Kitsuchi facing them, the other Iwa ninjas quickly surrounded the Konoha ninjas in a couple of seconds. Fujin glanced and understood. Looks like escaping normally is not possible, but I guess that isn't my main concern right now. Since the Iwa ninjas weren't attacking, Fujin asked, How do you know my identity? And why are you targeting the civilians? Fujin had understood by now that Roshi had leaked all his combat abilities and fighting style to Iwa. But he was surprised to know that Iwa managed to link the spectral swordsman's identity to his real identity. Of course, what disturbed him the most was that they had prepared an army of Junins specifically to counter his style of combat. Kitsuchi smirked and replied, You gave us quite a scare with your fight against Roshi. Did you think that we can't see behind your mask? Fujin watched back without replying. Kitsuchi's statement gave no information. More importantly, he was building up a massive amount of chakra. Fujin understood why the remaining Iwa ninjas weren't jumping on them. Of course, Kitsuchi won't give him the answer. When a secret gets leaked, a lot of suspicions arise. If Fujin suspected a Konoha higher up, it could decrease his loyalty to the village. Kitsuchi looked at Fujin and thought, 6 months of planning just to bait and trap him. It's time to deal the final blow. 6 months ago, Iwagakure Kitsuchi walked into Onoki's office and put a few files on his desk and said in a tired voice, It's too difficult to trap him, old man. Onoki looked at all the files on his desk. Every file had information on Suzuki Fujin. Unknown to Fujin and anyone in Konoha, Iwagakure had begun scheming against Fujin a few weeks after his clash against Roshi. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Lore, Carlos, Jordan, and GN for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 337. A 6-month-long scheme. Chapter 340 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by 1995. You can thank him for the double release. Kitsuchi reported, there is very little information on Fujin. None of our spies in Konoha have seen him in action or heard about his abilities. The only information they have is his fights during the Chunin exam 3 years ago. And that information is very outdated. And since he is in the Anbu, it is very difficult to track when he leaves on missions and to where. So trying to ambush him during a mission is almost impossible. We will have to lay a bait and hope Konoha sends him over. A frown formed on Onoki's face. He said, though it is normal for ninjas to hide their skills, some information eventually leaks out. To be so secretive, Hiruzen must be scheming something. If it wasn't for sending Roshi on that mission, we would have been completely in the dark. It's an even greater reason to eliminate him now. Any news from Suna? Kitsuchi shook his head and replied, no. I wanted to get information about the ninjas who wreaked havoc there and see if that was this kid as well. However, none of our spies saw the culprits, and Suna has refused to give any information regarding the culprits. Onoki chuckled and commented, it looks like they have been badly humiliated to hide it so deeply. Kitsuchi said, so our only source of information is Roshi? Onoki replied, it's fine. He should have used most of his tricks against Roshi. Just make a plan based on it. Did you decide on the location? Roshi nodded and replied, the land of Waterfall. He opened a map and laid pointed at a location and said, around a year ago, our scheme against the Ito family was suspected to be destroyed by the spectral swordsman. 2 of our Anbu died while the Kawaguchi family forces were decimated, so there is a chance that he will be sent here once again. If he does, we will eliminate him and withdraw, in order to avoid any retaliatory actions by Konoha and prevent escalating the conflict. If he doesn't, and Konoha doesn't send anyone equally powerful, then I will destroy the Ito family. We use their territory as a base and change the power structure in nearby territories. So at least 1/3 of the influential families in the land of Waterfall will be on our side. By the time Takigakure and Konoha react, it will be too late for them to do anything. Kitsuchi further explained the details of his plan to target the civilians to create panic in the land of Waterfall. Onoki thought for a bit and nodded. He replied, it's a good plan. Both situations would be advantageous for us. The second situation will be a great diplomatic victory for us. It will offset the losses we had in the Land of Grass and make the situation more advantageous for us. However, if we manage to kill him, it will be another diplomatic disaster for us, as the Land of Waterfall will be completely pushed into Konoha's camp, just like the Land of Grass. But considering his potential, it's a trade-off I'm willing to make. Kitsuchi nodded. He agreed with Onoki's decision. Someone forcing Roshi to resort to the tailed beast mode and still managing to escape at the age of 14 was a huge future threat to Iwagakure. Onoki asked, have you begun the training? Kitsuchi nodded. He, along with Onoki, had discussed Fujin's fighting style, jutsus, their mastery and specialities extensively with Roshi and Gin. After analyzing Fujin's skills, they came up with a proper training plan to counter Fujin. Kitsuchi replied, I have selected 43 Junins and 52 elite Chunins so far. I am still looking for around 30 more. The ninjas I have selected all have good speed and reactions. I have already begun training the ones who don't know the Iron Skin Jutsu. The ones who know it are working on reducing the hand seals needed for the jutsu. This jutsu will make most of his wind and fire release jutsus pointless against them. The only threats it leaves are the Akyum jutsus and getting hit by his sword directly. Onoki nodded and thought, good. I would have done the same. I could have created a plan myself, but I'm not sure how my back will be during the next war. Kitsuchi will have to be the one to lead our forces on the battlefield. This will be a good opportunity to test his tactical skills. As for leadership, he has already proven that in the previous war. As his back problems kept worsening, Onoki knew that he would need to find a successor quickly. Unfortunately, though Kitsuchi was strong and was considered a rank S ninja, he was no match for the other Kages. The 4th Raikage, the Sanins, and the 4th Mizukage all outmatched him by a large margin. Rasa was the only one he could compete against. So Onoki was reluctant to pass the Tsuchikage position to him. Kitsuchi continued, "The bigger problem will come next. Roshi said that Fujin could flicker continuously without making any seals. He seems to have trained his body a lot to increase his natural speed to a ridiculous level as well. And he has mastered Assassin's Rush Jutsu on top of it. In order to counter that, I want you to ask Han to aid in our training. It is impossible to increase their speed to such a level quickly. But we can raise their reaction speed and ability to defend, dodge, and survive by letting Han make them experience what facing someone so fast will feel like. In fact, we could do even better. Roshi said that though Fujin was faster than him, his speed is still lesser than Han's. So after facing Han for a few months, they might be able to see and react to Fujin very easily." A smile formed on Onoki's face as he replied, "All right, I will send Han over." Kitsuchi understood why Onoki smiled. He thought, this will allow Han to interact closely with our ninjas who may fear him. More importantly, after this training is done, all the elite Chunins will be as strong as Junins. We will have around 60 new Junins who will have very high survival skills during the next war. If our luck is good, then a couple of Junins could also reach the elite Junin level. Kitsuchi added, "I also need a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster to trap Fujin. I will send a few squads over to scout the Land of Waterfall and create a proper plan of action." Onoki nodded and assigned one of their 3 Fuinjutsu Grandmasters to aid Kitsuchi. The two discussed a few more details before Onoki said, "Good work. I will leave this matter to you." Kitsuchi nodded and took his leave. Onoki looked at his back and thought, since the time of peace started, the readiness of our ninjas has dropped several levels, especially after Minato died and Konoha became weaker. This is a good opportunity to start rebuilding our famed elite armies. Once this mission is completed and the ninjas have high motivation, I will push Kitsuchi to expand the numbers of this force to 500 ninjas. At the same time, I will start rebuilding the 1,000 ninja elite army units that we are famed for. With the 3rd Raikage and the 4th Hokage no longer alive, we won't suffer similar losses as in the last Great War. Once the armies are raised, the only thing missing will be commanders. I, Roshi, Han, and Kitsuchi could handle the next war. But we will need the next generation to step up for the wars after that. Thankfully, this generation does have some promising youngsters. Akatsuchi has shown a lot of promise, so has my granddaughter. There is also the Deidara kid who has the explosion-release Kekkei Genkai. If these 3 reach the S rank, then Iwa will be safe for another 50 years. After Kitsuchi left, he selected more suitable ninjas and began the training with full intensity. For 3 months straight, the ninjas trained with a plan tailored to counter Fujin. Every single ninja became capable of using the Iron Skin Jutsu rapidly and had sufficient defenses to defend against normal Winjutsus. At the same time, Han used his speed in order to give the ninjas a taste of what a fight against Fujin would be like. The initial phase of that training resulted in a lot of pain for the ninjas as they couldn't even see Han move. However, after 3 months of being beaten daily, the reactions of the ninjas improved several times. They could finally protect themselves from Han's attacks. As an added bonus, the beatings also motivated them to learn the Iron Skin Jutsu better. A few ninjas managed to learn how to use that jutsu without any hand seals. 3 months later, Kitsuchi left for the Land of Waterfall along with the ninjas, who were adequately prepared in his opinion. The remaining ninjas continued their training and joined his campaign at a later stage. AN, you can sponsor chapters through Patreon. Olum 4, The Menace, has been completed on Patreon. Fujin is currently having his first interaction with Naruto. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 338, Patience. Chapter 341 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. After entering the land of Waterfall, Kitsuchi kept a major chunk of the ninjas he trained with himself and distributed the remaining along with more Iwa ninjas around the Ito family's territory. They immediately began their plan of creating unrest in the territory by kidnapping civilians. At the same time, Kitsuchi summoned his best spy. Sho appeared in front of him and asked, "What are your commands for me, Kitsuchi-sama?" Kitsuchi said, "I want you to infiltrate the Ito family's main town. Keep an eye on the ninjas coming in and out of the town." Sho nodded and asked, "All right, is there anything in particular I should keep track of?" Kitsuchi nodded and answered, "Yes, I'm looking for a Konoha ninja named Suzuki Fujin." Kitsuchi showed Fujin's appearance from the bingo book and added, "He is now in the Anbu and generally wears hawk or turtle masks. The last time he moved, his teammates were a blonde Yamanaka ninja, a long purple-haired kunoichi who uses a sword, both likely in their early 20s. And the last member was probably around the same age as Fujin. If a squad that is similar in appearance shows up, then you have to inform me right away." Kitsuchi handed him 40 seals of 5 types. The seals were specifically made by the Fuinjutsu Grandmaster sent by Onoki to assist Kitsuchi. He picked up the first seal and said, "If you recognize Fujin's squad, then crush this seal. I will understand the message." He pointed at the other 4 seals and said, "This seal is if an elite Junin from Konoha arrives instead. This seal is for any other Konoha squads. And the last seal is for considerable reinforcements being sent by Takigakure, like at least more than 20 ninjas. And the last seal is to inform us about when Konoha's squad quit their mission and leave. Are the instructions clear?" Sho took the seals and said, "I will do my best, Kitsuchi-sama." Kitsuchi smiled and said, "Good luck. Don't engage in any battles with them, though. We won't be able to provide much aid." Sho nodded and took his leave. A few days later, he entered the Ito family town under disguise. Around a week after entering, Sho convinced that servant to work for him. When the previous Anbu squad from Konoha arrived, he quickly crushed the appropriate seal to inform Kitsuchi. When the Anbu squad went to investigate the villages with the missing population, Kitsuchi checked them and confirmed that they weren't Fujin's squad. Due to the seals, the Anbu squad never suspected anyone spying on them while they were inspecting the village. Kitsuchi waited patiently for a month until the Konoha Anbu retreated and began the attacks after they left to force Konoha to send an even stronger squad. Luckily for him, Fujin's squad was the next one to be sent. When Sho learned about the appearance of Fujin's squad, he immediately crushed the seal to inform Kitsuchi. As soon as he received the message, Kitsuchi was thrilled. His 6-month-long effort and patience were finally rewarded. He cooperated with the Fuinjutsu Grandmaster to create the perfect trap for him. He redistributed his forces, calling back the majority of the ninjas that he had trained to counter Fujin. Once the distribution was done, they did multiple attacks at the same time to force the Ito family to split up their forces, so that Fujin's squad would have little to no reinforcements and thus prevent any unforeseen circumstances from occurring. When Fujin reached the village with just his squad, his tactic succeeded. The only part of the plan that didn't succeed was that Fujin didn't step into the village. Kitsuchi didn't manage to find out about Fujin's expertise in Fuinjutsu, and thus revealed a flaw at the last step. Despite that, Fujin was in a very bad position in Kitsuchi's eyes, so his plan could be considered a complete success. As he continued building up his chakra, Kitsuchi said, "Surrender, otherwise you and your teammates will have no means of survival." Yugao, Fumito, and Bunjiro became very tense. However, to Kitsuchi's surprise, Fujin chuckled and said, "I recall Roshi saying something similar. Still, what a good scheme. Formation 66. As soon as they heard that, chakra gathered at the feet of the 4 Konoha Anbu and Fujin's clones. All jumped high into the air. Almost instantly, Kitsuchi slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release. Opening Earth Rising Excavation Jutsu. A large mound appeared under the Konoha ninjas, and a huge blast of force was released at them. Fujin looked down at the attack and thought, I thought that this attack could only be used to target the ones hiding underground. To think that he would use this against us. If we were hit directly, even I might have been blown apart even if I used Iron Skin Jutsu. Fortunately, Kitsuchi couldn't hide the high amount of chakra built up for this jutsu, giving Fujin plenty of time to plan a counterattack. Fujin's clones all made the same hand seal. At the same time, wind moved blasted around their bodies and helped them move in, such that they were vertically above each other with the 4 Konoha ninjas at the top. Immediately, 4 layers of barrier appeared. A frown formed on Kitsuchi's face as he noticed the barrier. The frown became worse as he noticed a large amount of chakra Fujin was building up. He thought, such proficiency with the barrier. But it won't help him much in this situation. All barriers can be destroyed. He will eventually run out of chakra. The bigger issue is the chakra he is building up. What is he planning? The blast force due to Kitsuchi's jutsu hit the first barrier. It crumbled instantly. The clone dispelled itself before the attack hit him. The second barrier endured the impact for a couple of seconds before crumbling as well. The second clone dispelled itself as well. Finally, the attack hit the third barrier. Multiple cracks appeared on the barrier, but it held on. Seeing that Kitsuchi's attack was stopped, the remaining Iwa ninjas weaved hand signs. Earth Release Stone Pistol Jutsu. All the Iwa ninjas shot small stones at the barrier. As they traveled up in the air, their size increased until they could be considered boulders. However, Fujin wasn't concerned about the attack. He bit his thumb and thought, it was great that I didn't expose this against Roshi. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Onoki might have shown up to kill me. Summoning Jutsu. Just like how Kitsuchi patiently waited for Fujin, Fujin had been patiently hiding his trump cards as well. Very few knew about his summon or his mastery of Fuinjutsu and barriers. Not a single person was aware that he could use lightning jutsus. Those were the trump cards he saved when a day like this arrived. The summoning jutsu directly consumed nearly 35% of Fujin's chakra. The stones shot by the Iwa ninjas crashed into the third barrier and crushed it as well, but the clone safely moved above the last barrier. Despite there being only one more barrier, the Iwa ninjas didn't rejoice. A loud, jagged roar was heard throughout the region for multiple kilometers. A massive silhouette of a winged saber-tooth appeared above the large barrier. He spread his wings wide and stared at the Iwa ninjas below as the Konoha ninjas landed on his back. The Iwa ninjas gulped as they felt a menacing stare. Kitsuchi was shocked. He thought, what the hell? He has a flying summon? Up in the sky, the beast said grumpily, "Took you 3 long years to summon me." Fujin chuckled and said, "Kurogane, everyone below is an enemy, so feel free to go on a rampage. But be careful, they spit out rocks at a high speed." Kurogane said, "All right, I had always heard about how humans are very innovative and skillful. I hope they live up to it." Fujin smirked. All 3 of Ryo's children were unique. The youngest, Goro, had a mischievous personality and loved pranking and having fun. The middle one, Kaito, loved flying and spent most of his time sailing over the vast world. And his oldest, Kurogane, was a battle maniac. He regularly sought strong foes and entered into bloody duels or wars. It was the reason why his body was covered in fearsome scars. Kitsuchi thought, shit, my plan didn't consider his ability to fly. If he decides to fly away, there isn't much I can do. Kitsuchi's expression became very ugly. Fujin had rarely shown his summon to anyone, so even in Konoha, very few knew what his summon was. In fact, even Renjiro, Hoka, and Teru, the 3 people closest to him, didn't know what his summon was. So there was no way for Iwa to get this information. Despite the unfavorable circumstances, some hope appeared in Kitsuchi's eyes. He analyzed, I expected him to fly away with the help of his summon, but surprisingly, they are hovering in the same area. If he decides to stay and fight, I might have some opportunity, but it is still very low. An opponent who could fly and attack from a range was very annoying to deal with. But Kitsuchi had trained the ninjas in survival, so he had some confidence in fighting against Fujin. As he planned his counterattack, the last barrier disappeared, and the 2 clones began falling to the ground. At the same time, nature chakra gathered in Kurogane's wings as he flapped them. A very strong windstorm, multiple times stronger than Fujin's infinite breakthrough jutsu, was released towards the ground. Kurogane perfectly controlled the winds so that they wouldn't hit the two clones. As soon as the winds passed the clones, they got in action as well. Fire release, searing migraine jutsu. Both exhaled a massive amount of fire into those strong winds. Iwa ninjas looked up as hellfire rained down on them. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link.patreon.com/devilhakes. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Lore. Piranha, Pink65, Chandav, No One, Calvin, Arian, Johannes, and Gabriel for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 339. Annoyance. Chapter 342 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A squad of 4 Takigakure ninjas were rushing towards the Ito family's town. One said, "Captain, what do you think is happening in this territory? It's been nearly 4 months since the first missing case was reported, and despite sending so many ninjas, they have still failed." The captain of the squad replied, "It's difficult to say. The situation is very serious and peculiar. If the Ito family doesn't resolve this soon, then they might be overthrown." The ninja was surprised. He asked, "Is it that serious? After all, only some civilians went missing." The captain answered, "That is why no serious action has been taken until now. However, as the number of missing cases keeps rising, everyone will become very serious. After all, what's the use of a ninja village if it can't protect its citizens? Everyone will begin migrating to other countries. So it is a critical period for the Ito fam." He suddenly stopped speaking. All 4 ninjas stared in the western direction. Their eyes opened wide and their throats dried as they saw a massive firestorm raining down from the skies. One of the ninjas bulked and muttered in terror, "What the hell is happening there?" Another gulped and commented, This looks like Armageddon." The captain said, "I don't know, but we need to get away and go to the town very quickly. If something like this falls on the town, the entire town will be destroyed." They immediately ran away. Unlike them, Iwa ninjas didn't have the option to run away. Kitsuchi rapidly made hand seals and shouted, "Take cover!" Hearing his command, every Iwa ninja who wasn't close to him went underground. Kitsuchi slammed his palms on the ground. A gigantic dome rose from the ground and covered him and the ninjas around him. The firestorm finally impacted the ground. In an instant, all vegetation in the vicinity was destroyed. The fire spread in the surrounding areas, and soon a massive forest fire would spread in the land of Waterfall. The sharp winds released by Kurogane impacted the ground and the dome. The dome and the ground were instantly covered in long scars. However, the dome held on and the sharp winds couldn't dig into the ground. The attack, which the Taki ninjas believed would destroy an entire town, ended up not injuring even a single Iwa ninja. Fujin observed from the sky, "Normally, digging into the ground against me is suicide, but everyone who went underground is at least 40 meters deep into the ground. I can't penetrate that deep. They know how deep my attacks can penetrate. Sigh, this is why I like keeping my abilities a secret. Fighting is infinitely easier when the enemy doesn't know what to expect from me. Still, though hiding deep underground counters me to an extent, they are trapped there, as I can attack when they try to come up." Unfortunately, there was no way for Fujin to hide his exposed secrets once again. In fact, after this battle, even more of his secrets would be exposed. Iwagakure might even spread them around, so even the other hidden villages might become aware of his capabilities. While Fujin was observing, Kurogane said, "Killing them won't be easy. Fujin, support me." Fujin didn't need to be told twice. He immediately riled his chakra up and said, "My clones will provide you with ground support. Take advantage of the openings." Fujin's clones landed on the ground. At the same time, Fujin shot an vacuum cannon at the top of the dome Kitsuchi had created. At the same time, Kurogane opened his mouth and exhaled wind breath at the same spot. Within the dome, some sensors said, "They are attacking the dome from the top. Be ready to defend yours." Before they completed saying, the vacuum cannon hit the top of the dome. It penetrated the dome with ease, leaving a gigantic hole. Kitsuchi, who was standing at the center of the dome, immediately moved out of the way while hardening his body. He weaved a hand seal. Earth release, fist rock jutsu. The Acum cannon hit the ground and created a 25-meter deep hole in the ground. Mere fractions of a second later, Kurogane's wind breath arrived at the opening created by the Acum cannon. At the same time, Kitsuchi's right arm turned into rock, and he punched towards the hole, aiming to block the opening. He shouted, "Be careful! We don't know what that summon can do." The ninjas nodded and all instinctively hardened their bodies with the Iron Skin Jutsu as well. They didn't want to escape underground, as they knew that coming back up and joining the battle would be a challenge. Kurogane's wind breath, which traveled like a beam, suddenly dispersed into all directions, filling up the inside of the dome. A second later, Kitsuchi's rock fist hit the hole and blocked the attack. Seeing the winds, most Aiwa ninjas quickly used more defensive jutsus. Numerous walls of varied shapes appeared in the dome. However, 3 ninjas were slower by a few milliseconds. The wind breath hit them. Despite being covered by the iron skin jutsu, hundreds of small cuts appeared on their bodies. Blood began sprinkling from their bodies like a fountain. The surrounding Iwa ninjas watched in horror as their bodies were turned into minced meat in mere seconds. At the same time, Kitsuchi's rock fist was rapidly being eroded. He thought in shock, such terrifying affinity to the wind nature, and the ability to fly. Shit, he will be a menace in the next war. Probably only the old man Onoki and the 2 Jinchurikis can force him to retreat. The Iwa ninjas didn't have any time to grieve for their fallen comrades. They sensed the dome getting damaged. Thanks to their long training, they all knew what was coming. At the next moment, 36 newer and smaller holes appeared in the dome as Fujin and his 2 clones shot a dozen Acum bullets each at the dome. The Iwa ninjas quickly took evasive actions. Thanks to being exposed to Han's blinding speed, they were all able to dodge the attacks despite the low distance between them. At the same time, Kitsuchi weaved more hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground. The dome began transforming into spears. In a second, hundreds of pointed earth spears were launched in all directions at a very high speed. Fujin's clones immediately raised an earth wall to protect themselves. Despite being a couple of 100 meters above in the sky, Kurogane was under attack as well. He immediately flapped his wings again. Hundreds of wind blades were launched from his wings. They hit the incoming spears and knocked them back to the ground. A few continued down towards the Iwagakure ninjas, who quickly moved out of the way, allowing the wind blades to hit the ground without harming anyone and raising a dust cover. A frown formed on Fujin's face as he analyzed. "This is getting annoying. Why does everyone have to be so nimble and evasive?" Though Fujin had fought against enemies while being outnumbered vastly, he had never been troubled so much by them. In most cases, he could use the weaker ninjas to create a handicap for the truly strong enemy ninjas. The losses would instantly make their hearts bleed and make them reluctant to continue the fight. For the first time, he truly had to experience what it was like to be outnumbered helplessly. He turned his eyes towards the ninjas hiding underground and thought, even them. Instead of coming up to the surface, they are staying that deep and moving towards the village. Once they enter the barrier, I might not be able to harm them. Kitsuchi had established strict protocols and procedures to be followed while fighting Fujin in order to keep his losses to a minimum. Anyone who escaped underground had to retreat back to the village and then rejoin the battle instead of coming up normally. Though it would take more time, it was better than dying needlessly in Kitsuchi's opinion. Fujin observed the situation while analyzing, "What should I do?" I knew that killing Kitsuchi wouldn't be possible, but I wanted to eliminate these ninjas that were specially trained to deal with me. But is there any point in doing so if it is so difficult? After all, Kurogane's summoning has a time limit, and I can't sustain my chakra for a very long time either. As Fujin was planning, his clones moved towards the Iwa ninjas who were with Kitsuchi. Sensing an opportunity, Kurogane dived down. Fujin quickly ate a soldier pill and said, "Kurogane, focus on safety first. It's fine if we can't kill many, but ensure that you can fly us away from here." He quickly instructed his teammates, If you see an opportunity, use your long-range jutsus, especially your lightning release Fumito, to kill or injure them. But don't fall off Kurogane. It will be very difficult to save you if you do. Fujin's teammates ate the soldier pills as well and nodded. They all knew that survival would be impossible if they were to fall off. Kitsuchi saw Kurogane dive down and thought, "Finally, I can have an opportunity. But if he is diving towards us, he must be very confident in his close-range fighting abilities." The long-range battle would soon end, and instead, a mid- and close-range battle would begin. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhegs. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Templar, Eric, Reed, Jacob, Miguel, AJ, and David for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 340, An Intense Clash. Chapter 343 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. AN. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Philip. You can thank him for the double release. Fujin's clones approached the Iwa ninjas from opposite directions. Wind chakra flowed through both their swords, and at the same time they puffed up their cheeks, preparing the Acume bullets. The two elite Junins immediately faced each clone. Though this was the first time Fujin and Kurogane were fighting together, both had practiced several times. He knew what the clones were about to do. He quickly closed in on the Iwa ninjas from the top while gathering wind energy in his mouth. At the same time, Fujin created another shadow clone. The clone looked towards the village with the missing people. Wind release, instantaneous body jutsu. He disappeared from Kurogane's back and appeared right on top of the Iwa ninjas, who were traveling towards the village through the underground. At the same moment, the two shadow clones swung their swords, releasing two long wind slashes along with accompanying winds, sandwiching the Iwa ninjas between them. The elite Junins slammed their hands on the ground and shouted, "Their cheeks are puffed! Keep an eye out for the Acume bullets!" The wind slashes hit the walls, leaving a large scar at their centers, but the wall withstood the attacks. A second later, dozens of Acume bullets pierced through the walls. At the same time, Kurogane opened his mouth wide. Kitsuchi's eyes widened as he noticed 8 spheres of wind in Kurogane's large mouth. Kitsuchi shouted, "Keep an eye on the sky as well." In an instant, he fired them at the Iwa ninjas who were dodging the Acume bullet. Kitsuchi had a very ugly expression. Though Fujin was frustrated by the Iwa ninja's consistency in dodging his deadly attacks, Kitsuchi was equally frustrated with Fujin's tactics, if not more. He rapidly weaved hand signs as he thought, first those deadly vacuum jutsus, and now a 3-directional attack. My ninjas are barely even able to dodge the Acume bullets by paying full attention to him. But now, not only do they have to dodge attacks from the front, but they also have to keep an eye on their back while also keeping an eye on the skies. Not to mention, just like his Acume jutsus, the perverse attack of his summon also cuts through Iron Skin Jutsu. The attack from multiple directions finally made the Iwa ninjas struggle. They dodged the Acume bullets coming from the front, and quickly twisted their necks to look at the attacks coming from behind. Fortunately, they could sense Fujin's Acume bullets and Kurogane's air bullets moving rapidly through their chakra fields. Unfortunately, they had very little time and space to maneuver their bodies. They moved their bodies in a manner that allowed them to save their vitals and avoid any lethal injuries. A few Acume bullets grazed past the hardened arms and legs of the Iwa ninjas, leaving a few deep scars. However, to make matters worse, the large air bullets fired by Kurogane maneuvered as well and targeted 8 Iwa ninjas. In the nick of time, 8 inclined walls appeared from the ground, providing a cover for those ninjas. Unfortunately, Kitsuchi couldn't accurately calculate the directions in which they would dodge, nor was he aware that the air bullets could maneuver in the air. He ended up miscalculating for 2 ninjas, both of whom were engulfed by the air bullets. The ninjas could only hope that their iron skin jutsus protected them. Though the winged saber-tooths called the attack as air bullets, that was only due to their large size. In terms of size, they were thrice as large as Fujin's Acuum cannon. Despite their comrades being hit, the Iwa ninjas, who weren't under attack, ignored it and counterattacked. 6 ninjas each, led by an elite Junin, rushed to intercept the 2 shadow clones. The remaining shot stone pellet jutsu at Kurogane, who had come much closer to the ground. Only Kitsuchi kept an eye on the 2 ninjas that were hit, as his eyes turned red. On Kurogane's back, Yugao and Bunjiro immediately used defensive jutsus, while Kurogane flew out of the way. The Iwa ninjas continued their attack, but were met by Fumito and Fujin's counterattack. Fujin shot Acuum bullets at the Iwa ninjas through the incoming stone pellets, while Fumito weaved hand signs. Lightning Release False Darkness Jutsu. He launched multiple spears of lightning, forcing some of the Iwa ninjas to dodge. However, he controlled the jutsu and chased after the Iwa ninjas, forcing them to use a few defensive jutsus while evading. Meanwhile, Kitsuchi was surprised. He looked at the 2 ninjas who were hit by Kurogane's attack. Despite taking the full hit, only a few scars appeared on their hardened skin. He thought, so this attack isn't as powerful as the previous one? I was afraid that they would be shredded into pieces as well. He turned his attention towards Kurogane, who was still being attacked, and analyzed. So far, I have seen 3 attacks from him. The first one is where he flaps his wings and generates a windstorm. Though that attack is strong, it can't break through our wall defenses. Though, considering their momentum, they might still harm us despite the Iron Skin Jutsu. The second is the beam he shot earlier. It gets stopped by walls as well, but Iron Skin Jutsu doesn't protect against it, and the giant balls of wind look to be his weakest attack. Kitsuchi looked at Fujin on Kurogane's back and thought, though killing him right now is very difficult, I should collect all the information I can about him. It will be useful if we plan another trap, or if he makes a move against Iwa in the future. Kurogane also noticed that the Iwa ninjas weren't harmed badly by the attack. He analyzed, these guys have a tough body. It's almost similar to those tortoises in the northern lakes. Unfortunately, I haven't yet completely mastered infusing nature energy into the air bullets like I can with the wind breath. And the amount we can infuse in the windstorm created by flapping wings is very low. It looks like wind breath will be the only method I can kill them with. But it takes a lot of chakra and nature energy. I can concentrate that much nature energy into that attack only 3 more times. Closer to the village, Fujin's shadow clone placed his palms on the ground. He converted 80% of his chakra to supercharge his jutsu. Wind Release, Geyser Creation Jutsu. Numerous cracks appeared around the clone, forming a web-like appearance. The cracks spread up to 50 meters under the ground. The Iwa ninjas, who were traveling underground, were surprised by the sudden change. They all instinctively used Iron Skin Jutsu to protect themselves. A second later, sharp winds ran through all the cracks, hitting the Iwa ninjas. As they endured the sharp hits, they thought, thankfully we mastered this jutsu. Otherwise, all of us might have died. None of them had expected to be in danger despite staying so deep underground. Fujin's clone took a few heavy breaths as his chakra became very low. He thought, time to end this. On the other side of the battlefield, Kurogane once again shot multiple air bullets at the Iwa ninjas. He followed it up by flapping his wings and launching a windstorm at the Iwa ninjas. Kitsuchi ignored the bullets as they didn't pose many challenges and could be dodged. He slammed his hands on the ground. Multiple rocks of large size were launched into the air, blocking the way of the sharp wind slashes within the windstorm. The wind slashes hit the rocks and sent them flying towards the Iwa ninjas. However, the rocks neutralized their sharpness and eliminated their threat towards the Iwa ninjas. Though the rocks were still coming at them, they were far easier to dodge than the unpredictable wind slashes in the windstorm. However, Kurogane didn't mind this result. Seeing that all the Iwa ninjas other than Kitsuchi were focused on dodging the rocks, he immediately sped up and appeared right on top of him. He raised his massive front foot. In an instant, a massive amount of wind chakra gathered, engulfing his leg. Kitsuchi's eyes widened as he noticed wind chakra gathering on his paw. He immediately weaved a hand seal. Earth Release, Rock Fist Jutsu. His right arm was covered by rocks, which kept increasing its size. He moved backwards as he punched towards the incoming paw. The paw and the rock fist clashed. In an instant, Kitsuchi was dragged backwards due to the force of the paw. The rock first kept crumbling at the point of impact. Kitsuchi thought, "Such physical might! Thankfully I moved backwards. Otherwise, I could have been crushed under this enormous paw." Kurogane's paw almost entirely crushed the rock fist. Knowing that he couldn't hold on, Kitsuchi flickered backwards. However, his eyes widened as he saw a figure flicker even faster towards him. Noticing the opportunity, Fujin flickered towards Kitsuchi, his sword overflowing with wind chakra. You can sponsor chapters through Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 341, A Close Call. Chapter 344 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Under the ground, the Iwa ninjas were hit by extremely sharp winds. Despite their defenses, a few cracks appeared on their hardened skin. Wanting to take advantage of the momentary distraction, Fujin's clone entered the ground. However, the Iwa ninjas were aware of the danger they would face if Fujin's clone got close to them. A few ninjas immediately sensed the clone's location and weaved hand signs. Earth Release, Spear Trap Jutsu. In an instant, the surface walls of the entire crack that Fujin's clone was traveling through began transforming. Hundreds of spears appeared from both walls, leaving no space for a normal-sized person to move through. In addition, the walls themselves began moving closer to each other. The clone frowned and immediately hardened his skin using the Iron Skin Jutsu. He thought, "I wanted to go closer and try using Akyum Jutsus underground. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like I can do that. My main body calculated correctly. That is why I was given so little chakra." Dozens of spears hit his hardened body and were stopped. But Fujin's clone wouldn't be able to travel normally. He weaved a hand seal and thought, "Oh well, time to do what I was created for." 1,000 explosion tags appeared around him. A breeze appeared, carrying the explosion tags into all the cracks created by the Geyser Creation Jutsu. Some also flew where the Iwagakure ninjas were. Their eyes widened. Without the need for any command, everyone took evasive actions, focusing just on their own survival. Kitsuchi saw Fujin flicker towards him and noticed his sword as well. Rock engulfed his right arm once again as he sent a punch at Fujin. The remaining Iwa ninjas, other than the ones engaged by the clones, also noticed the attack and immediately sprung into action. Fujin observed the incoming rock fist, sidestepped it, and shot a Akyum bullet at Kitsuchi. Kitsuchi barely managed to move to his right to dodge the attack. Fujin used that time to move around the rock fist and appeared on Kitsuchi's left. Kitsuchi's left arm also started transforming into rock, but he frowned and thought, "Shit, there is not enough time." He immediately used Iron Skin Jutsu to cover his body. Suddenly, 2 Iwa ninjas appeared next to Fujin, attracting his attention. At the same time, the remaining Iwa ninjas also launched jutsus at Kurogane and Fujin. Fujin observed some lightning sparks on their bodies and thought, "Lightning Transformation Jutsu. I will only get one attack." He immediately puffed his cheeks, preparing a few Akyum bullets, and ignored the 2 ninjas who appeared using the lightning jutsu and slashed his sword at Kitsuchi. The 2 Iwa Junin slashed their kunai at Fujin. However, before they could hit him, 2 large air bullets shot by Kurogane hit them at point blank. Since they were using enhancement from lightning jutsus to enhance their speed, neither could use the Iron Skin Jutsu. Numerous cuts appeared on both their bodies as both were sent flying to their deaths. The threat to Fujin was temporarily alleviated. At the same time, Yugao, Fumito, and Bunjiro used defensive jutsus to protect Kurogane from the incoming attacks. Kurogane flapped his wings as well and generated additional winds to knock off some of the attacks. However, due to being attacked by over 30 ninjas, their defenses were easily overwhelmed. Fujin slashed his sword horizontally at Kitsuchi, who kept moving backwards but wasn't in a position to dodge. He tried blocking with the rock fist on his left arm. However, Fujin cut through the partially formed rock fist and his sword landed on Kitsuchi's chest. The Iwa ninjas watched with their eyes widened as a long cut appeared on Kitsuchi's hardened chest. Kitsuchi gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He thought, "This attack won't kill me. But if he uses Akyum bullets from such close range." Until now, Iwa ninjas took advantage of their large numbers and specialized training. They didn't provide Fujin or his clones with any opportunity to focus on and overwhelm a single ninja and ensured that they aided each other to reduce his danger. However, at such close range, Kitsuchi wouldn't be able to dodge a dozen or more Acum bullets, even if he saw them. Fortunately for Kitsuchi, Fujin disappeared from his spot, leaving behind an afterimage. As soon as he disappeared, multiple stone pellets pierced through the afterimage. Fujin appeared on top of Kurogane and shot the Acum bullets at the jutsus launched at Kurogane. The Acum bullets pierced through stone pellets, spears, and other jutsus that they hadn't managed to defend against, successfully stopping them. As soon as he felt Fujin on his back, Kurogane flew up in the sky once again and muttered, "They are good." Those attacks would have injured me to an extent. Fujin replied, "Yeah, be careful." He thought, though I could have landed a fatal blow on Kitsuchi, I would have been hit as well. Though I might have been able to defend against, if Kurogane got injured and was forced to return, then these three would have been goners. Kitsuchi also looked at Fujin, who had gone back into the sky. He stopped using his iron skin jutsu. A sword slash was visible cutting across his chest. He felt a lot of pain in his ribcage. One of the Iwa Junins, who could use medical ninjutsu, flickered next to him and said, "I will heal you." However, Kitsuchi replied, "No need. I can still fight. Look out for attacks for now." He looked at Fujin and thought, he could have landed a deadly attack on me. Even if I had survived, the injuries could have permanently decreased my capabilities. Fortunately, he wanted to save his teammates and his summon. It looks like he isn't as heartless as Gin thought. Had he been like Danzo, he would have accepted the loss of 3 Anbu ninjas for the chance of killing or maiming me. Konoha would have heavily benefited as a result. Fujin, of course, knew that. However, he didn't see the point of doing that. He thought, sacrificing my teammates to kill Kitsuchi would have been more beneficial for the village from the point of view of other ninjas. But I know that the next great war won't be fought between the villages, so I have no benefit to gain from killing or maiming him. Unlike Suna, Iwa won't be going to war against Konoha. Instead, we would lose a capable commander, and the drawbacks could be worse. After all, right, Onoki only wants me dead due to my potential. But if I kill his son-in-law, then it would be personal. Though I could run away from him, it's better to not have a needless headache. That is why I didn't try to hack his arm and instead just cut through the rock fist to leave a scar on his body. This should be enough to force Iwagakure to think multiple times before trying to pull off another stunt like this. They would be far less likely to send someone like Kitsuchi after me if it meant that they could lose them. As for Onoki and the 2 Jinchurikis, they won't move so easily. His eyes turned towards the village as he thought, regardless, it should be about time. At the very next moment, a loud explosion rocked the entire place. The ground trembled, forcing the Iwa ninjas to turn their attention towards the source of the explosion. Fujin's clones, his teammates, and Kurogane were surprised as well. However, the clones instantly received the memories and noticed an opportunity. For the first time since their clash began, the Iwa ninjas weren't focused entirely on them. They wasted no time in shooting multiple Acum bullets. The elite Junins immediately noticed and shouted, "Pay attention." They got out of the way and counterattacked. Unfortunately, the short distraction was all Fujin's clones needed. Despite their quick reflexes, one clone managed to kill 4 and the other managed to kill 3 Junins. Both clones were very low on chakra due to the intense combat. They didn't even attempt dodging the counterattacks and were dispelled. At the same time, Fujin built up his chakra and instructed, "Kurogane, fly over there. You 3 support me." The trio understood Fujin's intentions. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Wind release, air bullets jutsu. Wind release, wind dragon jutsu. Fujin exhaled strong and sharp winds at the Iwa ninjas below him. Yugao launched the fireball in the winds he generated, turning the windstorm into a firestorm. Bunjiro and Fumito added more attacks into the wind to make life difficult for the Iwa ninjas. The lethal combination attack forced the Iwagakure ninjas to use defensive moves. At the same time, they were on their guard. They had just seen 7 of their comrades die because they dropped their guard for a second. They didn't want to fall prey to Fujin's Acum bullets again. However, their eyes soon widened. Instead of sensing Fujin's attacks, they sensed him moving away at a rapid speed. Kurogane flew towards the area where the blast had taken place and reached it in a few seconds. Kitsuchi understood Fujin's intentions and had an ugly expression. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Durza, Jack, Gummy King, Auquendo, and Stefan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 342, A Bluff. Chapter 385 of The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Josiah. You can thank him for the double release. Kitsuchi had an ugly expression as he sensed where Fujin was heading. He thought, there are at least 40 ninjas there. We can't lose them all. He looked at the storm that was obstructing them and commanded loudly, "We will move underground and chase them. If they return to attack us, we will escape deeper and move towards the village. If they don't, then we will return to the surface after getting out of range of the storm and chase." Immediately, all the Iwa ninjas followed him. Despite his quick thinking, Kitsuchi was much slower than Kurogane, who reached the location in merely a couple of seconds. Fujin looked down and sensed, oh, there are 44 trapped here due to the explosion. But they won't be trapped for long. In fact, 13 have already escaped even deeper and are moving towards the village. The simultaneous explosion from 1,000 explosion tags had blown up the ground and transformed it into the soil. More than 60% of this soil was blown into the air, while the remaining stayed in the depression that the explosion created, burying the Iwa ninjas within. However, thanks to Iron Skin Jutsu and using the ground itself as cover, none of the Iwa ninjas were critically injured. And despite being buried, they weren't in any danger. They just needed slightly extra time to move through the soft soil. But in high-speed, intense combat, time was a luxury. Without wasting any time, Kurogane once again infused a massive amount of sage chakra in his breath and shot a beam towards the location where he sensed the maximum number of Iwa ninjas. Fujin was even faster. He shot a dozen Acum bullets where the soil cover was the thinnest. Since more than half the soil was blown away, the defense provided was reduced by more than 50%. In addition, the loose soil provided far lesser resistance than hard ground. Fujin's teammates just stayed alert, prepared to defend in case they were attacked. They didn't have any jutsus to pierce that deeply into the ground despite the weakened defenses. The Acum bullets pierced into the soil. Kurogane's wind breath also hit the soil and moved straight through it, pushing the soil out of its way and creating a large hole. The Iwa ninjas sensed Fujin's and Kurogane's attacks and tried to move. However, they couldn't move as freely under the ground as they could above it. Of the 12 Acum bullets, 7 pierced into the hearts of the Iwa ninjas. The remaining 5 ninjas managed to avoid taking a fatal blow, but were still left with a hole in their body. The wind breath directly hit 5 Iwa ninjas that were in the path. All 5 were obliterated on the spot. Fujin created another dozen Acum bullets and shot them at the 5 injured Iwa ninjas and another 7 ninjas who were escaping. He thought, finally some easy kills. I was so sick of them dodging every attack. Meanwhile, Kurogane changed the direction of the beam towards the Iwa ninjas in the vicinity. He managed to kill another 3 when he and all the Konoha ninjas looked to their right towards the village. A strange bird made of rocks flew from inside the barrier and moved towards Kurogane. The Konoha ninjas and Kurogane were shocked. Fujin immediately made a hand seal while Kurogane flapped his wings and began soaring into the sky. Fumito muttered, "Such high chakra!" The rocky bird tried to give chase, but was too slow. As soon as the distance began growing larger, the rocky bird pointed its wingtips towards Kurogane and began glowing. In the next moment, it exploded. Fujin immediately pointed his hand forward. A barrier appeared under them, shielding Kurogane. Thanks to their quick response, the distance was quite large. Despite the massive explosion, only a small impact was felt on the barrier. But Fujin didn't let his guard down and kept pouring more chakra into the barrier. As he expected, 2 rock spears crashed into the barrier at tremendous speed. They were the rock spears inside the rocky bird's wings, which it had pointed at Kurogane before detonating. They created multiple cracks in the barrier before losing their power and crumbling into the soil as they fell to the ground. The Konoha ninjas were finally relieved as Kurogane continued rising in the air. Bunjiro looked towards the village below and asked in shock, "What was that?" Fujin replied, "Explosion released Kekkei Genkai." He wondered, that didn't seem like Deidara. Besides, he should be younger than me by a year. It looks like there are others with this Kekkei Genkai in Iwa, but who and how strong is the one hiding inside the barrier? The intensity of the chakra in the jutsu had surprised Fujin. His first thought was that the attacker might be as strong as Kitsuchi. His eyes glowed as he observed the village but wasn't able to gather anything. He asked, "Kurogane, can you sense anything inside that barrier?" Kurogane tried sensing using nature's energy. However, he shook his head as well and said, "No, I can't sense anything. I didn't even notice that barrier earlier. What do you want to do?" Fujin calculated, "I still don't know who is inside the village. Considering that they didn't come out to help, I assume that they aren't strong or confident enough to finish me off. But this attack was strong. Even flying on Kurogane won't guarantee our safety. Should I test out who it is and why that ninja hasn't revealed himself?" Fujin thought for a few seconds and decided, leave it. It's not worth the risk. My chakra is already very low, and creating another opportunity to kill them easily will be difficult. Not to mention, if the ninja hiding inside the barrier is as strong as Kitsuchi, then even my life would be at risk. He said, "Let's retreat. We have killed enough today." Kurogane agreed with Fujin's decision, and his teammates didn't object either. Fujin pointed Kurogane in the direction of the Ito family's town as he flew away. On the ground, Kitsuchi's group arrived a couple of seconds after the rocky bird exploded. Kitsuchi sighed and muttered, "Old man Yoshiki was forced to make a move." Inside the barrier, an old man was on his knees, coughing heavily. He had a very pale face. It was the same old man who warned Kitsuchi about Fujin's attainments in Fuinjutsu. He thought, "Fortunately, my bluff worked. I poured almost my entire chakra into the jutsu and would not be able to perform another anytime soon. If he had stayed, then we could have faced more losses." A younger man supported him and asked, "Are you fine, master?" Yoshiki caught his breath and said, "I am fine, Makoto. It's just that I used too much chakra in that jutsu. Looks like my old bones won't support me much." Makoto sighed. Yoshiki was 76 years old. Though he was an elite Junin in his prime was far behind him. Of course, he was still highly respected. The reason was that he was among the only 3 Fuinjutsu Grandmasters in Iwagakure. As for Makoto, he was one of the Seal Master that Yoshiki was guiding. Makoto looked into the sky and saw that Kurogane was flying away. He asked, "Why did you scare him away? Now we can't kill him." Yoshiki got up and shook his head. He said, "The battle was lost even before we started. Kitsuchi wasn't aware of his summon, nor did he know about his expertise in Fuinjutsu. So killing him today wasn't possible. He would have just continued attacking until he ran out of chakra and then escaped. The only thing that would happen is that more of our ninjas would have died." Makoto had a complicated expression. He was being guided to become the next Fuinjutsu Grandmaster in Iwagakure. Though he wasn't anywhere close to reaching it, his future prospects were very good. But to know that someone 7 years younger than him from an enemy country was not only strong enough to fight against one of Iwa's strongest ninjas, but also better than him in his speciality was a bitter pill for him to swallow. He muttered, "But isn't he just 14? Yoshiki sighed and nodded. He said, "In every generation, Konoha produces many such talents. 2 decades ago, it was the 3 Sanins. A decade ago, it was the 4th Hokage. And now they have the copy ninja, Konoha's green beast, and this youngster, the spectral swordsman. Not to mention, I heard that the children of their clan leaders will be graduating from the academy in little more than a year. Once they do, Konoha would likely gain even more elites in another 4 to 5 years, even if they don't reach the same level as these 3. Makoto didn't have any response. He could just sigh helplessly. AN, you can sponsor chapters through Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 343, A Clash with No Winners. Chapter 346 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Outside the barrier, Kitsuchi began checking in on the ninjas who were caught in the explosion. He thought, I thought I could make him let his guard down and kill him in one blow. But it looks like Yoshiki disagreed with my analysis. Makes sense considering the massive losses we took. I miscalculated badly in this fight. Not a single ninja was alive in the pit dug up by the explosion. The reason was that whoever was alive quickly escaped after the Rocky Bird forced the Konoha ninjas away. They entered the village before appearing back on the surface. Everyone had minor injuries due to the geyser creation jutsu and the explosion tags. Only 3 had critical injuries. One ninja had a hole in his right thigh, another was missing his left arm, and the third had a huge chunk of flesh and bones missing on the right side of his chest. Fujin's last attack managed to kill the 5 injured ninjas while killing 2 more and injuring 3. 2 ninjas managed to get deep enough into the ground just in time. The medical ninjas hiding inside the barrier quickly began healing the injured ninjas. In a few minutes, Kitsuchi and the rest dug out the Iwa ninjas that had been killed underground. They found 16 dead bodies that had 1 or more holes in them. There were 3 more spots where blood and minced flesh and bones had mixed, forming a gory sight. The Iwa ninjas understood that a ninja died at each spot. The worst was that spot that Kurogane had targeted first. The sight of the gore made even the most experienced ninjas nauseated. Kitsuchi stood still, realizing the losses they took. The Iwa ninjas around him had solemn expressions. They had trained intensely for months to kill Fujin. However, after encountering him, nothing good happened. Not only did Fujin manage to escape uninjured, but a lot of Iwa ninjas died. Kitsuchi asked everyone to gather the remains of the fallen Iwa ninjas and went inside the barrier. He met up with Yoshiki. Yoshiki looked at him and said, "It's fine. You didn't have all the information. You won't experience such a failure the next time." Kitsuchi sighed and said, "There might not be a next time. His summon can fly at a high speed. We can't trap him even if we know about this information unless Lord Tsuchikage makes a move himself. Not to mention, Konoha will be very careful next time." Yoshiki didn't say anything. He agreed with Kitsuchi's analysis and only said those words to lift his spirits. Kitsuchi glanced at the village once and said, "Make preparations to leave. We will destroy all the seals and evidence that might be linked to us. We will retreat after everyone is healed." Yoshiki nodded and looked at his students. Everyone nodded and got to work. A few seconds later, an elite Junin approached Kitsuchi and Yoshiki and said in a grim tone, "We have tallied our losses." Kitsuchi, Yoshiki, and a few ninjas around them had dejected expressions. The ninja said, "We found 36 dead bodies. 34 of them were killed by Fujin, and 2 by his summon." A hint of anger could be felt in his voice as he said, "And there are a few more ninjas whose bodies were minced by that beast's attack. We tallied the missing ninjas and calculated that the place with the largest amount of blood and flesh should have had 5 ninjas. So 11 more ninjas should be dead. We lost 47 capable Junins in this clash." He clenched his fists very tightly as he finished speaking. The nails dug into his palms, making them bleed. He wasn't alone. The remaining Iwa ninjas couldn't believe the losses they took in that fight. Almost half the ninjas that participated in the attack had died, and they didn't kill or maim even one Konoha ninja. Kitsuchi gritted his teeth. He thought, "I wanted to use this opportunity to train a special elite army unit, but 47 are dead and another is handicapped. To think that I would lose 40% of the ninjas I trained in one blow. Damn it." He hated Fujin a lot at this moment. However, he couldn't do anything but sigh. He wasn't stupid enough to make a move that would cause Iwagakure more losses. He thought, along with losing so many ninjas, we will also face the consequences of our earlier actions. Just like the Land of Grass, the Land of Waterfall will hate Iwagakure as well, and would closely align with Konoha. With the Land of Rain having Hanzo and Suna being allied with Konoha, Konoha has completely secured their western borders, and Kiri is embroiled in a civil war. At this rate, only Kumo would be in a position to attack Konoha. Of course, that is if Suna doesn't betray Konoha. He looked towards the direction of the Land of Wind and thought, I never imagined that after being humiliated so badly in the last war, Tsunagakure would become the kingmaker in the next war. Kitsuchi was surprised by the conclusion he reached. However, he stopped thinking about the future and turned his attention to the present. He ensured that all the injured ninjas were being treated and the dead bodies were properly stored in seals to be brought back. After storing the dead again, Kitsuchi looked at the scrolls in his heart with a heavy heart. He wondered, 47 lives just to gain information on a 14-year-old ninja who is very close to becoming a fearsome rank S ninja in the future. Is it worth it? Kitsuchi couldn't say for sure. Though the Iwagakure ninjas were upset that they had losses while Konoha didn't, Fujin wasn't pleased by the result either. In fact, he was even more upset than Kitsuchi. Kitsuchi at least gained knowledge about the skills Fujin kept hidden until then. But Fujin had no gains at all. While this wasn't the first time he had to run away from a fight, it was the first time that Fujin was so disgusted by a fight. He thought, this feeling is almost as bad as when I had to escape from Darui. Though my life isn't under any threat this time, it feels like I was paraded naked in front of an entire city. Bastards knew almost every move I would make in advance. Fortunately, Roshi didn't see Goro, or else I might have been in grave danger. At the very least, these three would have died. Though I am not very attached to them, I don't want to develop a reputation for being someone who runs while his teammates are killed. Though I could live with such a reputation, it will create a lot of inconveniences for me in Konoha. While Fujin wasn't too concerned about his reputation unlike some others, he understood the importance of maintaining a good reputation. He still had a lot of more important knowledge and resources that he wanted from Konoha. If he had a good reputation, Hiruzen would not make it very difficult for him to get it. But if he had a bad reputation, then getting them from Hiruzen would become very difficult. Not to mention, he was no longer as young as he was during his academy or Genin days. Trying to use his innocence to get rewards from Hiruzen would no longer work. Fujin sighed internally thinking, but now they know almost everything about me. The only thing that is definitely a secret is my lightning release. One of my clones even used the wind-style genjutsu. I can only hope that no one figures it out. Though I did manage to kill many Junins, that doesn't give me any benefit. If anything, it might make Iwagakure want to kill me even more. I'd prefer keeping my skills a secret, rather than killing some ninjas that don't pose me any direct threat. If it wasn't for the fact that Fujin had already exposed his secrets, he wouldn't have bothered to even kill them. But since they were, he was forced to make use of those secrets to make Iwa suffer some losses. If he hadn't, then he would have been the only one to experience losses, and Iwa would have come after him again after making even more preparations and a better plan. Just like Fujin, his teammates were also silent and in thought. During the entire battle, forget about killing, they hadn't even managed to injure one ninja. Bunjiro thought, I felt that I was getting stronger, but every single one of them was stronger than me. I didn't think that I would still be so weak. Fumito and Yugao had similar thoughts. They knew how ridiculously fast Fujin was and that he could have escaped if he was by himself. They thought, we were the reason why Fujin didn't escape and had to fight against such terrible odds. Though things turned out well this time, it might not always be the case. At the same time, all three thought, we need to become stronger. We need some time off so that we can train and catch up with Captain. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you JCZP, Alex, Matthew, Aaron, Gavriel, Nathan, and Mugen for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 344, Ito Family Crisis. Chapter 347 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio, and bonus chapter for crossing 2K Power Stones in the last week. Kurogane noticed the gloomy mood on his back and was annoyed by it. He muttered to himself, "I'd rather fight those ninjas than keep getting this depressed feeling from my back." He snapped them out of their thoughts by asking, "How far do you want me to carry you, Fujin?" "You know that I don't like flying for a long time." Fujin answered, "We have to pass by a town which should be very close. After reaching it, just fly south for an hour. You can drop us in the land of fire. Our chakra is very exhausted. I'd prefer to not have any more surprises." Kurogane replied, "All right, you'll have to guide me though. I have no idea about the geography here." Fujin nodded. Fujin's words surprised Yugao. She asked, "Are we not going back to the town?" Fujin shook his head and replied, "No, the enemy is stronger than us. Staying in this country is very risky. If there is any other such force here, or they decide to chase us to this town, then we could be in danger. The seals in the village were made by a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster, and they have someone who can create that strong explosion. So they have multiple means of trapping us in the city, or even destroying the mansion when we might be resting. So it's not worth it." None of his subordinates disagreed, and they continued moving forward. Since no one was bothering him, Fujin began thinking about the situation again. He thought, "What's done is done. There is no point in getting upset over it. I need to analyze why I fell into such a mess in the first place, and how Iwagakure knew I would be sent here. I need to calm my mind, as being annoyed won't help me analyze it properly." He began meditating. A few minutes later, they reached above the town. Fujin created a shadow clone who jumped off Kurogane. As for Kurogane, he changed direction and began flying towards the land of fire. The town was still in panic. It had only been an hour since they had heard about the incidents. Though the Ito family tried to calm the public down, it wasn't very effective. While the Ito family was thinking about what methods they should use to quell the panic, their guards noticed something in the air. Their eyes widened as they noticed someone falling down. Fujin's clone used Assassin's Rush in short bursts to slow down his fall. When he reached close to the ground, he exhaled a forceful but harmless infinite breakthrough jutsu on the ground to slow down his fall and landed on his feet. Though the guards were surprised, they immediately recognized his attire. However, they weren't sure if it was him or an enemy under disguise. Fujin's clone didn't bother talking with them. He flickered and appeared inside the mansion, next to Ito Yuya. The guards were surprised and hurriedly ran inside to inform them what they had witnessed. Yuya was taken aback by Fujin's sudden appearance. Fujin's clone said, "I have important information. Call another meeting instantly." Yuya frowned and wondered, why did he come back so quickly? More importantly, is it him or someone else disguising as him? He quickly asked. "Why did you come back so quickly? And how can I be sure if you aren't someone else in disguise and want to gather our family and kill us at the same time?" Fujin's clone wasn't surprised by the questions. The Anbu frequently faced such issues. He said in a plain voice, "You sent most of the ninjas in this town out. If I wanted to kill you and your entire family, then no one could stop me." Yuya was intimidated by his words. Fortunately, the clone didn't continue threatening him and said, "But I don't have much time. If you want to listen to it yourself, then that's fine as well. As for what you do after, is none of my business. The one behind the recent incidents is Iwagakure." Yuya's eyes widened. He said loudly in disbelief, "How can that be? Why would a major village do something like this?" Fujin's clone answered, "No idea. We didn't talk much. The village with the missing people is covered with seals by a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. The village itself had around 100 Iwa ninjas. Maybe more if they stayed hidden, and they are led by the third Tsuchikage's son-in-law, Kitsuchi." Yuya's heart became increasingly heavier as Fujin's clone provided more information. Though the Ito family was the most dominant family in the territory, they were no match for a behemoth like Iwagakure. Just thinking about 100 Iwa ninjas led by Kitsuchi made his knees weak. Fujin's clone added, "We clashed, but were forced to retreat. They would likely not make a move for a few hours, but I am not sure what they will do afterwards. Since their cover was blown, there are two possibilities. The first possibility, and the one you might prefer, is that they will retreat back to the Land of Stone. The second is that they might try to speed up whatever they were planning. It might involve an attack on this town. Yuya's mind went blank for a few seconds. The information was too much for him to handle. However, as an experienced politician, he gathered himself quickly. He bowed and pleaded, "Please help us defend the town." Fujin's clone shook his head and said, "The amount of Iwa forces is enough to start a war. This matter is something that Takigakure needs to handle. As someone from Konoha, I can't be involved lightly in this matter. Slowing them down and providing you with sufficient time is the most I can do. My squad is already heading back. I'll report the details to Lord Hokage, and he will make a decision on Konoha's further involvement. In the meantime, you should coordinate with Takigakure and take appropriate measures." Yuya immediately understood his mistake. He realized, if the Konoha ninjas get involved, then this could result in a war between Konoha and Iwagakure fought in the Land of Waterfall. Our country will be one to suffer the most. I can't make such a decision. It will have to be made by Takigakure. He replied, "All right. Thank you for your suggestions. We will act hurriedly." Fujin's clone nodded and replied, "Good luck." He dispelled himself. Yuya thought, so he was just a clone. He immediately gathered the important members of his family and informed them about Fujin's words. The entire Ito family was terrified. Thankfully, while the meeting for taking place, the ninjas from Takigakure, who were terrified by the flames raining down, reached the town. They quickly met up with the Ito family and informed them about what they had witnessed. The Ito family was shocked once again. Yuya wondered, is that what the Konoha ninja meant by slowing them down? Who was he to be capable of doing something so crazy? Though Konoha was known for having ninjas with very good fire affinity, it was the first time they had heard about something like this. The fact that a single jutsu could burn down the town they were proud of was a bitter pill to swallow. The Ito family informed the Taki ninjas about what Fujin had informed them, shocking the Taki ninjas. After discussing it for a bit, they quickly formed a plan. They quickly sent messenger birds to Takigakure. In less than 15 minutes, the entire Ito family quietly departed from the town and went into hiding. Fujin and his squad were still flying on Kurogane. Fujin had calmed down. He analyzed, "I need to start from the very basic question. How did Iwakure know I would be sent here?" He thought of many possible answers. My first thought was that someone from Konoha leaked my movements. Possibly someone like Danzo. But it doesn't seem very practical now that I think about it. After all, Iwa had started this mess around 4 months ago. There is no way Danzo could have known that I would be sent here. Unless he or someone else influenced Eagle to send me on this mission. Still, the chances of this are low. I haven't irked Danzo or any other ninja in power as of yet. But even though unlikely, I will need to check on this. I don't want to leave myself vulnerable to someone scheming against me in the dark. Other than that, there is only one possibility. Awagakure somehow predicted that I would be dispatched here. Or at least, they betted that I might be dispatched here. Maybe they hoped I'd be dispatched, but were willing to trap any elite Junin who might have been dispatched here from Konoha. A good scheme indeed. Fujin felt a chill as he realized how much Iwa had planned and how much effort they were willing to take to eliminate him. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link doublepatreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Aquilin, Scott, Alexander, Jacopo, and Glorious Dragon for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 345, Becoming Stale. Chapter 348 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bonus chapter. We cracked 4,000 Power Stones for the first time. We reached 470 Power Stones and achieved our highest rank, 18. In addition, I also uploaded the 400th chapter on Patreon today. Let's keep it up, guys. Fujin analyzed, they should have started planning right after I clashed with Roshi. These ninjas should be trained with the help of Roshi so that they can anticipate my attacks and movements and take preventive measures to avoid being killed by me. Training 100 ninjas just to kill me? What a freaking overkill. I'm not even an elite Junin officially. Though it might not be just for me. The skills they develop will help them survive tough battles against others as well. With such a good trap, there were only 3 ways for me to counterattack. The one that I used was my summon. Another way was using lightning release, but I don't think it would be as effective as Kurogane. Though my lightning release is good, it is a far cry compared to my wind release. The last method was wind-style genjutsu. The 3 skills they didn't know about. Of course, the simplest option was to just run away with wind instantaneous body jutsu. Had I been alone like I was in the land of wind, I'd have directly left. The plan would have been nullified without much effort. So despite being in a difficult spot, my life wouldn't have been in any danger had I abandoned these 3. I guess since I disappeared using reverse summoning jutsu, Roshi and the rest don't know about my skill with that jutsu. They should have some speculations, which is why that barrier was probably placed around the village, but they should be unaware of the specifics. Regardless, this makes my life incredibly difficult. If they provide this training for more ninjas, then all my future confrontations with Iwa will prove to be a challenge. And what if they provide my information and the training plan to other villages? If that happens, then there will be special forces in all major villages just to counter me. Maybe others might come up with even better tactics in the future and create even more devious traps for me. Fujin sighed at that thought. He began analyzing why the trap was so successful against him. He thought, the main reason why I fell in such a position is my actions after I clashed with Roshi, is that most of my skills were exposed in that fight. So I knew that Iwa would have a lot of information on me. Despite that, I made no effort to upgrade my skills or learn newer ones. Due to this reason, Iwa's plan was so effective. In another way of speaking, my power has become stale. Though I can't be entirely blamed for that, as I spent most of my time on Fuinjutsu, it still left a flaw. A flaw that I was aware of, but didn't act on, as I never expected anyone to make use of it. After all, if the information about a ninja is available, no matter how strong that ninja is and how well-rounded his abilities are, this world has enough smart and intuitive ninjas to come up with ways of defeating that. Though the performance of these Iwa ninjas against me can be considered remarkable, it isn't even comparable to Shikamaru defeating Hidan. The 2 were leagues apart in strength and abilities, and Hidan was still someone with a lot of weaknesses. Even someone with no visible weaknesses, like the 3rd Raikage, was defeated by Naruto's clone after he received information from 8 Tails. Another example of this can be the Uchiha's Susanoo. Though most ninjas will be very alarmed by that jutsus, for me, it's the least threatening of all the Manjikyo abilities that I know of. After all, it is very exhaustive to maintain a Susanoo. I can easily run away when it is activated, and return when it is deactivated during the fight, making it useless. Of course, that is if it is used with normal Manjikyo. Since others can be dealt with after getting enough information, I too am vulnerable despite my high speed and the penetrative power of the Akyumjutsus. While it still isn't something that could kill me, if I stay complacent, it is only a matter of time. I will have to start working on those ideas that I have. Sigh. I'm so close to becoming a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. It would have been great if I could have achieved that before being made to work on this. But delaying this any longer will be more harmful than the gains from Fuinjutsu. After all, though I have the ideas, it would probably take me over a year to successfully master them. Then I can get rid of this vulnerability. Fujin had reached a satisfactory conclusion when his eyes suddenly widened. He realized, no, that is not correct. Even if I create a new fighting style, even that can be countered when information about it gets known. What I need to do is keep working on it consistently and keep upgrading it. My speed of developing new styles needs to be faster than my enemy's speed of countering my fighting style. Only then I can truly avoid such scenarios. This will have to continue until my strength reaches a perverse level like Hashirama and Madara, or I develop and learn jutsus that can't be countered. like the Flying Thunder God, and perhaps the blood jutsus of the Jashin Grand Priest. Sage mode would also help, but Ryu is still unwilling to teach me. Regardless, I need to start working on my ninjutsu once again. Having made up his mind, Fujin stopped analyzing further and rested. Kurogane carried the Konoha ninjas into the Land of Fire and dropped them before returning to Mount Muteki. Fujin's squad continued moving towards Konoha at a high speed. A couple of hours later, Takigakure received messages from the messenger birds. As he read the details in the scrolls, Shibuki's expression became very grim. He cursed. "This is bad, very bad. We can't fight Iwagakure right now." One of his advisors said angrily, "Lord Shibuki, this is unacceptable. We have to respond to this provocation. Please give us permission to lead our troops and force the Iwagakure ninjas out of our country." Shibuki looked at him and retorted, "Fight against Iwa? Are you crazy? Didn't you read that the Konoha Anbu captain reported that Kitsuchi and a Fuinjutsu grandmaster were there? What if they fight back instead of retreating?" His reply had everyone in the room looking at him with a deadpan expression. They all had the same thought, as expected. Shibuki ignored those looks and instructed, "Send the highest priority message to the Hokage. Request him to dispatch an army towards our borders. Once they are in position, we will dispatch our forces to confront Iwagakure. If they retreat, then it is for the best. Otherwise, Konoha will be allowed to enter and we will ally against Iwa." Everyone nodded and got to work. After leaving the room, one of the advisors sighed and muttered, "He is so cowardly." Another nodded and said, "Yeah, he reminds me of his father in all other aspects. But in terms of courage, he is the complete opposite. The time needed to dispatch our forces and have them confront Iwa would have been sufficient for the Konoha ninjas to arrive." He sighed as well and said, "Leave it. He is still a very good leader." Everyone nodded and began working. Thanks to Shibuki's inaction, Kitsuchi gained valuable time. In the village where they were staying, the Iwa ninjas who weren't injured placed the people back in their homes. The people were still asleep due to genjutsu. Similar actions happened in the other villages with missing people. Thanks to Yoshiki's Fuinjutsu, he had kept all the people in those villages in underground basements, hidden from the eyes of anyone who tried to inspect the villages. They deployed some ninjas in those villages to ensure that the villagers could be kept under genjutsu and not die of thirst or hunger. As for other people they had randomly kidnapped, Iwa didn't have any choice but to kill and bury them silently. Though they sent a considerable force, they couldn't handle so many people properly, so keeping them alive would have created some chances of their operation being exposed. After moving the villagers, the Iwa ninjas destroyed the underground basements and filled them up using earth-release jutsus, while the seal masters destroyed all the seals. They removed every trace of their involvement. After confirming that no evidence was left, all the Iwa ninjas in the Land of Waterfall began stealthily moving towards the village where Kitsuchi was at. Though Fujin inflicted a lot of damage on the ninjas that attacked him, the remaining Iwa forces didn't have any casualties. Kitsuchi waited until everyone had returned to the village and then retreated to the Land of Stone along with everyone else. Only Sho was left back to continue spying. Konoha. It was late at night. Hiruzen had wrapped up all his work and was sleeping peacefully at his home when his sleep was disturbed. An Anbu woke him up and handed him the high-priority message scroll. Hiruzen opened the scroll and began reading. His eyes immediately widened before going back to their usual size. He said, "Call Shikaku to my office." The Anbu nodded and flickered away. And bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Aveli, Gloxini, and Johnny for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 346, Request for a Vacation. Chapter 349 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Shikaku grumpily walked towards Hiruzen's office. He muttered, It has just been a couple of months since the situation with Suna cooled down, and I could sleep comfortably. Don't tell me that they have become active again." He reached the office and asked, "What's the situation this time?" Hiruzen tossed him the scroll and said, "Take a look." Shikaku began reading. He muttered in dissatisfaction, "What does Iwa want in that country?" Hiruzen said, "To send that many ninjas for so long and take action against so many civilians. It looks like they were looking for something, or planning something huge in that country." Shikaku nodded. He added, "It's tough to say exactly, though. With those actions, they could annex the western half of the land of Waterfall, but it won't benefit them much. After all, Takigakure itself would have been safe, and that's where the forces of that country are accumulated. And hurting a buffer country between our villages will cost them diplomatically. So overall, it would be a loss. I have a feeling that they were searching for something or someone." "Which Anbu squad did you send?" Hiruzen replied. "Fujin's squad." Shikaku became mildly annoyed on hearing Fujin's name. He muttered, "Nothing good happens when that brat is involved. Our relationship with Suna is still brittle, and Kumo is eyeing us like wolves. If he provokes a war with Iwa, then we will be in a tough spot when hostilities begin." Hiruzen sighed and said, "Even if he doesn't, our situation won't be any different. We have always had to face all 4 villages. Regardless, Fujin has calmed down a bit since he clashed with Roshi. Let's wait for him to arrive. In the meantime, start deciding who we should send to the border." Shikaku nodded. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait for long. A few minutes after Hiruzen and Shikaku met, Fujin and his squad arrived in Konoha. Since they had eaten soldier pills, they traveled non-stop until they reached the village. After entering, Fujin said, "It's nighttime. Lord Hokage should be asleep. You guys can go to your homes. I'll report the mission to him." His teammates nodded. But before he could leave, Yugao said, "Captain, I thought a lot during our journey here and have a request." Fujin stopped and turned around. He asked, "What request?" Yugao said, "During this mission, every one of the enemies was as strong as me. I couldn't do anything to help you. I want a few months' break to train so that I won't be a burden the next time." Fujin was surprised by her request. Before he could speak, Bunjiro said, "I have the same request." Fumito added, "Same here." Fujin said, "The enemy was strong this time. Even if you get stronger, there will still be someone stronger than you. So don't be too discouraged. But all right, taking time off to train is good. I was thinking about it as well. I'll discuss with Lord Hokage to see if I can get a training vacation for our team." Yugao said, "Thank you, Captain." Fujin nodded and flickered away. His team stayed in the same spot for a few seconds. Fumito chuckled and said in a self-mocking tone, "We were completely useless during this mission." Bunjiro didn't know what to say. Yugao sighed and said, "They were probably all Junins. If not for his summon, we would have died there, and could have dragged him with us as well." Fumito said, "They had a few chances to deal fatal blows to us during the initial phase of the battle, but for some reason, they didn't. Thinking about it, I believe they wanted to keep us alive so that he would be forced to stay and defend us." Yugao nodded. She had realized it as well. That was the main reason she asked for a break. Bunjiro's eyes widened. He thought, "I was wondering about that as well. I never imagined that this would be the reason." Fumito said, "Anyways, we have managed to return in one piece. Let's train so that we won't feel this way again. Good luck to both of you." Yugao and Bunjiro wished him luck as well and went their separate ways. Fujin was unaware of their conversation. As he approached the Hokage building, he thought, if they train seriously for a few months, Yugao and Fumito will quickly get promoted to Anbu captain. Though Bunjiro wouldn't, his strength will reach close to this rank as well. That's good. I'll convince Hiruzen to give us a long break. After the break, I'll recommend Yugao and Fumito for the Anbu rank, and quit the Anbu using that opportunity as my team will be dissolved. Fujin focused his attention towards the Hokage office and sensed 2 chakras. He wondered, what are these 2 doing awake at this hour? Did Taki send a message? Anyway, this is good. I won't have to wait for an Anbu guard to go and wake him up. He quickly went to the office. An Anbu guard appeared and asked, "Tortoise, what are you doing here at this hour?" Fujin answered, "Here to meet Lord Hokage." The Anbu guard said, "He is having a secret meeting." Fujin replied. "I'm pretty sure the discussion inside is regarding my mission. Regardless, this is a high priority." The Anbu guard said, "All right, go ahead." They had interacted on several occasions, so he knew that Fujin had a great relationship with Hiruzen. Hiruzen and Shikaku immediately looked at Fujin, who entered the room. Fujin closed the door, looked at the scroll on Hiruzen's table, and asked, "Did Takigakure send a request for reinforcements?" Hiruzen nodded. "Something like that. But there isn't much information here. Report what happened." Fujin nodded and said, "It was probably a trap. After we reached the town, the attack stopped once again like what happened when we sent a squad earlier. But a few days later, a big incident occurred, and everyone in one of the villages went missing. When we went to investigate, I realized that the village was covered in seals that were extremely difficult to detect. I believe that they had a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster hiding in the village. Though we avoided the trap, we were attacked by the Iwa ninjas hiding inside the barrier." Fujin took a pause. Shikaku looked at him and thought, "Why do I get the feeling that what he says next will be very troublesome?" Fujin continued, "The attackers were led by Kitsuchi." Hiruzen and Shikaku weren't surprised, as his name was mentioned in the scroll sent by Takigakure. But what Fujin said next shocked them. He added, "Along with him were 96 other ninjas, every single one at the Junin level." Shikaku asked in disbelief. "They moved 96 Junins along with an S-ranked ninja and a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster there. Rank S ninjas making a move was very common. After all, they could move freely throughout the world, and very few would be willing to oppose them. Just from Konoha, Jiraiya and Tsunade would frequently be heard about roaming randomly in the smaller countries. Hundreds of ninjas moving also happened frequently. Not too long ago, all the major villages were moving over 1,000 ninjas each around their countries due to the volatile conditions. But 100 Junins moving together was extremely rare. Even during wars, that would be a rare occurrence." Fujin nodded. Shikaku asked, "What was their goal?" Fujin answered, "I am not sure, but my best guess is they wanted to kill me." Shikaku and Hiruzen were surprised again. Hiruzen asked, "Why do you say that?" Fujin answered in a serious tone, "Kitsuchi recognized my real identity, and every single one of those Junins was trained to counter me. They all were quick on their feet and could use Iron Skin Jutsu quickly, which protected them against most of my wind jutsus. In addition, they were very on guard against my wind Acum techniques. They would observe the slight changes in my body and take preemptive measures to assist in dodging my attack. They also had a few chances to deal a lethal blow to my teammates, but refrained from doing so to keep me from running away. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't know about my Fuinjutsu skills and my summon, I would have been in deep trouble." Hiruzen and Shikaku went silent on hearing that. Both realized how serious the matter was. After a while, Shikaku asked, "How did they know you would be sent there?" Fujin replied, "I was hoping you'd find out. If the locations of Anbu ninjas are getting leaked, then we will be facing a lot of trouble, even more so if they have some degree of control over who gets dispatched on some missions." Neither Hiruzen nor Shikaku opposed him. Both could see the Anbu squads getting picked one by enemies if that was the case. Hiruzen said seriously, "I will look into this matter. If someone is leaking information, then that person would be eliminated." Fujin nodded. Just like Fujin, Hiruzen's first thought was Danzo as well, but he couldn't think of any reason for Danzo to do that. Shikaku asked, "What happened after that?" Fujin continued, "Well, I summoned my summon and began attacking from the air. After a long, difficult fight, I managed to kill 47 ninjas and a few more were injured. But someone hiding inside the village attacked us with explosion release Kekkei Genkai. The power behind the explosion made it look like it was another S-ranked ninja. But I'm suspicious as that ninja never showed himself. I decided that it was too risky to continue and withdrew along with my team." Once again, Shikaku was left speechless. He wondered, did they set a trap for him or offer him their heads? Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Timothy, Hattori, KKG, Ben, and Moayad for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 347. Konoha makes a move. Chapter 350 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. AN. Apologies for the delay. Had a rather busy day yesterday and couldn't make much time for writing. Shikaku asked, "You killed 47 Junins who were trained to counter you?" Fujin replied, "Well, they didn't have any defense against my Akumjutsus. So I had to create opportunities to make them drop their guard momentarily or make a slight mistake. Though difficult, I managed to do that a few times and managed to kill a few of them. But I didn't manage to kill many. Thankfully, they made a big mistake towards the end of the battle that allowed me to kill more than 20 in one go. It's probably what forced the Explosion Kekkei Genkai ninja to act." Shikaku didn't know how to respond. He thought, killing 47 Junins is a huge achievement. But there isn't even a single bit of joy in his voice or a sense of achievement in his expression. Instead, he sounds like he was the one who lost 47 Junins. Unlike Fujin, who was very frustrated over his skills being countered, Shikaku and Hiruzen weren't worried about it. After all, Hiruzen was probably the most all-round ninja in the world. He had no weakness, and he could freely switch to any fighting style to counter his opponent. As for Shikaku, his opponent's intelligence was the last thing he worried about. He could make numerous strategies on the battlefield to counter whatever plan the enemy came up with. So neither shared Fujin's vulnerabilities. Though they understood his position from their point of view, it was just a natural obstacle that any top-level ninja would have to overcome. Hiruzen thought, if Fujin can overcome this by himself, he will become a force to reckon with. If not, then I will have to provide him with more jutsus to ensure that he doesn't stay susceptible to such tactics. But if I have to do that, then his future prospects won't be as bright as I expect. He will still become a rank S ninja, but won't reach the same heights as me or Minato. Hiruzen said, "You did great. Take a break. We will be sending an army to reinforce Takigakure." Fujin said, "Thank you. I have a request, though." Hiruzen said, "Speak." Fujin said, "I was hoping to get a long vacation. This mission was difficult for my team, but on the positive side, it has motivated them a lot. They all want a break to train and get stronger. I want a break as well to avoid being vulnerable to such traps." Shikaku's face became dark. He thought, this brat. He keeps increasing my workload and then asks for a vacation in front of my face? Hiruzen wasn't a stranger to this request. Fujin had asked for vacation several times in the past. He thought, though I refused his requests in the past and kept him busy with missions, it won't look good to reject this time. Plus, this incident should motivate him to train more instead of just meditating in the training rooms. And I'm curious to see how he breaks through his current situation. He asked, "How long of a vacation do you want?" Fujin replied, "Preferably 6 months." Hiruzen replied, "That's too long. I'll give your squad a 3-month vacation. But if the situation in the Land of Waterfall worsens, you will be called back to duty." Fujin replied, "All right, I'll convey the message to my team." Hiruzen was puzzled. He thought, that's it? He didn't argue for more? Meanwhile, Fujin thought, that's good. I didn't think he'd agree so easily. I'd have been happy with 1.5 months break. 3 months should be plenty for what I have planned. Before leaving, Fujin asked for another favor. He said, "I have one more request." Hiruzen said, "Speak." Fujin asked, "Do we have any soldier pills that could aid in training longer? I have tried using the best ones available for Anbu, but they aren't sustainable for long-term use, and the chakra they provide is very less at my level." Fujin hadn't used soldier pills to train for a long time. The only time he used them without much restraint was during his academy days. Back then, since his chakra was much lower, he would need lower-quality soldier pills. They wouldn't cause much strain on his body. In addition, as a student, he wouldn't be called suddenly for any missions that could pose a danger to his life. So he wasn't worried about the time when the collective exhaustion would hit him and would force him to rest for a few days. But the normal soldier pills didn't have much effect on him anymore. With the crazy amount of chakra some of his jutsus needed, even the highest quality of soldier pills available to him didn't provide him with much help in training. And despite that, the exhaustion it would cause was greater than ever. So Fujin had been reluctant to use them to train. Since he wasn't in a hurry and felt that he still had plenty of time before the important incidents took place, he hadn't bothered to look for other means. But the trap set by Iwagakure created a sense of urgency in him. Hiruzen replied, "No soldier pill is sustainable for long-term use. They are meant to be used only in war to help you fight for a longer time." He opened his drawer, grabbed a bottle and tossed it at Fujin. He said, "These pills are specially made for me. The amount of chakra they provide is several times what the Anbu use. In addition, it works for 2 additional days. But the exhaustion it causes is very bad as well. Don't train for a day after the exhaustion hits, and don't consume another pill for a week after you recover from the exhaustion." Fujin observed the pills in the bottle and said, "Thank you, Grandpa. I'll see you later." He left the room, leaving Hiruzen and Shikaku alone. Shikaku asked, "Was it safe to give him that pill?" Hiruzen replied, "It's fine. He trains a lot but takes good care of not overexerting himself. He also has some expertise in medical ninjutsu and regularly gets himself checked by Yoshi and Isamu. As long as these pills don't land in Guy's hands, we won't have any issues." Shikaku replied, "True, his training is just too much." Shikaku glanced at Hiruzen and asked, "By the way, can I get a vacate?" Before he could complete his question, Hiruzen interrupted and said, "No, get to work." Shikaku let out a sigh and got back to work. He wrote a reply to Takigakure and sent it to them through the same messenger bird. While the bird traveled, the two of them worked through the night. After leaving the office, Fujin wondered, "So what should I do now?" As he had eaten the soldier pill, Fujin wouldn't be able to sleep for another 2.5 days. He thought, "Though my chakra isn't completely exhausted, it is still very low. It will take around 8 to 10 hours to recover. Until then, I can't train or create a lot of clones for Fuinjutsu. Looks like I only have one choice." Fujin went straight to the wind training room and began meditating. As he meditated, he thought, "The wind crystals barely have any effect on me anymore. Though thousands of small minute improvements could still create some qualitative change. The process will be very slow and might need decades. I don't need to waste my time in these rooms anymore. Though there is no harm in coming here when I have to meditate for any reason." Fujin eliminated all thoughts from his mind and began meditating earnestly. The energy from the wind crystal began dissipating rapidly. By noon, Shikaku had assembled 250 ninjas. Around 60 were Junins, while the rest were Chunins. Once again, the leadership was given to Kakashi. Kakashi stood in front of the small army and muttered, "Aren't we doing this too frequently?" Guy, who was standing close to him, said, "Yeah, and we don't even fight anyone. We just move around until the situation diffuses itself." Kakashi sighed. He wasn't a big fan of war, but since Hiruzen wanted to nurture him, he had been assigning Kakashi to all such leadership roles. Due to frequently leading hundreds of ninjas and in addition to his reputation, almost everyone in Konoha had begun seeing Kakashi as the leader of the next generation. Under Kakashi's orders, the Konoha forces began moving towards the land of Waterfall. An hour later, the messenger bird reached Takigakure. Shibuki received the message and called for another meeting. He informed the council. Konoha said that they will send out 250 ninjas this noon, meaning that they should have already left. In addition, they will dispatch 500 more ninjas tomorrow. One of his advisors said, "Konoha is quick as always. The first force should arrive at our borders by tomorrow morning, so they will be in a position to reinforce us quickly after our clashes begin." Shibuki asked, "How is our preparation?" Another advisor answered, "We have prepared all our ninjas. All 2,000 ninjas are available and are awaiting orders." Shibuki thought for a bit and said, "If we move now and run into Iwagakure's trap, then we will suffer a lot before the Konoha forces arrive. We will wait for a bit more to prevent any needless casualties. At midnight, you will lead half our forces towards the Ito family's territories. We will use the cover of the night to sneak attack any enemy forces in our territory. The remaining half will stay back and defend the village in case this is some sort of distraction." Everyone agreed with his decision and began making preparations. And bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Shubham, David, Total77, and Christian for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description.